Oh, how sweet it is. A sight we were not guaranteed only a few months ago. Grant Field, Atlanta, Georgia. Georgia Tech football in the flats in 2020 has arrived, fresh off a thrilling season-opening road victory at Doak Campbell Stadium. The Yellow Jackets take Grant Field for its 108th season with a 1-0 record and an opportunity for another prime-time triumph. It's Georgia Tech in UCF, the 2020 home opener on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield, IMG College. I'm Wiley Ballard, joined by All-ACC center Sean Bedford. And, Sean, we got a lot in store in our pregame coverage before Toe Meets Leather at 3:30. Andrew Thacker, defensive coordinator, one of the national coordinators of the week in college football after his defensive unit's performance in the win over Florida State. Mikey Minahan, the center, will join us as well. We'll also hear from head coach Jeff Collins, who begins his second year on the flats. And so much more in our 2 hours of pregame coverage. But first, Sean, we got to continue to look back here just for a minute. How about that win against Florida State? You have Jeff Sims, ACC Rookie of the Week, Curtis Ryans, ACC Defensive Lineman of the Week, and Jeff Collins, National Coach of the Week. You seem to be riding just as high when we walked in today as you were 7 days ago.
Well, what's not to be excited about? I mean, this was a great way to start the season for the Jackets. They went down into Tallahassee, put on a performance that I don't think anybody was expecting in a manner that was totally different than certainly what I had expected. And the accolades have followed, but they've got a big task ahead of them today, probably facing, dare I say, a better team from the state of Florida today. But let's stay on that FSU game for a minute, and I think you may have sold a couple of guys short there because not only was Jeff Sims ACC Rookie of the Week, he was the Manning Awards Quarterback of the Week. And Curtis Ryans, I believe, picked up a National Defensive Player of the Week award from the Football Writers Association of America. So there were a lot of people who took notice of what the Jackets did in Tallahassee last week. But if we can for just a second, I'd like to call attention to some of the lesser-known guys who flew under the radar. And when you go back and look at who these coaches felt really stood out in that game, you know, of all the performances that we saw, Curtis Ryans, I think, stands out maybe the most on defense. But he's not who the coaches gave the game ball to. They gave it to Zamari Walton, who had that big pass breakup to end the game, but who also kind of held that sort of overlooked distinction as the corner who didn't get targeted. And, you know, he didn't have a lot of pass breakups, wasn't involved a whole lot in the game. He did have 7 tackles, but it was largely because they were scared to go to his side. He locked his side of the field down. You know, guys stepped up in a big way. Tech was down, 3 guys who could have been starters along that defensive line. Guys like Curtis Ryans, guys like Sylvan Yanjuan stepped up in a big way. You know, Jaquan Griffin, Jamin Brooks, they all played really good games up front, and it was a dominant performance after those first 2 FSU drives. And if Tech can sustain that level of play from guys they didn't expect to be primary contributors, this team has a ton of potential.
First 2 drives, Georgia Tech gave up 113 yards and 10 points. In the final 9 possessions for Florida State's offense, less than 200 yards, only 3 points. And on the day, they allowed fewer than 4 yards per play and forced 3 turnovers. So a great day for Georgia Tech's defense. And, yes, Jeff Sims took a lot of headlines for what he did.
And deservedly so, to be clear. He was great.
He went 23 for 34, a touchdown, 277 yards passing, also added 64 yards rushing for over 340 yards of total offense. Completions to 10 different receivers as well, and perhaps my favorite number from that entire offensive performance, only 1 sack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it was very impressive. And I think one of the things that stood out to me the most was that there was improvement in a lot of different areas, but those improvements built upon each other. So, yes, Jeff Sims came in and was very efficient, did a great job of distributing the ball. But he was able to do that because he had protection. And the offensive line, I thought, gave him a lot of time. They gave him a pocket. Even when there was some pressure, he had a pocket he could step up into to escape the rush. He had somewhere he could go. There were times last season where James Graham and Tobias Oliver looked like you took the snap and they were running for their lives from the second they caught it. That wasn't the case last week. But then you combine that with the fact that you had running backs who were going to do, you know what you're going to get out of Jordan Mason and Jemias Griffin. They're going to go out there and they're going to produce on the ground. But they caught passes through the air. They continued to perform at a high level. And the receivers, you can't say enough good things about them. If you had listened to the media coming into that game, they would have said, I don't think Georgia Tech has 10 players on that roster who can catch a pass. But they were fantastic out there last week. They caught everything that was thrown their way. They ran good routes. They got open. And you combine all the offensive line performing better, the quarterback performing better, the running backs continuing to contribute at a high level, and then the receivers doing their part. You saw that incremental, or not even incremental, you saw a massive leap forward that was just sort of built upon incremental improvements throughout the various units.
And honestly, Sean, I dare say it was your best game of the season, too.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah, no, I don't tell you that very often.
No, it's usually only after the first game.
Well, again, what a beautiful sight, and we'll get to UCF here in a moment, a team that's won 35 games over the last 3 years. I mean, just really impressive stuff for what UCF has done. But let's just take a minute to drink in what we're looking at here. Bobby Dodd Stadium, Grant Field, Saturday of college football, overcast skies, but it feels like football weather. And Sean, there were a lot of times over the last 6-7 months where we weren't sure this day was going to come this year.
No, and there's no place like home. It's great to be back in the booth, and Grant Field looks fantastic. If you haven't had a chance to see this yet, if you're not coming out to the game today, beautiful new turf. The end zones look great, freshly painted with the new word mark, with the colors. The whole stadium's gotten a little bit of a facelift. It looks gorgeous, and honestly, Wiley, it kind of feels like fall a little bit. It's a little bit of chill in the air. This is as good a football weather as you could hope for in September. Yeah,
the temperature right now, we've got it at up to 70 degrees. Ooh. But it'll be in the 60s by the time we walk out of here tonight. Hopefully after a 2-0 start as the Yellow Jackets look for their best start since 2016. Again, we'll have Andrew Thacker join us shortly. We'll also have one of the latest Hall of Fame inductees for Georgia Tech, George O'Leary, join us later in the hour just after 2 o'clock. But up next, we've got our Georgia Power scoreboard. That's next as we get set for Georgia Tech UCF 3:30 kick on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. In 2020, taking on UCF. We're set for a 3:30 start. Sean Bedford to my right. I'm Wiley Ballard. Andy Demetra will join us shortly, the voice of the Jackets. But up next, we got the fourth member of our broadcast crew, who needs no introduction this week. Dan Kortz. What's going on the Georgia Power scoreboard?
Oh, I think it's fun. It's certainly interesting. You get teams like Miami, for example, in the top 25.
Oh!
But that Miami Louisville game, I think is going to be really interesting. Certainly, we've got a big game here today, and I'm keeping an eye on that Pitt Syracuse game. That's a little closer than I thought it would be, and I'm honestly surprised that Syracuse has managed to score double digits. But I think that's going to be, just given how nasty that front seven for Pitt is, and as bad as Syracuse looked last week. Good for the Orange for coming out strong. That's going to be something that we're going to have to go back and watch as we get ready for Syracuse next week. But, no, that's an interesting matchup, and if the Orange can continue to give the Panthers a game, that would be quite a surprise within the ACC.
Well, no surprises that Andrew Thacker was named National Defensive Coordinator of the Week after the Yellow Jackets' defensive effort in Tallahassee last Saturday. He joins us next. Tech's defensive play caller catches up with Andy Demetra, shares some insight not only on how the Jackets are preparing for UCF, but also some memories working under the latest Georgia Tech Hall of Fame inductee, George O'Leary. That's next on the Rimrock Kickoff Show on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield, IMG College.
hate to tell y'all this, that's going to happen. I had it. Yeah, and according to science, I died the first week in August, and I didn't see any of y'all at my funeral. Pretty upset about that. Oh, hang on, I can kill that. Okay, now that.
Yes, I am. Station ID. You got it. So I'm gonna do that after the choice thing. Okay, sounds good.
All right, talk to me.
We're gonna play the shards, Josh Heupel stuff.
Sounds good.
You'll react to it, and then when you're done reacting, I'll do a station ID, and then we'll jump into
Sounds good.
Heupel's career and offense and all that.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Grant Field, Bobby Dodd Stadium, getting you set for Georgia Tech and UCF. As you heard from defensive coordinator Andrew Thacker, he's got some deep ties to UCF, having worked there under head coach George O'Leary. The same is the case for both Georgia Tech head coach Jeff Collins and offensive line coach and associate head coach Brent Key. All three of them spent time at UCF, as well as Will Glover, who's a quality assistant control coach. One other connection to UCF, not necessarily with the school, but with the head coach of the Knights, Josh Heupel, would be Chashard Choice. That was a tidbit unearthed by Andy Demetra this past Wednesday in GT60. Take a listen. Wow, what a fun story there from Tashard Choice that was shared this past Wednesday night on GT60. And Sean, perhaps more than any other industry, football is all about relationships, and you can tell that Coach Heupel, although he'll be on the east sideline today, still very close with Tashard Choice.
Well, absolutely, and you could tell just from listening to Tashard just how much he cares about that relationship. And football's special in that way because you see people push to their brink. You see, the true character of individuals comes out because they're put in stressful situations that you just don't normally encounter people in. So I think the fact that Coach Heupel saw that in Tashard, saw that he wanted to be a coach, one, it's proven to be pretty prescient, but no, I think that really says a lot about him, and certainly that's a bond that goes very deep for them.
And keep in mind, you can get all that type of insight as well as a little humor from Tashard Choice by checking out GT60 on Wednesday nights. If you can't get it on the radio, you can also check it out on the app. Just search Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets in the App Store. It'll be the app that should be near the top of the screen with a blue background and a gold GT. We do want to take a moment here to give our stations and all those in our network a chance to identify themselves. This is Georgia Tech Football, the Ramrod Kickoff Show on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield, IMG College. Josh Heupel, if that name sounds familiar, it's for good reason. And not only is he the head coach of the UCF Knights, a couple decades ago, he was one of the top quarterbacks in all of college football. You look at his career, he started out in the mid-'90s at Weber State in Utah, suffered an injury, transferred to the only junior college football program in Utah. That would be one Snow College. Played there for a year, met Bob Stoops, who had just taken the head coaching job at Oklahoma, and Coach Stoops said, "You want to be my quarterback?" Lo and behold, 2 years later, in 2000, incidentally, the last time Georgia Tech and UCF played 20 years ago, but at Oklahoma, it was Josh Heupel leading the Sooners to a national championship, an undefeated record. He individually finished second in the Heisman race behind Chris Winkie, although he had the last laugh because he beat Winkie's Knowles in the BCS national championship game. After that, he went straight into coaching, didn't have much of an opportunity in pro football, but spent most of his time at Oklahoma up until 2016, went to the SEC in Missouri, worked with Drew Lock, and then replaced Scott Frost 3 years ago. Heupel now in his third season. And Sean, as great an offensive quarterback Heupel was, his offensive unit today might be even better. These guys, they average over 30 points a game with regularity. Only been held under 30 points once in the last 3 years. Yeah,
and they're a very fun offense to watch. And actually, it's interesting that Josh Heupel was mentored under Bob Stoops or was coached by Bob Stoops in college because where Bob Stoops came from prior to that? He was on Steve Spurrier's staff at Florida as the defensive coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
And UCF's going to run a lot of those Spurrier-era concepts when they come out and do this. They're going to go deep, they're going to attack the opposing offense, and they're going to go at warp speed. They are going to be trying to get up to the line, hurry up, catch the defense either napping, maybe in a type of personnel that they don't like, maybe get them a little bit tired, and they're going to go four verts. They're going to run mills, which is a concept that Spurrier innovated at Florida. They're going to do some curl slot fades. They'll run some switches. But the idea is they want to present a vertical threat, and then what they build off of that is it's a quick running game. They want to incorporate both of their backs, but it's predicated on creating seams in the middle, and if they can't do that, trying to get to the outside and turn that corner. So they're not the biggest team when you look at them on paper. Not a lot of guys over 200 pounds at the skill positions. But what they can do is push you with tempo and use their speed and their conditioning to try to get the defense on their heels early and often, and they can score points in bunches.
So what you're telling me is they got a bunch of Wiley Ballards out there.
Exactly. A lot of Wiley Ballards out there. A lot of Wiley Ballards out there. And a very wily quarterback at that with Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah.
The guy who came in was kind of in the same position as Jeff Sims a year ago as a true freshman, thrust into that starting role. And he was phenomenal. So they're expecting big things out of him as he moves into year two.
Well, in my mind, you heard Coach Thacker talk about it when he spoke with Andy. He described it as almost like it's a NASCAR race, watching UCF run. And in my mind, that tells me open field tackling is going to be huge today for Tech's defense. And I think we saw some good signs of that last week.
Yeah, we sure did. And last week at FSU, Mike Norvell likes to run an offense that's going to get the ball to his playmakers in space. Oftentimes, that's going to involve getting the running backs the ball out of the backfield. Anytime you get that kind of offense, you're going to have to count on your linebackers to make sure tackles. And I thought the Jackets were excellent in that department. We saw a little bit later in the game, they went to a stack formation, tried to get the ball out to Tamari and Terry on the edge, and Tech was pretty good at tackling there too. So throughout this game, I think early on it's important for Tech to get out there, make those tackles, not allow the big play. But the thing that makes UCF dangerous is they're going to continue to push and push and push and put pressure on those edges. And it's, once you get a little tired, it's a whole lot harder to make those tackles in space than it is when you've got fresh legs.
They averaged over 8 plays per game last year that went for 20 yards or greater.
Yep.
And again, I mean, they set a AP poll era record for most games with 30 points scored or more in a 3-year stretch. So, again, this is a team that can score a whole bunch. One other number I liked a lot from last week, Sean, I know I mentioned the sacks offensively, only allowing 1. Tech had 3 sacks last week. Curtis Ryan's a big part of that for sure. But how about Quan Griffin up front, really eating up space? And I think that's a group that could find some success today.
Yeah, and this is a group that's going to have to continue to step up because there are still some holes to fill on that defensive line. There have been some injuries and some setbacks there, but young guys have shown that promise. And, I think Quan Griffin's a great example of a guy who can really continue to sort of build his legacy here, but really set himself up for being not only a regular part of that rotation, but potentially a guy who's in that kind of starter discussion going forward.
I want to ask you about Quez Jackson, too. I know we talk a lot about David Curry and how he's kind of a second coach on the field, and David does such a great job of getting Tech in the right play pre-snap. Now, although David would have another year of eligibility next year, given the waiver that was passed this summer allowing all fall sports athletes to get that extra year, he said publicly he's not planning on taking that year. He's been in college football for a long time. I'm curious with Quez Jackson looking forward. I mean, that's a guy who, just from my brief interactions with him, chooses his words wisely. He's very thoughtful, very intelligent. He had a great game tackle-wise leading the team last week, but he could be the heir to the throne as far as being the linebacker quarterback of the defense in my mind.
Yeah, I think so, and he's a guy who's been in the program for a while now. He's in his 3rd season. He's certainly got all the tools you look for in a college linebacker. Got pretty good size. He's athletic. He's very smart, and I think he's kind of gotten to that level now where he's comfortable within this defense and within the college game that he feels like he's not just going to be out there trying to do his job. He knows what he's supposed to do. He knows what everyone around him is supposed to do, and he can help get them situated and help put them in a position to succeed. And that's where I think David Curry has done a really good job this year in particular. I think if you look at his performance last week, I think he did a great job of this. But I think that's a role that Quez could jump into because he does have that experience. He has that production. He's been in those fights, and guys have seen him go through that. So he's got that instant credibility.
And, again, he's got that even-keeled nature, I think, that really, you need the energy and the juice on defense, but for a role like Quez might step into next year specifically, I think that could serve him and the Jackets very, very well. Another thing that served the Jackets quite well was having George O'Leary on staff. You're talking about a national championship as a defensive coordinator back in 1990 under Bobby Ross, and then such a great run with Joe Hamilton and company in the late 90s. And this is a special day because Coach O'Leary will be here at the game being honored, not necessarily on the field, but it'll be on the video board, and the fans who are here will have a chance to see him and applaud him for all his great work at Georgia Tech as he is inducted into the Georgia Tech Hall of Fame this fall, one of 7 inductees in this year's 2020 class. But we are extremely excited to have him on the air with us when we come back. We'll touch on a number of topics, but it's a real fun conversation with one of the all-time greats ever to coach here at Grant Field. Georgia Tech, UCF, we've got a 3:30 start. Jackets looking to go 2-0 for the first time since 2016. This is Georgia Tech football on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield, IMG College. Afternoon on the Flats. Welcome back to the Rainbow Rec Kickoff Show. Getting locked and loaded for Georgia Tech in number 14 UCF, a 3:30 kick. And next up, we've got a conversation with one of the newest members of the Georgia Tech Hall of Fame and a man who has deep ties to both Georgia Tech and UCF. So without further ado, let's revisit one of the brightest eras of Georgia Tech football during our Old Gold segment. Just so you know. All right, we're 27-33 out. Keys to the game coming up in just a moment, but Sean, first I want to get your thoughts on George O'Leary, a chance to recognize him this afternoon, getting him on the video board in-game, but we just heard from him, and it's the second week in a row where we've posed the question of what made this team so special. 2 weeks ago it was Josh Nesbitt in 2009. This week it was George O'Leary in 1990, and the first word out of each of their mouths, chemistry.
Yeah, and I think that's really telling because you can have all the talent in the world, but if they don't come together, if they don't figure out how to play as a team, that talent's going in all different directions, and it's not going to lead to a positive result on the field. And I think it's really cool to have someone like Coach O'Leary back here. He's obviously meant so much to the success of Georgia Tech over the years in a couple of different capacities, both as an assistant coach, later as a head coach. And he definitely has played a very foundational role in the history of Central Florida football, too, especially in the modern era. So, no, I think he's going to get a very warm reception. Certainly well earned his place in the Hall of Fame, and happy to have him on.
And he's a builder. I mean, you look at his career, you got to Georgia Tech under Bobby Ross in '87, had just a lengthy ACC losing streak. 3 years later, won a national title.
Mm-hmm.
Came back to Georgia Tech in '95, really got the interim in '94 there, but a team that was really low and brought them in '98 to a 10-win season. And, we all know what Joe Hamilton did in '99. And then you look at what he did at UCF. Inherited a program that was not in great shape and was really making its first step into the Division I FBS level. Next thing you know, 2007, wins 10 games. 3 years later, wins the Fiesta Bowl. So I think that's the kind of track record that we're, hoping to see when you compare year one under Jeff Collins into where we're going forward.
No, and Coach Collins has coached under a number of great and truly great coaches, all of whom know how to build a program. There's another guy a couple hours down the road down in Tuscaloosa that he coached under briefly too. Who?
What's his name?
I forget about his name. Something Saban. Yeah.
Saban?
Anyways, but no, Coach Collins has had a lot of good examples to draw from, and you can tell their influence when you see the way he puts such an emphasis on the details and trying to make sure that every single detail is optimized for success. And no, I think you can tell anytime you hear Coach Collins talk about Coach O'Leary, he just lights up. You can tell how much that man means to him.
I do the same thing when you give us our keys to the game.
Do you really?
Up. Yeah. What do we got, Sean? Keys to the game.
Okay, so the keys to the game.
You got about 2 minutes.
All right. Well, we're facing a hurry-up offense today,
exactly.
So that's perfect. So. And let's start there because I think what Tech does defensively is really going to be critical to this game. UCF's bread and butter is their offense. They're going to try to push down the field. They're going to try to go as fast as they possibly can. They're going to try to put pressure not only on the defensive line, trying to wear those guys down, but also on the secondary because they're going to keep hitting them with vertical routes. The key to slowing that down, I think, is recognizing, first and foremost, this is a UCF team that did not have the benefit of a game last week. They are coming in. This is their first game of the season. You can expect a little bit of rust, but they also are returning a lot of production. Dylan Gabriel was an excellent quarterback, came in, did not look like a true freshman last year. Otis Anderson is a dangerous weapon wherever they line him up on the field. Greg McCray, very good running back, not the biggest guy in the world, but has speed to get to the corner and cause you some real problems. Trey Nixon, though, might be the most dangerous guy on the field other than Otis Anderson when UCF is on offense. So what do? You've got to get physical with him. UCF is fast, they're talented, but they're not all that big. And they're a matchup, one area where I think Tech matches up really well is in the secondary against these smaller receivers. I think some of those big-bodied corners and safeties for the Jackets can get up there, play aggressive press, throw off that timing, which should, again, also be a little bit rusty going forward. I think you want to make this a slugfest, and then on the offensive side of the ball, Tech's going to want to dominate time of possession wherever possible and be effective running the ball.
We are just over an hour away from kickoff as Georgia Tech prepares to take on UCF, number 14 team in the country. In our second hour of coverage, we'll hear from Mikey Minahan, the center for the Yellow Jackets. We'll also hear from head coach Jeff Collins and get his thoughts prior to Game 2 of the 2020 season. For Sean Bedford, I'm Wiley Ballard. This has been the Ramblin' Wreck Kickoff Show. Up next, we've got Yellow Jacket Countdown, and then Toe Meets Leather. Jackets looking to go 2-0 for the first time since 2016 on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield, IMG College.
Good afternoon. Georgia Tech football is on the air. College football looks and feels very different this fall, but certain sights remain timeless, such as the view here on North Ave, college football's oldest, most historic, most iconic stadium, set to welcome in the Jackets for its 108th home opener. From Bobby Dodd Stadium is your Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets at a record of 1-0 against the number 13 UCF Knights, making their season debut today. Hi, everyone. Andy Demetra, welcome to Atlanta. What's the good word? Welcome to Georgia Tech football. Tech will look to keep the college football world talking today. Last weekend, they went into Doak Campbell Stadium and upended Florida State 16-13. There was intrigue all week over who would start at quarterback, and by game's end, there was little doubt who would continue starting at QB. Jeff Sims didn't play perfect, but he turned heads. 277 yards passing, a team best 64 yards rushing. He showed poise in spite of a couple red zone turnovers and a 10-0 halftime deficit. Sims became the first true freshman to start a season opener at quarterback since Reggie Ball, and the first to win a season opener. But the Georgia Tech defense deserves its share of credit as well. The Jackets forced 3 FSU turnovers. They held Florida State to just a field goal over the last 3 quarters, which allowed that comeback to happen. Jeff Collins has instilled this put-the-ball-down mantra in his Georgia Tech team, and they showed the power of that mindset Saturday. He loved the way his team competed, loved the way one unit lifted the other. We'll hear from Coach later this hour, but the elation has since given way to determination because Tech knows a more daunting opponent from the state of Florida awaits them today. UCF comes in ranked 13th. The Knights 10-3 a year ago. UCF has experienced a level of winning rivaled by few teams recently, 35-4 over the last 3 seasons. They became a program known for breakneck offense under head coach Scott Frost, and Josh Heupel has kept that tradition going. UCF averaged 43 points a game last year, and only national champion LSU averaged more yards per game. The Knights also had a precocious true freshman QB last year in Dylan Gabriel. The lefty threw for 29 touchdowns and finished 13th nationally in passer efficiency. He has plenty of returning talent at the skill positions, though he is breaking in a new center and left tackle. Now, oftentimes these warp speed, high-scoring offensive teams get typecast as maybe a little indifferent defensively. Not UCF. They also ranked 5th in the nation last year in third down defense, and they led the nation in tackles for loss per game. Georgia Tech has never lost, though, to UCF, 3-0 all-time. These teams were scheduled to play in Orlando in 2017 before Hurricane Irma interrupted things. So the Jackets and Knights getting together this afternoon for the first time in 20 years. Reduced capacity and all, Bobby Dodd Stadium will come to life once again, and we cannot wait against the best backdrop in college football to give you those 3 words that have become canon around the flats in the fall. Tommy's leather. Still to come on Yellow Jacket Countdown, we'll hear from Coach Collins, fresh off their drip walk entrance outside Callaway Plaza. We'll also get the insights of center Mikey Minahan, who had a unique perspective for Jeff Sims' performance in Tallahassee. We'll also play Make the Read, give you the keys, the stats, everything you want to know before kickoff. But first, it's Sean Benford. We'll get the opening insights to my broadcast partner after this. Georgia Tech versus UCF, and Yellow Jacket Countdown continues after this on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. All right. We gather again here at Bobby Dodd Stadium for another season. Georgia Tech, fresh off the road upset over Florida State, now faces number 13 UCF. Bobby Dodd Stadium, a capacity of roughly 20%, so about 11,000 fans set to join us. But you know Bobby Dodd Stadium can get awfully loud, and there's no substitute for playing on your home turf. And Georgia Tech will look to ride that combination to another win that'll stir up college football. Georgia Tech versus UCF. Tommy Slether is set for 3:36. Great to have you along on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. And as we continue Yellow Jacket Countdown, let's welcome in my broadcast partner, an aerospace engineer, a legal scholar, and now he's the guy who tells you all you need to know about Georgia Tech football. That is quite a resume, Sean Bedford. How are you?
I'm doing great, Andy, especially after you pump me up like that. So I have nowhere to go but down from here, so thank you.
All about bringing some juice into the broadcast booth. So Jeff Sims got the start, and he looked the part last weekend. 24 of 35, 277 yards, 1 touchdown, shook off those 2 red zone interceptions, and also showed good pocket awareness. Got sacked just 1 time and rushed for 64 yards, which topped Jordan Mason, Jamias Griffin, and the rest of the Georgia Tech running backs for a team high that day. So, how do you progress from week 1 to week 2? Any quarterback, especially one so young who has this breakout performance in his first game, you hear all the adulation. You've now believed, though, that you can hang with anybody opposite you in college football. But Jeff Sims, and Jeff would be the first to tell you, he is far from a fully finished product. So where are the areas of growth and progression you want to see out of Jeff today?
Well, I think you start with the 2 interceptions and the 3rd pass that probably should have been picked off last week, and erasing those and cutting down on those kind of plays where you get a little too excited, you try to force something. That, I think, is really kind of the next step, and that's just an element of maturity that will come as you get those game reps. But I think one of the things Jeff Sims said after the game that I thought was really telling was that, you know, he talked to his parents before the game, during the game, and they said, you don't have to be Superman. And I think realizing that and being cognizant of that all the time is really helpful for a young quarterback, because when you get in trouble is when you start pressing and trying to do too much. When you play within the system, value the resources and weapons around you, I think that's when you're really going to be optimizing this offense's efficiency. And I don't know that you necessarily have to improve by leaps and bounds if you're Jeff Sims this week. I think the goal needs to be, minimize mistakes and kind of stay at this consistent level. And there are plenty of things you can work on. I think there's some reads in the run game that he can do a better job with. But all in all, I don't think he needs to feel like I need to make some sort of monstrous leap in this next week. If he performs at the level he did last week, he's going to give his team a chance to win.
Protecting the football takes on an added priority against UCF, because the Knights 10-3 a year ago, but in those 3 losses, all of which, by the way, happened on the road, they were a combined -7 in turnover margin. But they were also a team that was 3rd in the nation in passes defended. How do you think they're going to try to fluster and frazzle a true freshman in Jeff Sims today?
Well, I think one thing you see right away when you look at UCF is they're going to challenge receivers. They're going to play a lot of man. I think Jeff Sims has to like the kind of matchup he has with the size advantages with some of his big receivers against these smaller defensive backs for UCF. But I think they're also going to try to put him in a position where he feels like every possession you have to get points. And I think their offense in some ways may be as much a part of what's going to put pressure on Jeff Sims as their defense. It's a very good defense. They're going to try to create pressure and get after the quarterback and create tackles for loss. Randy Shannon's been very clear, as good as they were, and I believe they were 2nd in the AAC in tackles for loss last season, he wants even more. And so they are going to try to get after Jeff Sims, but I think the trap you have to avoid falling into is if they come out and kind of launch a flurry offensively early in the game, you don't have to feel like you got to make up any sort of deficit in one fell swoop. Like you got to come out, continue running the offense, and not let whatever the other team is doing dictate how you're approaching each play.
One thing we do know, the Georgia Tech defense made Florida State's offense look very pedestrian last Saturday, especially after the 2 opening drives. Whole different beast this Saturday in the Knights. We'd given you some of the numbers, and they are gaudy. UCF, 540 yards of offense last year, 2nd in the nation behind only LSU. They were 5th nationally, 43.4 points a game. If you want to beat them, you better brace for a shootout, because they've topped 30 points in 37 of their last 38 games, and they're led by a sophomore in Dylan Gabriel. We've watched the tape of UCF last year. To say that they go at hyper speed might even be putting it mildly. It is just a pace and a tempo unlike very few things that you see in college football.
No, and you have to be very well conditioned when you're going up against a team like this because UCF's not just going to push tempo. A lot of teams push tempo in today's game, but a lot of teams that push tempo are going to focus on a short passing game, on really just kind of working down the field incrementally. UCF wants to eat up big chunks of yardage all at once. They're going to test you vertically, come at you with all their different receivers, try to create mismatches. And when you watch them, they run a lot of four verts concepts where the whole idea is just, I'm going to have my receiver run as fast as he can against your defensive back, and one of them is going to come open. So this defense for Tech is going to have to be very disciplined. They're going to have to be resilient because they're going to be tired for a lot of this game. They're going to have to continue to play at a high level and not slip. But I think conditioning is going to play a big part in this game, and I can't help but think that Tech having the experience of playing last week is a big advantage coming into today's game.
They kind of had their wind more.
Exactly.
Than
They're up
UCF
to game
would.
speed. You know, it's tough to be in game shape. You can condition all you want in the offseason, but until you put that ball down and line up between the chalk, you can't simulate that.
To borrow a term that they use in Atlanta United, match fitness.
Exactly.
For Georgia
Exactly.
Tech. Dylan Gabriel's their quarterback, 6-foot sophomore from Mililani, Hawaii. 29 touchdowns a year ago. He threw the most passing yards by a true freshman in the nation last season. He was efficient as well, 13th nationally in that category. The only QBs Georgia Tech faced last year with a higher efficiency rating than Dylan Gabriel, Trevor Lawrence and Sam Howell of North Carolina, should tell you what they're going up against. If there is one area where it might spark a little bit of dissonance if you look at the numbers, UCF was 61st in the nation in third down conversion. And the way you can slow down and throw a wrench into that tempo, they gear themselves down quite a bit if they're forced into third and intermediate, third and long. And so if Georgia Tech can do the work on first and second down, that's one way to leech UCF of the pace that they use so devastatingly to their advantage.
Oh, I think absolutely. And it's sort of the difference between, just going out there and playing your system and throwing the ball versus trying to aim it. And I think when they get in those kind of tactical situations where you're in a 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, and you're, thinking, well, I don't need to take a deep shot. I can just kind of pick up those 8 yards, and you try to force something. That's not really who they are, and that's not their identity. So if Tech can kind of put them in those situations, if they can be good against the run, tackle in space, and not allow those additional yards that some of these slippery backs for UCF have a tendency to pick up, if you can limit those plays and force them to march down the field instead of giving them chunk plays, I'm not going to say this is that UCF can't do that because I think they have a very talented offense, but I think it's going to be a lot harder for them to play the kind of game they want to be, and they're not going to be comfortable doing that.
They were supposed to open the season at North Carolina before everything got thrown into disarray. They get an ACC opponent after all to begin the year. It's here at Tech, and it's against your Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Georgia Tech has won its last 13 home openers dating back to 2007. And this would be a big pelt for them to bag if they should beat a top 15 team. The last time Georgia Tech beat a top 15 opponent, you know it well, it was the Miracle on Techwood versus number 9 Florida State. Getting ready for Tomies Leather at 3:36, and still to come on Yellow Jacket Countdown. You get the exclusive pregame thoughts of head coach Jeff Collins. But first, it's Mikey Minahan. That center-quarterback relationship, Sean, is one of the most intimate on a football field. And so who better to talk to about Jeff Sims' ACC Rookie of the Week performance than the redshirt junior from Honolulu, Hawaii, who, by the way, once blocked for Tua Tagovailoa in high school. So Mikey knows a thing or two about precocious true freshman QBs, especially ones that can rally their teams from double-digit halftime deficits.
Yeah.
Tua did his down the road about a mile or so at
that's
Mercedes-Benz.
Right. That's right. I'd almost forgot about that.
The name of the opponent escapes me. The name of the opponent escapes me, but I'm sure we'll figure it out. Hang tight. We got Mikey Minahan on the other side of this break. Yellow Jacket Countdown continues following this in the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. And before we play Make the Read, let's pause 10 seconds so our stations can identify themselves. This is Georgia Tech football. And perfect timing, Sean, because out come your Yellow Jackets. They're in the icy whites today. White uniform tops, the gold numerals, white pants, the white helmet with the gold interlocking GT on each side, and the gold stripe down the crown. Set to do battle with UCF, number 13 in the nation, but making their season debut today. Let's play some Make the Read, partner. How about it?
Let's do it.
Georgia Tech, and I'm sure college football teams across the country are worried they may not enjoy as much of a home field advantage this year because attendance is so drastically reduced. 20% capacity for Bobby Dodd Stadium today, so around 11,000. Why should they not be concerned, Sean, about not having enough of a home field advantage? Make the counter argument to that.
Sure.
Make the read.
Okay, I'll make a couple of different points here. I think one of them is just sort of environmental and the other is tactical. So I think environmentally, these guys are just thrilled to be playing on Bobby Dodd. It's a brand new look. They've renovated the stadium. We've got a new facelift. Just the field looks great. Everything's exciting. This is a field that these guys have been excited to play on for a long time. They still get to run out behind the rec. You got fans out here, not as many as you'd like, but you can make do with that. And Tech has the advantage of having played in one of these sort of weird alternate COVID environments last week, something that UCF didn't get the benefit of. But I think, tactically, when you think about what UCF's going to try to do offensively with pushing tempo and trying to line up and get the ball snapped right away, crowd noise doesn't play as big a factor with those kind of teams that aren't going to sit there at the line, make 100 different adjustments, and try to communicate that. So the overwhelming advantage you'd have from a deafening crowd doesn't come into play as much. So, certainly the defense and really both sides of the ball are going to try to feed off whatever kind of energy they get, but I don't think that the ceiling or the potential for the crowd to impact the game is going to be as high.
It's going to be a BYOJ situation.
That's right.
All season long. Bring your own juice for the Yellow Jackets. We had noted Dylan Gabriel, a tremendous true freshman season that maybe not even the folks in Orlando could have anticipated, tossing 29 touchdowns, only 7 interceptions. But you've seen him in those 3 losses that UCF suffered last year. Where did you see him most thrown off that Georgia Tech can potentially exploit today? Make the read.
Well, at the same time, you mentioned that success, but you also have to consider he was a true freshman last year. He's a true sophomore this year. And you have to think when you get those variable coverages where you do, show one thing and actually play something different, which is something that Andrew Thacker and company have been fantastic at here at Georgia Tech. If you can do that, disguise your defenses mixed up, combined with pressure. That was really the key in those losses for UCF last year was the defenses for Pitt. I believe it was Pitt, Cincinnati, and Tulsa were able to get some pressure on them. The other thing they did, and this is sort of something you could take as maybe a symptom rather than necessarily a cause, but those were the only games where Dylan Gabriel threw any interceptions. They all came in those 3 games. So if you can get some pressure in his face, vary that coverage, disguise it a little bit, I think there are opportunities for some takeaways. And when they have takeaways, they tend to get off track a little bit.
And Georgia Tech's defense exerted more as the game
Absolutely.
wore on last Saturday. The routes that Georgia Tech will have to defend most consistently in the UCF passing game in order to throw the Knights off kilter. Make the read.
Okay, so the first one is going to be 4 verts. It's exactly what it sounds like. You have 4 receivers lined up. One's probably going to be a tight end combined with 3 receivers. They're going to take off vertically down the field, and the quarterback, in this case Dylan Gabriel, is going to try to scan it, find the hole in the zone, and connect with his receiver. Georgia Tech has a size advantage out there at the skill positions, especially in that corner versus wide receiver matchup. They're going to have to press, get these guys, bump them off their routes, and really mess up that timing for UCF because, keep in mind, this is UCF's first game of the season. They haven't been out there in live game action. If you can alter their timing, it's going to put them a little bit behind and hopefully out of sync. The other one, I'll give you a little bonus here, is what's called the Mills concept. This is a Steve Spurrier classic. You have a dig route and a post route to the same side. The dig goes under the post, and it's basically putting the safety in a no-win situation. You never want to allow that post route to get deep, get behind the safety, because more often than not, that means 6 points.
I was really hoping you'd break down that concept in the Steve Spurrier voice as if you were in front of the whiteboard. That's okay. We'll continue playing Make the Read here. Georgia Tech warming up down to our left, UCF to our right. Little less than a half hour until Tommy's Leather of the home opener for your Yellow Jackets. Yellow Jacket Countdown continues following this on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. And to Demetrius, Sean Benford welcoming you back to the home opener of 2020 for your Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Always great to visit you inside the El Cerraldo radio booth for a fourth time. It's Georgia Tech versus UCF. Georgia Tech trying to extend its home opener winning streak to 14 games. They will have their work cut out for them, however, against a UCF team that went 10-3 a year ago, 35-4 since the 2017 season. This is a UCF offense heavy on explosives. In fact, Sean, they led the nation last year in plays of 30-plus yards, 11 more than LSU. And we knew how volcanically explosive LSU's offense was. But Georgia Tech popped some chunk plays last week as well. The longest was 45 yards, Jeff Sims to Marquez Ezzard. So make the read. Who is the first player for Georgia Tech who will have a play from scrimmage of 40 or more yards?
I'm really tempted to go with Jemias Griffin on this answer because I think the outside zone is going to be very good to Tech today. But I think Amarian Brown is my pick because we know how he can eat up yardage in a hurry. Was largely absent in that FSU game. We didn't call his number a whole lot, but you know what? When you've got speed like he does, if UCF sleeps on him at all, they're going to regret it.
Tampa guy. You know, he'll have something to say about the team from Orlando. Finally, this isn't a make the read. It's a wear the mask. Sean, we got 11,000 fans joining us today. Falcons are still not allowing fans in. Braves are still not allowing fans in. And who knows when they tip off the new season whether the Hawks will be able to allow fans into State Farm Arena. Georgia Tech is allowing fans in, and so we cannot emphasize this enough. It is so important for the fans who are coming to support the Yellow Jackets at Bobby Dodd today and throughout the season. Keep those masks on. Don't give the Institute bad optics like we've seen with other schools to begin the college football season. It is so vitally important and can help us get a full schedule of games, which is what we all want.
That's absolutely right. And I love college football. I know everyone listening to this broadcast loves college football. And I'm asking you to make a very small sacrifice here, which is if you want this season to continue, do your part. Wear a mask. It's really a minor inconvenience in the grander scheme of things. If you're coming out to the games, make sure you're doing your part to keep yourself and others safe. Please, I beg of you, because I would like to call a lot more Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets games this year.
You and me both, partner. Look, the players have been so disciplined and so dedicated with their own health and safety to allow you, the Georgia Tech fans, to be able to come to Bobby Dodd Stadium and watch them play, or simply to be able to watch them on television or listen to us on the Georgia Tech Sports Network. If you come to Bobby Dodd and you don't wear a mask for them, it strikes me as the ultimate disrespect.
Yeah.
Regardless of what your stance is on whether you should or whether you shouldn't wear a mask, that's the mandate here. And if that's what we need to get through a full season, to enjoy a Saturday together in the company of fellow Yellow Jacket fans, like you said, very small sacrifice that pays huge dividends and allows us to say Tommy's leather at a place like Bobby Dodd Stadium. Not so much a question that requires a read, but something that we'd be remiss if we both didn't share some thoughts on before we get the home opener underway. Still to come on Yellow Jacket Countdown. Coming up next, you'll hear from head coach Jeff Collins. Oh, the first knock if you buck of the 2020 season at Bobby Dodd Stadium. Oh, it's so glad to be back. We're back after this in the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. pregame will look a little different at Bobby Dodd Stadium. Georgia Tech marching band performing to our left, but not allowed on the field. That is an ACC-wide rule, and so they'll perform their pregame songs from the lower north, where the student section typically would be situated along with them. They are socially distanced, and between the marching band, the cheerleaders, and the dance team, they occupy almost all 4 sections right behind the north end zone. Still sounds great, and the look is even better, folks, as we welcome you into Bobby Dodd Stadium for the home opener. Want to get your thoughts on Jahmyr Gibbs. We did not see him in Tallahassee, but Jeff Collins said he is good to go in the pregame interview. Jahmyr Gibbs, number 2 all-purpose running back nationally out of Dalton, Georgia. What has you most fired up to watch Jahmyr Gibbs likely get his first carry today?
Where do you start? I mean, he is exciting. When you watch him on tape, he reminds me of C.J. Spiller, and that's the first name that comes to mind for me. I've seen some other comparisons, but that's the one that rings true to me because he's so fast, but what he does so well is he just has a sense for where guys are on the field. He cuts so well downhill. He doesn't have to slow down to change direction. It's just so impressive, and now I can't wait to see what he can do. He can stop on a dime, incredible agility, so much to be excited about with this young man.
We'll continue our preview of the Jacket tonight in just a moment on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
for Georgia Tech softball, and I just have one question for you. What's the good word? What's the good word? What's the good word? Sing on!
It is always a welcome sight when we get to gather together again. Welcome, everyone, to the 2020 home opener at Bobby Dodd Stadium at historic Grant Field. Game number 2 for your Yellow Jackets as they take on the number 13 UCF Knights. Along with our sideline reporter, Wiley Batter, our Hall of Fame network engineer, Miller Pope, and my broadcast partner, Sean Bedford, Andy Demetra, saying welcome in on an overcast Saturday afternoon, but a Saturday afternoon that we get to experience at long last at home at Bobby Dodd Stadium. Sean, your final keys to the game as Georgia Tech seeks its first upset over a top 15 team since 2015.
It starts with the running game. You got to establish the run, really go after this UCF team, and not the biggest defense in the world. Tech, after the tough matchup they had last week against Florida State, should be able to push them around a little bit. And if you can get that going, you can limit possessions, run that clock a little bit, give Jeff Sims a little bit of break so he doesn't feel like he has to carry the load on his shoulders. And the other one's the same as every week.
Not his heads. Your call.
Don't go to Wiley. For some reason, I think the Wiley.
Tails. He won the toss. Defer.
Coin toss
He's getting the ball.
has been won by UCF. Knights defer their option to the second half. Tariq Carpenter, Jerry Howard Jr., Jalen Askew, and Ryan
UCF
Johnson,
has
the
won the
captains
toss
for
in the
Game
third
2.
down.
Tariq Carpenter, the designated captain representative for the socially distanced coin toss in the middle of the GT. Well, this is the world that we live in college football 2020. Let's give you the unavailables for Georgia Tech today. No J.P. Mason, Jemias Griffin, Jameer Gibbs, Dante Smith will rotate the carries in the backfield. No Dylan Devaney or Dylan Leonard at tight end. Should see the walk-on Jack Coco and the freshman Billy Ward. And then defensively, no Curtis Ryans, no Antonius Clayton, no Trey Swilling, no TK Chimedza. Clayton, Swilling, Chimedza were also unavailable, and we know Chimedza's out for the season. Those three were also out versus Florida State. In spite of that, Georgia Tech had a gutsy and resilient effort defensively against Florida State, which helped spur them to the come-from-behind win. Now they have to subdue this UCF offense that averaged 43.4 a game last season. And much like last weekend, Georgia Tech will return the opening kickoff. And it's going to be Dante Smith and Jameer Gibbs. And we'll see if this first touch from Jameer Gibbs in his Yellow Jacket career will come on a kick return, because when he has it in his hands, it is a stick of dynamite.
That is the truth, and he will be the deep man on this kickoff.
Obarski, the kickoff specialist for UCF, had a good touchback percentage, but also had 9 kickoffs that sailed out of bounds. It's kind of like those baseball hitters that either hit home runs or strike out. He has the ball on the tee to our right. He'll kick away from right to left. Georgia Tech, white head to toe here for the home opener, and great to have you along. UCF in his charcoal gray uniforms and gold helmets as Obarski jogs to the tee, drives his right leg into it, Tomies leather, and we're underway. Kickoff is skying towards Gibbs, who fields it inside the left numbers at the 5, to the 10, winding outside 20, 25-30, down the sideline 40, 45-50, he's got a blocker in front, 35-30, and hauled down at the UCF 25-yard line. How do you do, Jameer Gibbs?
Don't blink or you'll miss him. What a way to start your Georgia Tech career, Jameer Gibbs. He catches it right out there past the hash mark, brings it inside for just a second, gets that UCF defense or cover team to collapse, then gets out to that sideline, and man, can he fly.
And they mark him down at the 21, and out comes Jeff Sims, the other highly touted freshman, along with Jemias Griffin as his lone back. First and 10 Jacket to the UCF 21, 2x2 receivers as UCF rushes 4. They led the nation last year in tackles for loss per game. The snap and a direct run up the middle. Sims, he's at the 15, 10-5, shouldered hard at the 5, but he's got 16 yards on the QB sprint draw and a first and goal.
And Tech is bringing the tempo to start this game too. They heard UCF goes fast, they're going to return the favor.
Now he plants Griffin at his left hip. Shotgun snap on 1st and goal. Hands off Griffin, slices up the middle, spins off a tackle at the 1, fighting for the goal line, and he's down at the 1. On a 1st and goal presented by Georgia United Credit Union. Georgia United Credit Union helping you reach your goal. He climbs up quickly and is flanked at the left tip of Sims once again. 3 wide right. Fakes the handoff. Sims keeps and gets into the end zone. Touchdown, Jackets! 55 seconds into the game, and after the kick return by Gibbs got him just outside the red zone, 3 plays later, it's another freshman, Jeff Sims, who powers his way in behind left guard, and the Jackets take the 6-0 lead.
We don't have to wait for a second half rally from the Jackets today. Just very efficient execution there by this Tech offense. After Jahmyr Gibbs set him up with great field position, good decision making there by Jeff Sims on the read option. Just takes it in himself, and what can you say about that offensive line opening the way, too?
Jude Kelly on for the extra point out of Presty Harvin's hold. We know the misadventures in the kicking game last week for the Jackets. Kelly's extra point up and cleanly through. 7-0 Georgia Tech. 14:05 to play in the opening quarter. It was all set up by the kick return to the 21 of the night by Jahmyr Gibbs. And then 3 plays later, a burst off left guard by Jeff Sims for his first rushing touchdown as the Jacket. The last team last year was Georgia Tech. They didn't waste long in the home opener to get on the board. 7-0 Tech. We're back after this in the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. Jahmyr Gibbs took the opening kickoff 79 yards to the UCF 21. 3 plays later, it was Jeff Sims who finished it off with the touchdown plunge. A BMW drive summary, 3 plays, 21 yards, 55 seconds off a clock. And Georgia Tech has the 7-0 lead in the first quarter. Another ultimate drive presented by your Atlanta area BMW centers. BMW is the official luxury vehicle of Georgia Tech Athletics. Visit BMWATL.com today to schedule a test drive. Let's send it down to the third member of our broadcast team, Wiley Ballard. Wiley, we'll wait on Wiley. We do see him. He is socially distanced, but down there on the sidelines, and happy to arrange for Wiley to be down there on the sidelines with us at home games this year.
You guys got me down here?
We got you, Wiley. Let's hear from you. Go ahead.
All right, well, I'll say this. I think the crowd's really excited to be here. There's a lot of smiles, a lot of high energy, and I think Jahmyr Gibbs and the offense gave him quite a show.
Yeah. How is it down there? How is the noise level is what we want to know. 11,000 fan capacity at Bobby Dodd Stadium. But, boy, they rose to their feet in a heartbeat when they saw Jahmyr Gibbs take the opening kickoff, make one man miss, cut toward the left sideline, and turn it into a foot race.
Well, they sure did, and he's given them a lot to be excited about already. There's been so much anticipation about what he's going to be able to do here. One of the most highly touted freshmen on the flats in, I couldn't even tell you how many years, but he's very electrifying. He showed it on that return. And then let me just give a shout-out to Jeff Sims on that, too. Lowering his shoulder, running over some defenders, not afraid of contact. Love what I saw out of him. And, again, can't give enough credit to the offensive line for creating some big holes up the middle for those Tech backs to run through.
Remember, J.P. Mason is unavailable today, and so that moves Dante Smith and Gibbs up the above-the-line chart. Austin Kent set to kick this away, the left-footed kickoff specialist from Charlotte, North Carolina. Return man Greg McCray for UCF standing at his own goal line. Here's the kickoff. Helicoptering toward the left pylon. It bounces in the end zone and through the back line for the touchback. Second touchback of the year for Kent for a Georgia Tech special teams that was last in the nation in touchback percentage last season. So here comes UCF. The Knights work right to left in our opening quarter, led by Dylan Gabriel, the 6-foot sophomore from Mililani, Hawaii, who threw for 3,653 passing yards last year, most by a true freshman in the country and 13th nationally. They go quick, and then they go quicker. And we'll see if Georgia Tech can catch its breath and play its assignments against this UCF offense that was second nationally in total offense last year, second only to LSU.
And right off the bat, we're seeing a little different wrinkle from this Tech defense, coming out with a 3-man front. Trying to
Otis
mix up
Anderson,
that pressure.
Yeah, Otis Anderson, the lone setback, 2 receivers in the stack on the right. And it's rocketed that way by Gabriel. It is caught at the line of scrimmage, but spun down and dropped. The catch was by Marlon Williams, the senior from Mobile, with a tackle on the edge by the Jackets and Quez Jackson, no gain.
Yeah, and Tech was trying to bait UCF into that, and they did a marvelous job of tackling.
2nd and 10. Again, the handoff up the gut to Anderson. Cuts right past the 30 and snowed under by Curry at the 31 for a pickup of 6. It's 3rd and 4. 13:38 first quarter, 7-0 Tech. They line up quickly, 4 wide right, run up the middle by Gabriel, tries to slice to his left, but he's dropped down at the 34 by Caleb Oliver. Shy of the line to gain. It's a 4th down, but UCF going for it. 4th down and 1. UCF last year, 19 of 33 on 4th down. Gabriel operates out of the gun. Has a sidecar to his right, and Anderson fakes the handoff, runs off right tackle. He's got the 1st down and slides at the 39 in front of Wanye Thomas.
And that's the kind of confidence UCF has as an offense, that they go out there deep in their own territory and go for it on 4th down.
Quick snap, play action. Gabriel cuts it loose. Down the right sideline, has a man open. It's Nixon. Catches at the 25. Winding towards the middle at the 15 and brought down from behind by Zamari Walden. There's that explosive playability by the Knights.
Yep, Trey Nixon on the deep post route here, and they get the matchup they want, one-on-one, and he's a tough matchup for anyone to defend.
1st and 10 at the Georgia Tech, whose daughter turned 1 year old yesterday. So happy belated birthday, Carter Oliver. But right now, Georgia Tech defensively facing a 2nd and 4 from the Knights. Following the 49-yard completion from Gabriel to Nixon, who splits 2 receivers right, 1 receiver left in Jalen Robinson. Shotgun snap, pivots, pulls the handoff, rolls out left. He's pressured and throws it over the back line of the end zone. All options were blanketed, and it's 3rd down.
Yeah, same route combination to the top side there. They motion Nixon before the play there, and that's just a little quick flat slant combination. You get a little bit of a rub, and that's all Nixon needed to get open. Gabriel threw a dart right in there, and he just gets across the line. There was contact right at the line, but looked like he was able to get that ball across the plane.
12th career touchdown for Trey Nixon, the Ole Miss transfer. An honorable mention All-American Conference last year. Obarski's extra point is good. Flags are thrown in the end zone.
I think we might get another illegal formation on Tech here, lining up over the
work from Learfield IMG College. Six. Gabriel snaps off a slant pass to Trey Nixon, 6'2" redshirt senior. Caught that in front of the coverage of Wanye Thomas. Extra point ties us up at 7.
An impressive response there by UCF, and it really just shows how dangerous this offense can be. You know, look for a second there like Tech was going to get them into a 3 and out, but they're able to convert. You can't collapse and forget about what Dylan Gabriel can do on the ground. He doesn't like to run often, but he's a capable runner. He makes Tech pay there, picks up the first down, and then it's that big pass play to Nixon to pick up the chunk gain and then just marching it into the end zone from there. But you've got to be sound, keep gap discipline, don't allow them to convert when you get them into a third or fourth down situation, and you got to watch out for that big play.
Well, Georgia Tech defense will try to shake it off. Meanwhile, Gibbs, the deep man. Obarski checks right, checks left. Saunters toward the team and swings away. This is a good one, pinwheeling towards Gibbs. He fields it below the arm. Georgia Tech drops it and now has to scoop it back up and take a knee for the touchback. Eyes may be bigger than the stomach on that second return. Georgia Tech takes it at the 25.
And that was something we actually saw a little bit from Jahmyr Gibbs in high school. He had a tendency to drop some of those kicks, but oftentimes in high school he'd scoop it up and take it to the house. The cover team gets down there a little bit faster at the collegiate level, though.
And Gibbs stays in as the tailback for Jeff Sims on this next drive. He deploys Brown and Malachi Carter to his left. Carter, 6 catches, a career high, 66 yards in the game-tying touchdown last week. 2 receivers split right. 4 wide for Sims. Ends out, chest high, takes the snap, swings it to Gibbs. Catches right, 20, 25. And a couple of shifty moves at the end of the play before he's tackled at the 33. It's a gain of 9.
Nice swing pass, trying to get the ball into your playmaker's hands there, and a nice block up front by Jalen Camp leading the way.
Trips left, 1 right on 2nd and 2. Hard count. There was a flinch on the interior of the line by number 0, Kenny Tunier, but Linehan doesn't snap it to induce the offsides. Staggered stance by Sims, gathers in the snap. Looking left, now to scramble. Gets away from pressure, swings left 30, turns upfield, 35. He's getting tackled, should have enough for the first down as he spilled right on the 35.
Good decision by Jeff Sims to recognize he had a little bit of room to work. Things broke down. He takes off to his left side rather than trying to force something across his body. Takes off, picks up the first down. That's the second big hit he's taken, though. You know that Jeff Collins and company would love him to slide and avoid some of those if he could.
Showed that nice pocket awareness. He empties out the backfield. 5 wide. He motions Gibbs into the backfield with him. The snap and the give. Running right. Gibbs past the 40. Lowers that shoulder to the 41 for 6 more. Jahmyr Gibbs, 5th highest rated recruit in Georgia Tech history, and he has already made some impact plays with the ball in his hands. He stays in, and now Jemias Griffin will join him for twin backs in front of this 2nd and 4 from the Georgia Tech 41. Todd at 7, 10:30 and counting, first quarter. Brown slot left. Snap. Play action. Sims takes a shot down the seam, has a man at the 40 of UCF. It's caught for a first down, and it's Jahmyr Gibbs to the 39.
Well, we talked about how well Tech distributed the ball last week, going to 10 different receivers. So far on this drive, it's the Jahmyr Gibbs show.
Nothing wrong with that.
No.
Let the man eat. He's got to make up for lost time. He and Griffin bracket Sims in the gun on 1st and 10 from the UCF 39. Again, a slot right. Sims hands off Gibbs, and this time he is stuffed. No gain on the play. In fact, loses 1 to the 40 as he was flattened by Randy Charlton coming from defensive end, the 6'3 junior from Miami.
Randy Charlton, a really productive guy for UCF. 3.5 tackles for loss and a sack last season, but expected to be a really big contributor for them. Preseason All-AAC biathlon this year.
Twin backs with Griffin and Smith now on 2nd and 11. Sims keeps it, bounces left, has room, 35. Slips out of a tackle and steps out of bounds at the 34. That's a pickup of 6 on the feet of Jeff Sims.
Good decision making here by Jeff Sims. Realizes that the defense is clamping down on the running back, pulls it out, gets a nice gain, sets up a 3rd and manageable.
Georgia Tech converted 8 of 16 third downs versus Florida State. They were 125th nationally in that category. Again, backs are split around Sims. Brown slot right with Camp beyond him. Carter, the receiver, to the boundary. 9 minutes even, first quarter, 3rd and 4 for Tech. Short drop, Sims. Tosses left, has a man wide open. It's Griffin. Sprints down the left sideline. 15, 10, 5. Lowers that shoulder, and his foot stepped out at the 9. A 1st and goal for the Jackets on the pass out of the backfield by 2K Tay, Dante Smith, and it's a 1st and goal presented by Georgia United Credit Union. Georgia United Credit Union, official credit union of Georgia Tech Athletics. Again, shotgun split backs. 2 receivers right and 1 left for Sims. Gathers in the snap. Hands off, running right. And it's Griffin who busts off the first tackle but gets slowed up at the 9, no gain.
Jeff Sims held that mesh just a little too long there. I'd like to see him get that ball in the hands of his running back with a head of steam. Kind of held him up a little bit, didn't let him get anything going. Now it looks like we're going to go to a single back here with Gibbs in the backfield again.
And they bring on as a tight end Jack Coco. Remember, Dylan Devaney, Dylan Leonard unavailable. Unbalanced line right, 2 receivers right. Sims turns toward the Georgia Tech sideline with the play clock at 15. Tied at 7:54, first quarter. Gibbs the standing tail, and they run the option. Sims tries to keep, slips through a crease, lost the football. It was stripped, and UCF recovers it. Right at the 8-yard line, had the ball jarred out of his right hand as he cradled it, and UCF covers it inside the 10. Now, red zone turnovers. Jeff Sims was able to shake off a pair last week. He'll have to do the same again as UCF forces the fumble and recovers it as Georgia Tech was driving. The recovery was down there by one of the defensive tackles, and UCF takes over as we've hit timeout. 7:44 first quarter, tied at 7. Jackets and Knights on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. Spacious interior, innovative technology, and proven capability. Ford SUVs are built for victory. Score a great offer today at your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Andy and Sean back with you from Bobby Dodd. 7:44 second quarter. Georgia Tech was driving, had the ball inside the 10, and a goal-to-go situation. They went to the option, and on the keep, Sims had the ball separated from him. UCF falls on it, and the Knights take over at the 8. What did you see in that play call, and what ultimately caused the fumble from the Knights?
Well, I think it was really just a matter of ball handling there by Jeff Sims. When you're running the option, you got 2 hands on the ball, but you're not really tucking it. You're not trying to protect it because you want to have the ability to quick pitch it out of there. I don't think he really turned and tucked and protected that ball as well as he should have when he kind of got into the mess there. Turned up, it looked like a good play, but you just got to cover that ball, protect it a little bit better. And this is not something you want to do against a team like UCF. They can really feast on turnovers. And when you look at how they performed last year, they would have stretches where their offense wouldn't look pedestrian necessarily, but the defenses would limit them somewhat. But then if you give them a turnover, they have a tendency to score points in bunches. So the defense has to be able to step up here, get a stop, or at least limit them as best they can, because if you don't, there could be a barrage coming.
Of all the qualities that Jeff Sims demonstrated last weekend in Tallahassee, aside from the statistics, the trait that probably stood out the most was his unflappability in rallying the Jackets from the 10-0 halftime deficit. And he didn't allow those turnovers that he threw in the interceptions to cause him to spiral mentally. So I think he's already checked that box and earned that confidence from Jeff Collins, but now it's up to the Tech defense. Without Antonius Clayton and without Curtis Ryans, we're seeing them go with more of a 3-man front. Lockhart, Brooks, and Chico Bennett. Gabriel from the gun, fans out 3 receivers left, calls his tight end Hescock into motion. He crouches down as an offset. Handoff up the gut to McCray. Runs off the right side to the 11 for a pickup of 3. Greg McCray leads UCF all-time in career yards per carry, 7.2. That goes for 3 as UCF hustles to the line quickly. Once again, McCray, the standing tail, takes the carry off right tackle. A stutter step around Carpenter, 15, and he scoots out of bounds, shy of the marker, and around the 17. That goes for 5.
Running back, the 2 they'll employ. Otis Anderson's more of a slash guy. Greg McCray they'll use in a true running back role.
3rd down and 1. Shotgun, inside handoff. McCray tries to push the load, and it looks like he's stopped short. Side judge marks him down and steps him off at the 19, but did they give him enough on the second effort? They do. So it is a 1st down at the 18. 2 receivers right, Gabriel, play action. He's pressured, tries to spin free from Thomas, and he sacks him back at the 5. Charlie Thomas coming wide open around the edge.
And you could see Dylan Gabriel's eyes get big from up here when he saw number 25 heading his way. Great pressure off the edge there by Charlie Thomas.
Had 2 sacks a year ago, a loss of 12, 2nd and 22. Marlon Williams, the slot right. Gabriel heels just outside the goal line. Extends his right arm as if to say slow down. Georgia Tech linebackers pat their helmets and get the adjustment. 1 back, 1 offset for Gabriel. He shifts McCray to his left. Run blitz. And it's McCray peeling out right. Nowhere to go, though. He's hit hard by Carpenter at about the 7 for just 1. Carpenter, who decommitted from UCF, laid a shot on McCray, and it's 3rd down and 21. 2-by-2 receivers, a money down for the Jackets. 6 minutes to play, 1st quarter. We're tied at 7. Carpenter and Thomas, the safeties. They'll make sure nothing gets behind them.
Look for pressure from Tech here. You don't want to give Gabriel a chance to set his feet and take that deep shot.
Now goes with trips left and 1 receiver up top. Hescock motions from that side. And the give up the middle to McCray. Tries to bust it up the middle, gets to the 15, but gets stood up there. Stopped at the 16. That's not going to cut it behind the original line of scrimmage. And after the turnover deep inside UCF territory, the Georgia Tech defense, Sean, comes through and pins UCF deep.
They sure did. They rose to the occasion there, and it was all that big negative play that they were able to come away with from Charlie Thomas, getting in there and getting the sack on Dylan Gabriel that put UCF behind.
Osteen is the punter. A staggered stance for him outside the right hash of the 3. Josh Blancato waits on the left hash at the Georgia Tech 40. Right-footed punter spirals this away toward the sideline. Blancato bails on it, bounces at the 45, the 40, takes a UCF hop inside the 30, and finally deadens out at the Tech 28.
Osteen's punt marked down at the Georgia Tech 28.
Still tied at 7. We'll see if that fortitude that Jeff Sims displayed so abundantly in Tallahassee will show up in this ensuing drive after coughing up the fumble inside the 10 on Georgia Tech's last possession.
And sure, he had a fumble, but you don't really need to come out and do anything differently. They were having success moving the ball against this UCF defense. Jeff Sims just needs to settle in, take care of the ball, and keep doing what he's doing.
He splits Marquez Hazard as his lone receiver right. 2 wide left and out of the pistol this time. Takes, turns, and hands off. Exploding up the middle as Griffin past the 30 to the 31. It's a gain of 3. Jemias coming off a career-high 42 rushing yards versus Florida State. 5th most yards in a single season in Georgia high school history. He is once again the lone back for Sims. 2 receivers right and 1 left. Snap back, rolls right, looking. Now tossing on the run, it is caught at the 42. A kneeling catch by Marquez Hazard for the 1st down.
Nice catch by Hazard, but a great throw by Jeff Sims there on the run. Knows he's going to get hit, but fires that in there. Not forcing anything, just a little comeback route to the outside. Delivers a catchable ball, and Hazard comes up with the catch to move the chains.
Sims 4 for 4 to go. Right hash of the 42. Pistol with Griffin his back. Takes and extends the handoff to Griffin. Angles left. Gets to the 45. And toward the UCF sideline, he works his way out of bounds at the 49 and a gain of 7 for Jemias. Those outside runs have really been effective for Georgia Tech so far. You thought they might happen on the outside zone, but Georgia Tech stressing the edges of the UCF defense.
Well, that's right. They just want to aim for those corners. UCF does not have the biggest defensive ends in the world, and a guy like Jemias Griffin can really get to the edge against them.
Receivers tied to the formation as Sims retreats to throw, flexing out of the backfield. The catch by Billy Ward, right side of the UCF 45. Keeps those legs turning and powers over his tackler down to the 43 of UCF. Beg your pardon, Jack Coco with his first career catch.
Get you some, Jack Coco. Comes out on the flat route. UCF is so concerned about Jahmyr Gibbs out of the backfield, they leave Coco uncovered. And Sims finds him for a nice pickup.
A 1st down for the Jackets inside UCF territory. 3:08 first quarter. We're tied at 7. Trips left for Sims. Gibbs is set back. And he takes the handoff, sprinting left. Can he get to the edge? He gets out at the 40-yard line before he's shoved by the Knights. Fans on that side wanted a late hit, no laundry on the field. It's a pickup of 3 for Jameer Gibbs.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to draw a late hit too much. It was just a little shove at the end here. Not sure if this was the right read by Jeff Sims, but Jameer Gibbs is fast enough to still get to the edge and come away with the positive gain.
They give him 4 to the 39. The tackle by Eric Mitchell, tied for 3rd on the team in tackles a year ago. Trips right for Sims, who is perfect through the air so far. Runs it himself, cradling left, and runs into traffic, though, gets to the 40, only a gain of 1. So he went to the short side, but didn't have his lead block sealed as well as the Jackets would have liked, and it sets up 3rd down and about 7.
That's a new wrinkle we haven't really seen from Tech, just a design quarterback follow. A little surprised Jemias Griffin wasn't out there. He's shown himself already to be the best blocker of the running backs in the limited sample size we have, but now the Jackets the big 3rd down.
Trips bunch right, blitz UCF. It's picked up. Sims fires the slant, caught Brown at the 30, and he scoots out of bounds in front of the UCF bench at the 29. Planted that foot in the ground on the cross right to left, and a dart thrown to him by Sims on 3rd and 7. It's a pickup of 8.
Great play design here. Jeff Sims very, very patient, has time to sit in the pocket, scans the field, and this is designed to get Amarian Brown matched up against the linebacker so he can use his speed to pick up the 1st down.
Gibbs and Griffin around Sims in the gun on 1st and 10. And the call goes to Gibbs, runs hard up the middle to the 26, and a gain of 3 for Jameer Gibbs. Again, J.P. Mason is unavailable, 3rd-team All-ACC running back a year ago, but it's good to have in the wings the number 2 all-purpose running back in the country out of high school, according to Rivals, in Jameer Gibbs. 1:19 first quarter, we're tied at 7, 2nd and 7 Jackets at the UCF 26. Twins right, Sims shotgun snap, hands off, peeling out right, it's Gibbs to the 25, cuts it back 20. Clamps that ball down and gets about a half-yard shy of the 1st down at the 20. Tatum Bethune, backup middle linebacker, made the tackle. 3rd down, less than 1 for the Jackets with less than 1 to go in the opening quarter of a 7-7 game.
Tech trying to go fast, being held up by the officials here for the substitution.
Again, twin backs. Handoff inside to Smith. 1st down and more. He gets to the 15. Brushes off a tackle and down to the 11. He needed 1 and he got 9 the hard way. Georgia Tech is inside our Life Storage Red Zone. Life Storage, it's your life. Store with care. 32 seconds and ticking, 1st quarter. 7-all, Georgia Tech and UCF. Georgia Tech has already racked up better than 140 yards of offense after 438 versus Florida State, which far surpassed their season high from last year. And a UCF player is in a kneeling position in the secondary, and that causes play to be blown dead. 23 seconds to go in the quarter. Officially 149 yards of offense, Sean, in this opening quarter. Sims is 6 of 6 through the air, and Jameer Gibbs 6 carries for 16 yards.
And this Tech offense is really showing its multiple ways in which it can attack you. And I think we've seen runs up the gut, we've seen quarterback runs, we've seen runs off tackle, we've seen pass plays. We haven't really seen Tech stretch the field yet, which I think is that other element that we're waiting to really see from Jeff Sims. But this offense is very multiple, and they can really hurt you. I'm really excited with what Dave Patnode has called so far in these first 2 games.
Meanwhile, the injured player for UCF is one of their precious veterans in the defensive backfield, Antoine Collier, their senior free safety, who is a Pro Football Focus first-team all-conference guy in 2019. He's walking off under his own power. His backup, though, is a true freshman in Quadric Bullard. Georgia Tech with a 1st down, not quite goal to go. Ball spotted right hash at the 11. Sims fumbled the ball on a quarterback run on the option on Georgia Tech's last drive inside the 10. Works out of the pistol with Griffin holstered behind him. Slot left. Hazard sprints in motion, handoff to Griffin, tries to jump cut to his left, but has nowhere to go and only picks up 1. That should do it for the end of the 1st quarter. 7-all our score. Georgia Tech and number 13 UCF. Georgia Tech showing the ability to move the football with a true freshman quarterback, much like they did last week. They'll see if they can finish off this drive with a score and a standing ovation greeting the Yellow Jackets as they make their way toward the sideline. We'll get a quarter recap from Dan Kortz after this. Through one quarter at Bobby Dodd Stadium, Tech 7, UCF 7 on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. And, Dan, I'm glad you brought up the intermediate passing game because in talking with Dave Patnode in the offseason, he said he felt Georgia Tech was far better equipped with its skill and personnel this year to be effective in the intermediate passing game. That was something that they could not accomplish with consistency last year, and we saw plenty of examples of that in the first quarter.
We did, and I think it's a testament to, one, how these wide receivers have improved and the stable of weapons that Jeff Sims has at his disposal right now. You know, I think that crossing route to Amarian Brown, the dastardly crossing route to Amarian Brown to pick up the first down earlier in this drive, or I guess that might have been the last drive. That, I think, really typifies what we're talking about here. You've got guys you can get the ball out that Jeff Sims has time to throw, and last year James Graham didn't have that for most of the season, and now we're really seeing what this offense can be when it has time to operate.
Georgia Tech facing a UCF defense coordinated by Randy Shannon, the former Miami head coach, but he and Jeff Collins were listed as co-defensive coordinators at Florida for a pair of seasons. And so those two very familiar with one another's tendencies defensively. Randy Shannon, I think it's already gone gray, but it probably won't reverse the aging process when you see your defense give up 150 yards in the opening quarter. 2nd down and 9 from the 10. Georgia Tech works right to left now. They throw the fade, left side of the end zone for Carter. No good, incomplete. No flag either. Boy, a lot of contact there, hand fighting down the sideline. And Carter, who caught the touchdown in the 4th quarter last weekend, unable to pull that in.
Yeah, a lot of contact there, and I think the way the officials are going to look at that is it was going both ways, working against Amari Maxwell, and Carter needs to fight back against that a little bit, try to make it a little bit more obvious, draw a little bit more contact to get the flag.
Brown, Camp, Sanders split right. Carter split left, 4 wide on 3rd and 9 from the 10. UCF brings the house. Sims tosses it right corner of the end zone and too far in front of Brown, incomplete. That one tried to loop it over the top of Amarian Brown, but well uncatchable as the ball bounced outside the Navy paint. It rings the backside of the end zone, and now the field goal unit comes on.
And he would have really had to drop it in a bucket there. He was trying to loop it over the top, and Now that's the side you want to err on, is the side of incomplete rather than interception.
Jude Kelly straight on for a 27-yard field goal. Converted from 32 in the game winner last Saturday. It's set down by Harvin, booted up, low, line drive, and no good. That was another low-flying missile, and UCF once
Partially
again,
blocked.
yeah, it looked like it ducked a bit. But again, that is 2 drives deep inside UCF territory. One at the 9, one that dies out at the 11, and Georgia Tech, those 2 drives, net 0 points. Not what you want when you're facing a team that was 5th in the nation last year in scoring. We are still tied at 7. 14:46 to go in the second quarter. We're back after this in the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Yikes.
As a reminder, face coverings are required to be worn at all times while in the stadium. Once you arrive at your assigned seat, face coverings may be removed only briefly while eating and drinking.
He's off, Mike. Hang on a sec.
Georgia
Okay.
Tech Athletics would like
Get
to
ready.
recognize and honor
He's
COVID
breathing. He's putting mask back on.
making a difference in our community. We
He's
can't thank you enough for the sacrifices you have all made
Now he's
during
back.
this difficult time. Thank you for keeping our families safe.
Say that again. Okay, thank you. Did you know that right now Geico is offering an extra 15% on car, motorcycle, and RV policies? That's on top of what Geico could already save you. So what are you waiting for? Visit geico.com to learn more. Georgia Tribes have all gotten inside the UCF 10. They scored a touchdown on the first one, lost a fumble on the second, and the third one resulted in another blocked field goal. So we remain tied at 7 in spite of those 3 drives that have all gotten to the plus 10 of the Knights. 7-all, 14:46 to play in the second quarter. Jude Kelly last year at Altoona High went 19 of 25 with a long of 54, but as we saw last weekend in Tallahassee, just having a hard time getting altitude on those kicks.
Right, and last week it was a breakdown in the protection. This time, as you said, just not getting enough air on underneath those kicks, and especially when you're down here inside the red zone, you don't need to get as much distance on it. It's much more important to get it up over the line. And it's just something he's going to have to make some adjustments to. Get out the pitching wedge for some of those.
Yeah.
Don't worry about trying to blast it as hard as you can. And hopefully he'll be able to bounce back from that like he did last week. But this is a little bit of a troubling trend.
Well, we talked about the true freshmen who have made an imprint on this game already, like Sims and Gibbs. The guy who, at the end of the day, might have the biggest imprint on this game, especially if it's close, might be Jude Kelly.
Absolutely.
14:46 to play. We are tied at 7. Georgia Tech and UCF meeting for a 4th time. Tech trying to extend its win streak and home openers to 14 consecutive. But they really thrived on that put the ball down mentality last weekend at Florida State. We'll try to tap into that trait again. So after the missed 27-yard field goal, UCF takes over at its own 20. 2 receivers each way for Gabriel, who runs off right tackle and has room. 25-30, and he baseball slides to the 29, a pickup of 9.
And Tech's got to be aware when UCF's receivers split out that wide past the numbers, got to be keeping your eyes on the quarterback run.
2x2 receivers again for Gabriel. Runs it up the middle and bouncing right is Otis Anderson Jr. Gains the first down to the 32 and a gain of 3. No relation, by the way, to former New York Giants running back Otis Anderson. They kind of odd. Quick throw right. It is caught down the right sideline and shoved out of bounds to the 36. That's Marlon Williams. Gain of 6. And now UCF starting to crank the tempo.
This is what they want to do. They want to put stress on Tech's defense in a lot of different ways.
Gabriel barks for it. Pump fakes. Now winds up. Lofts the fade down the right side. It's in and out of the hands of Nixon at the Georgia Tech 30. Tried to bait Miles Sims on the double move, but that ball is rainbowed too far in front of him, and it's 3rd and 4. Twins each way for Gabriel, who completed 59% of his passes last. Anderson flanked to his left. He's got a big-bodied target slot left in Jacob Harris, 6'5", redshirt senior. calls for it and gets it. Curry comes on a blitz. Gabriel scrambles, chased, throws toward the sideline, and it is caught at the 47. That's enough for a first down. Breaking back on his route was Jalon Robinson, the redshirt sophomore, in front of Tobias Oliver to haul that in.
And Robinson, the transfer from Oklahoma, they're really high on him.
Looked like he did complete the catch and had 1 foot in bounds. Bunt, whistles blow, and we might check on it.
Ruling the field. It's a completed pass at the sideline. That play is under further review.
So stops the clock with 13:41 to go, second quarter, and Todd at 7. He'll check it out, give us another look at it, see if this drive continues or if it'll be fourth down and likely a punting situation for UCF. Georgia Tech and UCF knotted at 7. Sean Wiley and I back after this in the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. Ruling on the field was upheld. It is a completed catch and a UCF first down at the Knights' 47-yard line. 13:41 second quarter. Tech and UCF tied at 7, and let's now go to the third member of our broadcast team, Wally Ballard. Wally?
Well, we know one of the weaknesses last week was scoring in the red zone, and so far today, Georgia Tech has run 8 plays at the 20 or closer in on the UCF side of the field and only scored 7 points. So it's going to be a trend we've got to keep a close eye on, guys.
And I think between the 20s, we see freshman quarterbacks look sharp, but once that field gets condensed and compacted, it really tests your accuracy and your decision making, and that's sometimes where the next step of the growth occurs, or maybe where the growth is a little bit behind the other facets of a quarterback's game as a freshman.
Absolutely, and it's like you said, the field gets condensed, there's more people in a smaller area, and so you have to be a lot crisper in your execution, a lot more decisive in your reads, and you wind up with a lot more bang-bang plays where you've got to just squeeze it into a tight window, or you've got to just make a split-second decision. And freshmen just generally don't have the benefit of the experience that will help you to make those. Eventually it becomes reflexive, but Jeff Sims, only a game and a quarter into his college career, you can't expect that of him at this point. But that is the next step in his progression, is to find ways to capitalize on those scoring opportunities.
Meanwhile, Tech facing the most prolific true freshman passer in America last year in Dylan Gabriel, who followed his former high school teammate Mackenzie Milton to UCF. He said he used to wake up early in Hawaii to watch Milton at UCF. Coveted by a lot of big-name schools, but opted to follow his former high school teammate, deploys 2 receivers to each side. Plants and throws left sideline, caught by Robinson, sprints down the sideline past the 40. It's a first down on that little stack throw left into the 41, and a gain of 10. Once again, twins each way, snap, and another screen pass to Robinson, tries to turn upfield, but Tobias Oliver rolls him out of bounds after a gain of 1 at the 40.
And that should have been offensive pass interference from Jacob Harris. He's blocking downfield on a pass that's past the line of scrimmage.
Second down and officially 8. Gabriel, 3-step drop, fires over the right side, and it's caught at the 30. Nixon has room. He stutter steps up the sideline to the 24. Another first down and a gain of 16 by Trey Nixon, who caught the touchdown in the first quarter. Once again, pair of receivers each way for Gabriel, the left-hander. Swivels, fakes the handoff, dashes left. He's to the 20, winding his way outside, gets a block from Harris, and scampers out of bounds at the 17. Gain of 8.
Dylan Gabriel, very capable runner, shows what he can do. He's picked up some big first downs for UCF today, but a little surprised to see him running this much because they're very thin at quarterback.
2nd and 2, hands off straight up the gut, and to the 16, about a yard shy of the first down. They run it inside, and I believe that's Bentavious Thompson. It was their third back, 6'1" redshirt junior, who did lead UCF in rushing touchdowns last year. It's 3rd and 1. Now the referees are going to hold up play here and converge momentarily.
I'm not sure what this is about here. Well, we got a flag down on Tech's side, just shy of the goal line at about the 2-yard line near the I wonder if that's a sideline warning on Tech for some reason.
Illegal substitution. Defense number 57 did not make it to the sideline in time for the snap. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Well, there's the answer right there. And this is the kind of problem that a team that goes as fast as UCF does, that's a problem they can really present to defenses. You're trying to substitute, keep your guys fresh, and taking any opportunity you can. But UCF, they're going to go so quickly that oftentimes the only opportunity you have to sub is when they make an offensive substitution and the officials hold up play to allow the defense to respond.
And that's why you have to do your work on 1st and 2nd down, because UCF slows down
5-yard
itself.
penalty will result in a 1st down.
I think everybody in the building knew that. But the referees finally get it sorted out, so they move it up 5 to the 12. But holding UCF to short yardage on 1st and 2nd down, it gives you more time to make those substitutions. So 1st and 10 UCF at the Tech 12. Stack left, 2 receivers right. Gabriel, Cox throws right side of the end zone. It is low and incomplete. Double coverage out there on Jacob Harris, the 6'5" redshirt senior. Avery Shoel was down there.
Little pump and go out of that stack. They've been trying to sell that little quick hitch with Harris as the lead blocker. This time he acts like he's blocking, takes off on a fade. Just not able to get it to him. Good pressure by Tech.
On 2nd and 12, slot right, the sidecar and Anderson. He gets the call, breaking left to the 10, to the 5, rides a tackler with him to the 3, and that should be enough for the 1st down. Otis Anderson, 2nd in UCF history in career yards per carry. Led them in rushing last year. Dusts himself off quickly on 1st and goal from the 1. And once again, it's Gabriel on the fake, cuts it back, tries to get to the 2 on the lunge. It was a 3rd and 1, not a 1st and goal. And a flag was thrown as well on the snap. This might have been some pre-snap motion by UCF. We'll see. 3rd and 1. Curry on the tackle as Gabriel tried to cut it back on him.
I think the initial indication was some sort of illegal procedure on UCF, which would back them up, and that'd be huge for Tech in this situation.
Prior to the snap, false start. Offense number 68. 5-yard penalty. Repeat, 2nd down.
I thought I heard a whistle at one point there too, so good to see that the officials got that right.
Marcus Tatum, the right tackle, grad transfer from Tennessee, was teammates with Ryan Johnson at UT. Makes it a 3rd down and 6. Ball spotted left hash at the Georgia Tech 8. Williams slot right for Gabriel. 1 receiver left in Robinson. The clap and the snap. He plants, guns it, right side end zone, caught, touchdown. And it was Williams. He had coverage from Wesley Walker, but he never got turned around. And UCF takes advantage of the blocked field goal, marches down 80 yards, and they take the 13-7 lead.
A smart route design here. Good patience from Dylan Gabriel. Is just a little switch there. They get to the backside. Marlon Williams is facing back towards his quarterback, and Wesley Walker just unable to find that ball and winds up falling in right behind him for the touchdown.
Yeah, didn't turn his head up and then overran the pass. So Obarski on for the extra point here with 11:47 to go in the 2nd quarter. He drives that into the net good. So UCF 12 plays, 80 yards. And on 3rd down and 6, unbothered by the false start penalty, and they put points on the board. 14-7 Knights over the Jackets, 11:47 to go, 2nd quarter from Atlanta. Sean Wiley and I back after this in the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. Hey, Yellow Jacket fans, McCamish Pavilion is a Fulton County voting poll site for this upcoming election on October 21st through the 23rd for early voting and the general election on November 3rd. Make sure you're registered so you can buzz to the ballot. 14-7, UCF over Tech, 11:47 to go in the second quarter. And how about the news from the NCAA Board of Governors meeting earlier this week? They legislated and passed the All Vote No Play initiative, which was started here at Georgia Tech by the basketball programs, drew enthusiastic early support from Jeff Collins to make Election Day, the first Tuesday after November 1st, every single year, a mandatory off day for student athletes so that they can vote, participate in civic engagement programs. Just a tremendous concept to promote voting among student athletes whose time is already so precious, and great to know that movement began right here on the Flats.
Well, absolutely, and I think it's, so often we hear people who are very cynical of what it means to be a student athlete, and are they really students? Well, I promise you first, they're really students here at Georgia Tech, but I'm glad to see that the Georgia Tech Athletic Association and really the Georgia Tech community as a whole has made an effort and a commitment to saying, we want you not only to excel on the field, in the classroom, but also as a citizen. And so we're asking you, we're going to assist you in doing your civic duty. I think it's a great step, and I'm really, really proud that it's coming from Tech.
Kudos to Eric Reveno, associate head basketball coach for Georgia Tech, for leading that movement. Gibbs, the deep man for the Jackets, ranging at his own 2. 14-7, Jackets trail. Not for lack of opportunities inside the red zone, however. Now Obarski winds up and drills this away. Good one. It backs up Gibbs. He lets it bounce nonchalantly over his head through the back line for the touchback. Jeff Sims so far, 6 of 8 for 83 yards, also has a rushing touchdown. 341 total yards of offense last week in that win in Tallahassee, earning not only ACC Rookie of the Week, but the Manning Award QB of the Week. And he almost committed to UCF his junior year, he told me. His uncle, Mike Sims Walker, a record-setting wide receiver for the Knights. He deploys 2 receivers right, 2 left. Gibbs, hands on knees alongside him. A 4-man rush for UCF. They bring a blitz, thrown over the middle, caught. Gibbs runs left 35, 40, 45, trucks over a defender in front of the Tech bench and out of bounds at the 47. 22 out of the backfield for Jahmyr Gibbs.
Oh, he is a weapon no matter where you line him up on the field. This time he just comes around on the circle route out of the backfield, and he makes something happen with the ball in his hands.
Nice little flick of the wrist by Sims. Size is up the front, but 2 receivers right and 1 left. Snap, play action, and whistles blow. We have a flag thrown toward the UCF sideline, but the initial indication is it's against Tech.
False start. Offense number 2. All 11 players did not get set prior to the snap. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Marion Brown, the guilty party, but judging by his body language, a little surprised at that call.
He doesn't have to be set if he's in motion. He's allowed to be moving before the snap. I think the problem was that he was starting to bend it towards the line of scrimmage, and you can't be moving forward prior to the snap.
So instead, 1st and 15, Tech at its own 43. Shotgun snap, handoff Gibbs. Plants his foot in the ground up the middle. Ball pops loose at the end of the play. It's covered on by DeFore back at the 40. Don't know if that ball popped before the knee went down. But they are going to mark it back at the 40, so indeed that was the live ball. It's a loss of 3.
Good heads-up play by Jordan Williams to jump back and fall on that. Everyone was kind of standing around. No one really noticed other than Jeff Sims and Jordan Williams as the ball was trickling back out from behind the scrum, and Williams is there to pounce on it.
So now 2nd and 18, center of the field at the 40. Gibbs comes out. Griffin comes back in. Twins each way for Sims. Fields for the Laces. Throws on the run, right side out of the flat. Griffin past midfield. And into UCF territory at the 47. Laid the lumber on one of the Knights trying to square him up.
He sure did. And he's a tough guy. Once he's got a head of steam going, he's got a low center of gravity. He's strong, and he's not afraid to put that shoulder down.
Pickup of 13, 3rd and 5 at the Knights 47. Trips left as UCF stunts off the edge. 1 receiver right in Carter. Sims cocks his head toward the Tech bench and gets the adjustment with the play clock at 16. Jackets down 14-7. He wheels left, backtracking, looking, Can he square it up? No, he throws it into the sideline out of bounds. 4th and 5, you're inside UCF territory, and they're going to go to the punting unit, and Presley Harvin will try to pin the Knights.
I wonder if Tech doesn't think about faking it here. Just given the situation, you don't want to give the ball back to UCF. You got pretty favorable field position.
Notice Anderson, the return man. Presley stands at his own 39. 9:52, second quarter. Georgia Tech's drive, it appears, stalls out inside UCF territory. Snap back to Presley, puts the nose of the ball down and pinwheels this away. Fair catch signaled for by Anderson, and he pulls it in at the 8. 9:43, second quarter. Georgia Tech back to work defensively, trailing 14-7. One of the amazing stats to emerge from Doak Campbell Stadium, Sean. 9 of Georgia Tech's 11 drives in offense either reached midfield or crossed into UCF territory. Today, 4 drives, all of them have gotten in plus territory. So that's 13 out of 15 offensive series in 2020 for Tech, where they have gotten past midfield.
Yeah, and I think as an overall trend, it's very positive, but unfortunately, UCF is a very potent offense, so you got to end those drives with points, and right now, you want to know how fast UCF's moving? They're running a play every 18.5 seconds when they have the ball.
Hand off left side to McCray, turns the corner, and gets wrapped up at the 13, gain of 3. Miles Sims on the tackle, tied a career high with 5 tackles versus Florida State. Once again, spread look, single back for UCF. Gabriel 9 of 12 through the air for 106 yards and 2 touchdowns. Very coolly conducting this Knights offense. Has 3 wide, fan to his right, looks that way. Now pressured, wheels out left from the end zone, tosses it deep on the comeback route, and it's caught at the 35 for a first down.
I can't believe they missed that holding call, though.
Charlie Thomas had his shirt tail and his collar grabbed from behind. Instead, it goes for a gain of 25. Once again, UCF up to the ball quickly. Shotgun snap. And blown up is Gabriel, trying to keep and call his own number off left tackle. He's spilled at the 30, a loss of 5, and Charlie Thomas gets his comeuppance with the TFL.
Yeah, Charlie Thomas was getting that TFL one way or another.
5-yard loss, 2nd and 15. Gabriel, a quick drop. He winds and fires left sideline. It's caught on the comeback at the 39. A stutter step by Williams, and he tiptoes out at the 39. Pickup of 9. It's 3rd and 6.
Good job by Miles Sims of making a sure tackle there, using the sideline as an extra defender.
5 receivers for Gabriel. Tries to run it himself, bounces out left at the 40, 45, breaks loose past midfield, and he slides down inside Tech territory at the 46.
And you got to make him pay for that. Things broke down, but Gabriel took off and run, and he's slippery out there.
Meanwhile, they jack it down. Sylvain Yunjuan clutching his calf. Stops play with 8:15 to go, second quarter. 14-7, Knights on top. Well, I'm with you on that, because if it seemed very clear that Charlie Thomas, who was again pressuring Dylan Gabriel, he got him for the sack in the first quarter and busted that pocket on that second down play. It looked like somebody in futility tried to grab his collar from behind.
Absolutely.
And you can see where the jersey was pulling, and yet there was no flag. It could have just slipped out of his hand, but I mean, it seemed like it was pretty clearly a hold, and I think Jeff Collins demonstrating and
that was egregious. I mean, it was almost a horse collar tackle from a falling offensive lineman, and the official's right there. He's got to make that call. But you put the ball down, you move on, you try to come up with a stop. You can't rely on those calls, but that's incredibly frustrating when you're a defender and you get pressure like that.
Well, we take the timeout with him here. 14-7, Knights on top of the Jackets. 8:15 to play second quarter. We're back after this on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Jackets protect jackets.
Hyatt Regency Atlanta has Ramblin' rates all season. Visit HyattRegencyAtlanta.com and use offer code GTECH. Hyatt Regency Atlanta, a preferred partner of Georgia Tech Athletics. Andy Sean Wiley with you. The home opener at Bobby Dodd Stadium. 8:15 remaining before halftime. UCF on top, 14-7. Tech scored his touchdown 55 seconds into the game. They lost a fumble inside the 10 and had a chip shot field goal blocked, so could certainly be a different story. Much like it could have been a different story for a large swath of that game at Florida State. Georgia Tech showed its resilience and now trying to stall out another UCF drive. Will have to certainly summon that ability once again. As you're seeing UCF begin to march, what are some of the things that they're tripping up the Jackets right now?
Well, right now I think the tempo is really creating some problems for Tech as they're not able to get back to the line, get set, and get in the defenses that they want to. One of the things that Coach Thacker has done so well is he disguises his pressures, disguises his coverages, but when you're going up against a tempo offense like this, the risk for miscommunication is so great when you have so little time to get set that it forces you to play more vanilla coverage. Makes things a lot easier for UCF, but they're pushing that tempo so fast. Like I said before we went to break, they're going at just over a play every 18 seconds. It's really tough to get back up to the line, communicate the play, get lined up, and know what you're trying to do. So UCF is really dictating the terms when they're on the field.
They have a 1st and 10 at the Jacket 46. Two receivers right for Gabriel. Extends the handoff to McCray. Hunts for room left. Cuts back past one man. Finally gets gang tackled at the 43. Gain of 3. Otis Anderson Jr., senior from Jacksonville, had 205 rushing yards in a game last year versus Temple. He's the sidecar for Gabriel with an offset to his left as well. Play action this time. Steps into his throw, left sideline, wide open. The catch by Robinson at the 30, 25-20, and finally rolled up from behind by Jalen King. There was a miscommunication because Robinson was wide open.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that time, Tariq Carpenter and Miles Sims both took the deep receiver, leaving him uncovered.
All the way down to the Georgia Tech 19, and a fresh set of downs for the Knights. Two receivers out wide, the handoff to Anderson. Sutter steps off, left tackle, but Bennett is there. He throws him backwards to the 21, a loss of 2.
And nice play by Chico Bennett to throw off his blocker, get out there, not only hold the edge, but make the tackle for a loss. That's a really impressive play by that young man.
And Bennett came on the field after Yunjun was helped off before the timeout. A Georgia Tech defensive end rotation that's already thin with no Antonius Clayton, no Curtis Ryans available. Ryans, who was ACC Defensive Lineman of the Week last week. Slot right, one receiver up top for Gabriel. Tight end motions toward the formation. Hands off straight up the gut, a big hole at the 10, at the 5, and McCray is in for the touchdown. Now McCray hit that hole hard and exploded up the middle and virtually untouched for the score to make it 27 UCF.
Well, and this is what UCF wants to do on the ground. They want to spread you out, open up some holes for their quick running backs. Greg McCray, like you said, Andy, hit that hole with a head of steam, just burst right through there. And with this three-man front that Tech's being forced to run, they only have 5 guys in the box. You have 5 blockers in the offensive line. That's man-on-man. If they just line up, run zone, and create that gap, it just takes a little seam for Greg McCray to get through there, and he comes through without being touched.
Extra point is on the way. It is up and good. And UCF is one of those teams you can ill afford to lose a turn as they officially go 9 plays and 90 yards in just 2:55 off a clock. UCF player is down on his back and being tended to at the moment. 21-7, Knights over the Jackets. And as Andrew Thacker told us in the first hour of our pregame show, contrary to popular belief, UCF likes to spread you out to run. And when they do spread you out, they have big running lanes. And a wispy guy like Greg McCray, 5'10", 175, shows the burst and the acceleration to break away from the Jackets and get in for the score. Let's go to the third member of our broadcast team, and Wiley Battard. Wiley?
Well, this week it's been a lot of memory sharing and reminiscing over the career of George O'Leary, who's being honored here this afternoon, inducted into the Hall of Fame. I caught up with Brent Key, and he recounts the fall of his senior year of high school when he got a phone call from Georgia Tech and met Coach O'Leary for the first time. He came up for the Georgia Tech-Georgia game, and it was a 1-point loss for the Jackets. Coach Key got an offer to go to Georgia Tech before the game by some of the assistant coaches, but didn't meet Coach O'Leary until after the game. And when he finally met Coach O'Leary, his first impression, Coach O'Leary looked at Coach Key and said, "What are you wearing?" And just like that, Coach Key fell in love, committed to Georgia Tech, and spent the majority of the next 20 years of his life working for Coach O'Leary.
I hope you asked the follow-up to Brent. What exactly was he wearing?
It was a flannel with cowboy boots. He was trying to make himself look like a bigger offensive lineman. I don't think it worked.
Oh, Hewitt-Trussville, Alabama's finest. Brent Key. Thank you, Wiley. Gibbs waits on the kickoff from Obarski. He drives this away. High and arcing toward the goal line, settled underneath by Gibbs. He takes it out, right numbers at the 15. And he's hit hard from behind, shy of the 20. And a UCF special teamer jump onto his back. Another UCF special teamer is down and clutching his right leg. Not quite the 79-yard return that Jahmyr Gibbs popped on the opening kickoff. Well, Georgia Tech nonetheless takes over, and with 6:43 to go, it's never too early to start doing the calculus in your head, Sean. Georgia Tech returned the opening kickoff, so UCF receives to begin the second half. You got 6:43 to go. This becomes a pretty important drive for Georgia Tech to see if they can put points on the board.
Oh, I think it does. And the nice thing is you've got almost 7 minutes left in this half. So you've got your whole playbook available to you. You don't have to abandon the ground game. Plenty of time to push it down the field and score. You don't have to press. But you can ill afford to go into halftime down 2 scores with UCF getting the ball back, because you know they're going to go in at halftime, make some adjustments, come back out here, and they're going to start feeling themselves at a certain point too. Now, if you go in down 1 score, you're 1 stop away from pulling this thing back even, and all of a sudden that's a different ball game. But it starts to get a little bit uncomfortable, I guess is the right word, if you go in down more than 2 scores.
Jeff Sims at the moment is 8 of 11, 119 yards. And no Jordan Mason today. Neither Dillon at tight end available either. It's just the week-to-week existence in which we live in college football.
Yep.
Seeing Jack Coco fill in very capably at tight end. Jahmyr Gibbs as well has done some nice things with his touches, as had Jemias Griffin, who has 4 carries for 16 yards. Right now, total yards, UCF 254, Georgia Tech 183. As the UCF special teamers surrounded by a retinue of athletic trainers being helped off the field. And out come the Jackets. Head to toe in the whites today and the white helmets. Try to get that offense cranked up once again. Dante Smith begins as the standing tail alongside Sims. 2x2 receivers, ball spotted right hash at Tech's 19. UCF rushes 4. Sims takes the low snap, hands off to Smith, but he's hit in the backfield and can't spin away. Pushed down at the 16 and a loss of 3.
Well, nice pressure right up the middle by Cam Good. Big transfer from Virginia. Shot in there, defensive tackle, blew up that mesh point, didn't give Jeff Sims a clean read. It was all over Dante Smith before he even had a chance to get going.
Especially a loss of 2, 2nd and 12 from the 17. Brown slot left. Carter beyond him. Out of the pistol this time. Here's Sims. Surveys and hands off Smith, working right with a hole. 15-20, bounces off another man and gets to the 22, makes back the original line of scrimmage, and then a little bit more. It's going to still be 3rd down and about 7.
No need to panic here, and that's a nice run there by Dante Smith. He's patient, waits for the hole to open up, kind of bends it back, finds his crease. He's making the most of his opportunities when he gets them.
Georgia Tech brings an extra receiver in Adonicus Sanders, who split wide right. Griffin the standing tail. 3rd down and 7. Sims retreats to throw. Protected over the middle, pass on the slant, in and out of the hands of Jalen Camp. Led him a little too much, and he couldn't go full extension to pull that in. And Georgia Tech is forced to punt.
Oh, and this is a bad situation here. You know, I don't hate the decision there by Jeff Sims trying to go to Jalen Camp at the middle. Would have had a 1st down. Just not able to haul that in. Pretty good coverage by UCF. I thought Amarian Brown might have been coming open deep, but sometimes when you know exactly how far you have to get, you don't really look past that.
Harvin instead takes the punt waist high and bangs this away. Torpedoing towards the near side. Anderson lets it bounce to the 25, and it takes a sideways bounce out of bounds at the 21. Your favorite punter's favorite punter, Presley Harvin III, helping flip the field position for Georgia Tech, who stared at a 21-7 deficit with 5:26 to go before halftime. And as much urgency as there might have been on the Georgia Tech offense on that last drive, there's even more urgency on the Georgia Tech defense to get a stop here on UCF.
Oh, that is the truth here. And you know, like we said, it was bad enough, the prospect of going in down 2 scores to UCF with them getting the ball to start the second half. you can't afford to give up another touchdown in particular, but any points. Just a vertical route, just trying to go deep, one-on-one, and Jalen Robinson able to come up with a very impressive catch. And now we have a Tech defender going down in a heap, running back up there. And I don't ever want to question injury. I think this may be to slow the clock down there because he looked like he was okay until he got to about midfield.
Yeah, goes for a 48-yard completion. I thought the coverage is fairly good, but
It was
Robinson
good.
with better concentration. His nickname out of Fort Worth, Texas was the Flash, and showed off that speed streaking down the left sideline to pull it in and vaporize a 2nd and 10 plus for UCF's offense. 5:02 second quarter. It's 21-7 Knights, and again the Georgia Tech player injured is encircled by Jeff Collins. I see Dr. Angelo Galante and athletic trainers Mark Smith and Eric Avila. I'm trying to identify a number there, but a Georgia Tech defensive front that's already been thinned by players unavailable. You don't want to see the list grow. It's Jordan Dominic walking off under his own power, albeit gingerly. A redshirt sophomore from Lakeland, Florida.
Going back to that completion for UCF, though, one of the approaches Josh Heupel has taken is kind of air raid in its philosophy, which is that you don't have to run a million different plays if you can. Oh, how clutch is that? That is exactly what the doctor ordered for the Jackets. Looks like it was Demetrius Knight who wrapped up the ball carrier, in this case Dylan Gabriel, kind of reached around and stripped it with his left hand.
Yeah, because the ball was in his left hand, and he was coming from Gabriel's right side, so he punched around Gabriel to force that ball loose and to get the ball board for the first time in his career. Gets his signature from Avery Shoel. 4:35 second quarter, and new life for the Jackets, down 21-7.
Could not have come at a better time for the Jackets.
Especially after that 48-yard completion to get UCF inside Tech territory. Sims motions Brown across. 2-by-2 receivers. The shotgun snap. The freshman from Jacksonville steps into his throw, lofts it down the right sideline, but too far in front of Brown. It's incomplete.
And you don't hear this often, but Amarian Brown stopped running on that. He looked around, was trying to find the ball, and Jeff Sims just held it a little long. And so I think Amarian Brown thought he had already gone elsewhere with it.
Brown, even though he had led up, still had a step and a half on his cover man. It's 2nd down and 10 instead. Sims gets everyone organized. Carter and Brown as receivers right. 2 receivers left. Snap, turn, and the handoff. Make it Sims calling his no number. Busts through past the 35, and he's spilled at the 39. Sean, that's 12 and a first down.
That's a big run there. Good decisions by Jeff Sims. Had me completely fooled, too. I was watching the running back taking it up the middle, and I think most of UCF's defense was as well. Good lead block by Jordan Williams, too.
Jemias Griffin, a wide base alongside Sims. He flares out. Sims goes to the air. Under pressure, flings it left, incomplete. He was hit as he threw it. Takes a tumble, and that ball flutters in front of Jemias Griffin, curving out of the backfield. 2nd and 10.
Yeah, a little bit of contact there from Eric Gilliard. Working against Jemias Griffin. Jemias not able to get really out of his break and really make a play at that ball. The Jackets need to get back in a rhythm here, though.
And they had copious amounts of it on their opening drives. Yeah. And 3 and out on their last set of downs. 2nd down and 10 here at their own 38. Gibbs comes in as the standing tail. Twins each way for Sims. Retreats. Throws the slant. It is caught at midfield. And it's Marquez Ezard at the 50. Hangs on and makes a tough two-handed catch, wearing a UCF defender as an overcoat. Marquez Ezard, who had the 45-yard completion on the catch and run from Sims last weekend. First time he gets targeted, and the Atlanta, Georgia native makes it count. He's split tight to the formation with Brown. Sims under a rush, throws past his batted and intercepted. And running back and stumbling down at the 35, UCF gets the pick. Ball was batted in the air and intercepted.
Yeah, it just deflected the line. This time Jeff Sims trying to put that ball through a tight window. Randy Charlton gets his hands up in the air, bats that ball up. And one of the defensive linemen just had it fall into his lap, scooped it up. I thought that was going to be a pick 6 because the offense wasn't even really in pursuit.
Now the new turf at Bobby Dodd Stadium already paying dividends because it tripped him up evidently.
Yeah.
But now UCF takes over center of the field at Tech's 35 with 3:35 to go And Georgia Tech trailing 21-7. Thompson hunched over at the right hip of Gabriel. And he gets the call working left, but not much room. Flag was thrown before the snap. They're going to blow this play dead. It's a false start on UCF.
Prior to the snap, false start. Offense number 73. 5-yard penalty. It is first down.
So it backs UCF up to the 40 at Tech.
It's 1st and 15, ball on the 40-yard line.
Gabriel, 4th in the nation last year, by the way, in yards per completion, 15.5, and so far averaging 16 yards of completion against the Jackets. 2 receivers split right, meshes, and the running back is blown up. It's Thompson. He's yanked out back behind midfield. All forward progress. They're going to stop him at the 45 of Georgia Tech. Beg your pardon. No, they are going to. Oh, wow. They're going to say forward progress stopped him at the 45 of the Jackets.
That's very generous, to say the least, but the Sylvain Payne train came right up the middle and blew that play up. That they might want to take another look at that too. Well, you can't challenge forward progress though. That's
wow. Sylvanian June wrapped him up inside the GT. It's a loss of 5 anyway. 2nd and 20. Gabriel throws left over the middle. It's caught by Davis at the 30. Bangs off a tackler down to the 25, a yard shy of the first down. And Jeff Collins is still given an earful. That was a horrendous spot. It's now 3rd down, less than 1. They line up quickly, bunch right for Gabriel. Takes, turns, hands off. It's Thompson in traffic right side. He gets planted at the 25, but it should be enough for the first down.
Yeah, they'll move those chains. Good initial surge by the Jackets, but Contavious Thompson just able to sidestep, kind of reset his footing, and make a nice second effort to pick it up.
Fresh set of downs. Gabriel to the air again. The left-hander Cox and Lawson right side for the end zone, and it is caught. Touchdown. Trey Nixon over the shoulder. Hauled that in and took the hit from Walton.
And he is down in the back of the end zone there. You're not going to see Trey Nixon drop a lot of passes. That was a beautiful throw there by Dylan Gabriel to put it right over the top of Zamari Walton. But Nixon down in pain. I wonder if he landed on top of the ball as he was coming down. That'll sometimes knock the wind out of you. But he's still down there.
27-7.
That penalty is declined. Touchdown is good.
And it's Nixon's second touchdown of the day as they tend to him in the back of the end zone. 27-7 UCF. And Jeff Collins remains livid, and rightfully so. Yeah. And what was a brutal spot because Bentavious Thompson, after he was hit on the mesh, was trying to spin out of the ankle tackle.
He retreated afterwards.
He retreated, yeah. He was trying to backpedal and try to regain his feet. It would have been, if conventional wisdom were the case, a loss of at least 10 or more. Instead, they very generously marked him down on forward progress at the Georgia Tech 45. Even then, it was a 2nd and 20, and then a 19-yard completion over the middle to Harris to set themselves up with a 3rd and short and ultimately extend the drive. And frustrating, no question.
No doubt about that, but there's nothing you can do about that. You just have to find a way to rebound. And unfortunately for Tech, right now the breaks are going UCF's way, and that defense is out there looking tired. The offense has got to capitalize when they have the chances, and with 2 minutes and 17 seconds, they're going to have to make this next drive count.
Georgia Tech does have 3 timeouts, so Barsky on for the extra point. It's set down for him, and he boots it up and good. So it's been 28 unanswered for UCF after Georgia Tech scored in the opening minute of this game. And the Jackets have some work to do against the number 13 team in the nation.
Well, they're number 13 for a reason. You know, FSU might come with a little bit of name cachet, and people, I think, you know, maybe there's a little bit more prestige that comes with knocking off FSU and Tallahassee. But if you want style over or substance over style, this UCF team is significantly better than the FSU team that Tech saw last week. Now, that's not to say that the Jackets can't go toe-to-toe with them. I think they've shown that they can. They just got to finish some of these drives, and you can't expose your defense out there by leaving them on the field for so long against an offense that is designed to wear them down and come up with big plays.
Yeah, again, like we said, lost a fumble inside the UCF 10 at a 27-yard field goal blocked. Could be 28-17. not nearly as insurmountable a deficit feels totally different when it's 28-7.
Now, to be clear, though, and one thing to think about going forward is UCF is a streaky team, and they tend to score.
Flushed out right, has plenty of space. 25-30, sprinting down the right side. 40, hit hard at the 44. He was about to break into his slide, and there's a flag for a late hit.
Yep.
You can hear the crunch of helmet from up here.
No, that's targeting.
Sims brushes himself off. Big gain of 19 yards and likely 15 more. He was breaking into his slide. If not targeting, I thought a defenseless player.
Yeah.
Because clearly he was breaking into his slide. He took a shot up top. They're still conferring about the flag. Boy, if they pick this up, Georgia Tech is going to have a kitten.
Personal foul. Targeting. Defense number 27. 15-yard penalty, automatic first down. That play is under further review.
That's Richie Grant, their two-time first-team all-conference safety. Tried to lay a shot that Jeff Sims would remember. But did he lead with the crown of the helmet? They're going to take a review here. It's a first down regardless with 2:06 remaining in the half, and Georgia Tech down 28-7.
Well, and that was just a great decision by Jeff Sims, sitting there in the pocket. The play was designed to bring most of the receivers over towards his left side, which left the right side completely open. He saw that he had space to run, took off, running with it wide, picked up the first down, and then about 10 more yards. Had a nice block downfield from Jalen Camp. And then as he's going to slide.
You know what? I'm going to correct myself. He was chopping his feet as he saw Richie Grant come up to him, but he wasn't sliding.
No,
so
that's right.
This is strictly a targeting penalty. And a quick review, let's get the word.
After further review, there is no foul for targeting. Number 27 can remain in the game.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
And your point is very valid here, Andy, and I thought the same thing. It looked like Jeff Sims was going to slide. He was trying to cut it back, kind of stopped his momentum. Richie Grant made a great hard hit. It wound up coming towards the head of Jeff Sims, but that was by virtue of Jeff Sims breaking down and trying to cut back.
Nonetheless, a first down for Tech. They spot it right hash at Tech's own 44. 28-7 Knights. Two receivers tight left. Again, split backs for Sims. Drops three. Crow hopping in the pocket, throws the deep out for Camp right side, but he can't stretch out and make the catch down around the UCF 35.
That was not a bad throw by Jeff Sims, and he had the matchup he wanted, just put it a little too deep. Jalen Camp just not able to climb the ladder and get up there. It would have had to be an extra tall ladder to get that one, but I think he had the right idea. Had the matchup he wanted, and good positioning there by Camp. Had the ball been where it needed to be.
And a career high 5 receptions versus the Seminoles. Now 2nd and 10 with the clock stopped at 1:58 to go. Three receivers in the set. Sims feels for the laces, pumps it right side, caught P.J. Harris at the 40, stays on his feet and turns upfield to the 34. P.J. Harris on that square in toward the sideline with his second catch of the year.
A nice strike here from Jeff Sims, hangs in the pocket, trusts his offensive line, and just puts that on a laser beam to P.J. Harris.
Ball at the UCF 33. Slot left for Sims. Barks forward and takes. Puts it in the belly of Gibbs. Running left. Tries to feel for a crease, but only gets one to the 32. And I believe Jeff Collins wants to use the first of his 3 timeouts. Clock is still turning. 1:39 to go. And now finally it's blown dead. So Tech uses its first timeout. Down 28-7, but on the move against UCF with 1:39 to go. And officially no gain for Gibbs. So it is 2nd and 10.
Looks like they're going to put a couple more seconds back on the clock. A very astute observation by you, Andy.
I don't have many, but when I do, I'm glad they're acknowledged. Coming up, it's our Ramblin' Wreck halftime show. Dan Courts will anchor our coverage inside the network studios. Already a newsworthy day in college football with the Big Ten releasing its schedule. And Mike Norvell, the loss against the Jackets isn't the only thing on his mind.
Oh, no. Certainly hope he's all right there. That's we knew it was going to happen at some point, and it sounded laughable at one point in the offseason when I heard that Michigan had a succession plan for Jim Harbaugh, but I think I think after everybody heard that, they thought, well, we might actually need one of those. And FSU may be the first team that actually has to try that out.
Yeah. Tested positive for COVID-19 if you didn't catch the news in pregame, and will not be available to coach Florida State's game versus Miami. 1:47 to go here. UCF 28, Tech 7. Sims, whose uncle Mike Sims Walker played at UCF, still holds the school record for receptions in a season. He takes the shotgun snap and surveys, shuffles away left, feels the rush, gets to the 35, the 30, cut down from behind, inbounds at the 26. It's a gain of 7. And Georgia Tech quickly uses its second timeout.
Takes their second charge time out of the half. This is the 32nd timeout.
Once again, feeling in that imperceptible way only talented quarterbacks can, that pressure coming from the backside, and decided to stick his foot in the turf and cut upfield.
Well, and as good as the protection has been for Jeff Sims from this offensive line from Georgia Tech, they kind of had a little breakdown there. There's some interior pressure. Sims had to scramble. Does a good job of finding some space, taking off, and making something out of nothing. A little surprised to see Tech go with the timeout here. There's still plenty of time left on that clock, but you want to preserve that, I guess, and now you know what you have as you're going for this important third down.
It's definitely 2-down territory.
Oh, for sure.
Another opportunity inside UCF territory. Can't come away empty-handed like they have 3 times before. Camp, Brown, and Sanders clustered right. Carter, the receiver, left. A 4-wide formation for Sims, with Jahmyr Gibbs snapping that chin strap, flanked at his right hip. Gibbs making his Georgia Tech debut today. Snap, Sims retreats, has time, throws over the middle and incomplete. Wanted Adonicus Sanders on the seam route, but he sailed it high and behind him.
He should have gone to Malachi Carter, who was coming wide open on the shallow drag rather, across the formation. I don't think Sims ever saw him, but he didn't have a soul near him.
Has to frustrate Malachi Carter, probably frustrates Dave Patton up here. And Georgia Tech is going to go for it now on 4th and 3 from the night 26. Clock stopped at 1:33 to go in the quarter. 2-by-2 receivers for the freshman QB. Sims is featured back. Barks forward and takes. Throws underneath, caught. Camp, 15. He's at the 10. Hard running by Camp, and he gets the first down at the 9.
How about that? What a conversion here.
Georgia Tech to the line quickly, and Sims clocks it, spikes that ball into the new synthetic turf of Bobby Dodd Stadium, and freezes the clock with 1:23 to play. Georgia Tech has a first and goal presented by Georgia United Credit Union. Georgia United Credit Union, helping you reach your goal. 28-7 UCF, but Georgia Tech converts on the 4th and 3. And Sims is able to snap it off underneath to Camp. He's out split right with Sanders, Carter, and Brown, the receivers left. Referees hold up play momentarily here. The tempo these teams want to affect, sometimes the only thing that can slow them down are the striped shirts. Once again, Sims out of the gun. Receivers tight to the formation, 2 to his side. Gets the ball, throws under pressure into the end zone for Camp, and in and out of his hands under the crossbar.
Oh, what great anticipation by Jeff Sims on that throw. Put it right on the side, right behind the defender there. Looked like there was Eric Mitchell in coverage. Jalen Camp kind of broke around him, and the ball was there before Jalen even knew it was coming.
And Jalen Camp is good a 50-50 ball receiver, as Jeff Collins says he's ever coached, but couldn't haul that in on the back line of the end zone at 3rd and goal from the 9. Griffin and Gibbs, the backfield tandem. Brown in the slot right. Josh Heupel has 3 timeouts at his disposal, and third-year UCF coach uses one of them
First charge timeout
after he gets a glimpse of the formation.
This is the 32nd timeout.
Just a 30-second timeout, so we'll keep it here. UCF 21 unanswered points here in the second quarter. Total yards, 349 for the Knights, 275 for the Jackets, after they roll up 438 against Florida State. Georgia Tech on third down so far, 3 of 7, UCF 6 of 8. And I think when you have a more dynamic and a greater weaponry, so to speak, Sean, you're more able to convert those third downs. Georgia Tech was 8 of 16 against Florida State last weekend, only converted at a 30% clip last year, which was 125th in the country. And Jeff Sims has made some timely throws in third down situations. Can he make another one here on a 3rd and goal from the 9?
Yeah, and I do think this is probably 2-down territory on top of it, so he may have 2 cracks at it. But in any event, you can't say enough good things about how cool he's been under pressure. You know, on that 4th down completion to Jalen Camp, stepped up, made a difficult throw, just fit it right in there in the window. Great catch by Camp to make up for that draw pass in the end zone. But that's really impressive. But the diversity of options, I think, from this Tech offense makes them so much more dangerous in those situations.
And they go 5 wide, empty backfield. Gibbs now motions in alongside Sims. 3rd and goal from the UCF 9. The snap, the throw underneath Gibbs, wide open at the 1, turns and gets into the end zone. Touchdown, Jackets. First career touchdown for Jahmyr Gibbs as he crept out of the backfield and sat down underneath. A nice flick of the wrist by Jeff Sims, and that was all she wrote from one freshman to another. It's 28-13 UCF.
Yeah, beautifully designed play here. This time they motion Jahmyr Gibbs into the backfield and send him out on what looks like a circle, little halfback option route. He's got the choice to go inside, outside, finds the hole in the zone, and Jeff Sims finds him for the easy touchdown.
And out for the extra point, I believe that's Gavin Stewart out of Harbin's hold. He swings away and boots it through.
That last name's familiar.
Yeah, Stewart's have been known to make some good plays here at Georgia Tech. So Gavin Stewart gets a pat on the helmet as he jogs off to complete the scoring drive for Georgia Tech with 1:14 to go in the quarter. 1:14 is an eternity when you're trying to stop this UCF offense, but Georgia Tech will take the points. They trailed 28-14, a 10-play, 75-yard drive. Only 1:03 elapsed off the clock. And the final 9 yards covered through the air. Jeff Sims to Jahmyr Gibbs, and a combination, Sean, that Georgia Tech fans will enjoy hearing in the years to come.
Yes, they will. And it's really interesting to see how Dave Patnode is deploying Jahmyr Gibbs here in his first game. We've seen him in special teams as a kick returner. He's run the ball. He's even been a lead blocker, but he's also dangerous in the passing game. They're not afraid to use him that way. There's just so many things he can do. They're going to try to get him the ball however they can. And I really look forward to seeing him and Jemias Griffin on the field together. You can get really creative with that. And once Jordan Mason comes back, look out, because that's a dangerous backfield.
That's going to make some defensive coordinators feel kind of restless.
Yes.
Kent with the ball upright on the tee. Anderson with his heels on the goal line for UCF. And Kent booms this away. Another good one. This one sailing majestically towards the back line, and it lands over the back line on the fly. Sean, I think we have a new kickoff specialist.
I think we do, and I'm very thankful that we have a new kickoff specialist.
Kent, the converted punter, came to Georgia Tech after transferring from UCLA. UCF has 2 timeouts remaining, and they do have the ball to begin the second half. They are a team that starts fast and gets faster.
It's not really UCF's MO to play this sort of situation conservatively, but I wonder if they're not content to go into halftime up 2 scores knowing they get the ball instead of running the risk that maybe Tech could force a turnover or something here, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him come out running the ball.
Gabriel with 1 back, 2 receivers each way. Sophomore hunched over, takes the snap. Play action, pass was batted at the line. Was that Dominic? It was Yanjuan and Dominic who both collapsed the pocket and forced a very obstructed throw from Gabriel. Either way, it's 2nd and 10, and it was thanks to the eagle eyes of Al Seraldo Jr., the redshirt sophomore Jordan Dominic, who took an official visit to UCF. So 2nd and 10 now at the 25 for the Knights. They work left to right. Again, twins each way, handoff up the gut to Anderson. He's snowed under after a pickup of 2 to the 27. Quez Jackson submarined him. Less than a minute to go in the quarter. 3rd down and 8. And UCF is slow cooking this.
Yep.
And no rush.
I bet
45 seconds to go.
Here, though.
Yeah, they might. Georgia
Free
Tech
play.
player Flint's free play, and they do take a deep shot down the right sideline for Harris. It's incomplete. It's falling to the turf at the 35. But that offsides will move the ball up 5 as Jordan Dominic Got a little bit of an early jump.
Offside. Defense. 5-yard penalty. Repeat. 3rd down.
Now 35 seconds remaining on the first half clock. Jacob Harris, the intended target of that pass, by the way, an interesting story. He verbally committed to play soccer at Florida Gulf Coast. Had a change of heart, a week into school there, and his career has now wound him to UCF, a 6th-year senior. 3rd and 3. One back, one offset in the backfield for Gabriel. Sizes up the Georgia Tech 3-man front. They've had to play a lot more 3-man fronts with Clayton and Ryans unavailable. The take, the turn, handoff. It's Anderson winding his way up the middle past the 35. He's thrown to the turf by Wanye Thomas at the 39, but it's a pickup of 7 and a first down. 28 seconds to go. They put the ball down. Wind the clock. Gabriel takes the snap. Georgia Tech blitzes. It's picked up. Gabriel zings it down the right sideline, batted in the air, and almost intercepted. Right sideline threw into double coverage. Zamari Walton and Wesley Walker were bracketing Marlon Williams.
And Tech very fortunate that Gabriel didn't see Jalen Robinson wide open on the comeback route to the opposite side. There was no Tech defender within 10 yards of him.
Clock instead stops. 21 seconds to go in the half. 2nd and 10 UCF. A tight end and a tailback alongside Gabriel. He puts it in the belly of Anderson. Tries to bust it left. Gets forced back inside by Yanjun and planted by Jamin Brooks for a loss of 1 to the 38. So TFL for the Jackets on what appears to be the final play of the first half.
Oh, I don't think so. I think they're going to take one more shot at this.
Well, they stopped the clock and now wind it again. 7 seconds to go in the quarter.
Let me see a timeout here. Oh, no, they're going to take it to halftime. I'm surprised by that. I thought UCF would have taken a shot at a Hail Mary there.
Now Georgia Tech, though, bows up defensively on the last series and gets a touchdown that they desperately needed to eat into some of UCF's momentum on his last offensive drive. They head into halftime with some work to do. Down 14 to number 13 UCF. 28-14 is our score. Coming up is the Ramblin' Wreck halftime show. Dan Cords anchors our coverage after this on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield. For all we've talked about UCF going at a breakneck speed offensively, the total plays in that first half were dead even. 47 for the Jackets, 47 for the Knights, though UCF more efficient on its 47 plays, 357 total yards, 284 for Georgia Tech. 284, not a bad first half of offense for Georgia Tech. Third down conversions, UCF was 7 of 9, 105 yards. Trey Nixon has 2 touchdowns, did go down with an apparent shoulder or collarbone injury on his second touchdown catch late in the second quarter. All right, Sean, let's get into our joint chiropractic second half adjustments. UCF will have the ball to begin the second half. I imagine a lot of your second half adjustments deal with the defensive side for Tech.
Well, they do, and I think the first thing that jumps out to me, it may not, or maybe a little bit of a surprise to anybody who's watching or listening to this game who's a Tech fan, I think you have to watch Dylan Gabriel in the scramble and limit his opportunities in the run game, because time and time again, Tech would get UCF in a situation where maybe it was second, third, or fourth and short, and then Gabriel would just kind of tuck the ball. Everybody's watching the running back, watching Otis Anderson or Greg McCrae, or worrying about the receivers downfield, and Gabriel will take off and scamper and pick up yards on the ground. I think you need to get a helmet on him. You got to hit him. You got to make him feel it and let him know that if you're going to run the ball, we're going to make you pay for it, especially because they're really thin behind Dylan Gabriel at quarterback, and they cannot afford to lose him if he gets dinged. On the offensive side of the ball, make those long drives count. You got to put the ball in the end zone. I think you know going forward that kicking the ball is not going to win this game for you. You're going to have to get in the end zone, and you just got to finish those drives off. And I think that starts with the offensive line being a little bit more effective in the run game.
Well, Tech rallied from a 10-0 halftime deficit last Saturday, and we'll try to rally from a 14-point hole today in the home opener. Those are our second half adjustments brought to you by the Joint Chiropractic. Life moves until back, neck, or shoulder pain bring us to a stop. That's why there's the Joint Chiropractic, the official chiropractor of Georgia Tech Athletics. To receive our $29 new patient special, visit thejoint.com today. Andy, Sean, and Wiley with you. Our second half kickoff follows these words on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. Back with you from Bobby Dodd Stadium. Glorious backdrop as always for football, no matter what the world throws at you. We've had a lot thrown at us in 2020, but happy to join you from the home opener. 20% capacity this season, 11,000 in the stands joining us. They have gotten loud, but love to get louder though, with Georgia Tech down 28-14 to UCF. And at halftime, honored on the video board and acknowledged as well on camera, George O'Leary, who has a link to both programs and has led them to a lot of glory. It's hard to do that with one school when you can do it so well at two schools like Coach O'Leary has. No surprise, he's not only in the UCF Athletics Hall of Fame, but announced as one of the newest inductees of the Georgia Tech Athletics Hall of Fame.
Well, that's pretty impressive to be a Hall of Famer at two schools. And in fact, he's actually got a statue of himself up at UCF. I mean, he's that important to their program. And I don't think we can add much to what people already know about how important he's been to Tech's program, especially in the 1990s.
His coaching tree has grown some pretty thick, robust branches on that Georgia Tech sideline. Jeff Collins began as a GA under Coach O'Leary and spent 2 seasons as the linebackers coach and recruiting coordinator at UCF, where one of his GAs is now defensive coordinator Andrew Thacker. UCF won the coin toss tonight, deferred their option to the second half, so Austin Kent, the kickoff specialist, trots on along with the rest of the Georgia Tech special teamers. Georgia Tech has been down double digits in the second half before this season. They're 1-0. See what the next 30 minutes can present for Tech. Gavin Stewart now kicks off for Georgia Tech. Drops his right arm, and they onside it. Takes a bounce, but right to UCF between the hashes at the Georgia Tech 48.
I had a feeling they might try to do that to steal a possession. I like the idea. The execution, I think, maybe a little too obvious there. You bring in a different kicker. You kind of crowd everybody in close right before the kick. And unfortunately, that just didn't have that didn't fool this UCF special teams cover unit like it needed to. With Gavin Stewart, that name sounds familiar. That's because he's the younger brother of Brad Stewart, and won last year's Ashley Deering Award as the most versatile athlete in Savannah. So that he's out there for a reason.
But after the failed onside kick, out comes Gabriel in the offense. He plants and throws right. It's caught at the 45, and Davis slips out of the tackle of Walton, leapfrogs another man at the 40, and finally wrestled out of bounds after a gain of 9. And Harris is a load to take down, too, 6'5", 211. Second down and officially 1. Snap back to Gabriel. Hands off. And it's McCray. Slips out of a tackle, surging up the middle to the 36. 3 yards and a first down. Gabriel already hollering out the next play. Lines up McCray beside him. Pulls the handoff. Retreats and throws the deep out. Incomplete. Overthrew the underneath receiver and underthrew the outside receiver as he tried to rocket it towards the UCF sideline. 2nd and 10.
Yeah, kind of split the difference between the 10-yard out and the comeback route there, and just fell to the turf.
UCF works left to right in the second half. He motions Hescock is tight as Jackson tiptoed across the line and scurries back, and that prompts an adjustment from Gabriel, who's got Robinson and Williams split wide left. One receiver and Harris along the boundary. Snap and the give. It is McCray, but he is latched onto by Curry. Loses the football at the end of the play. It's picked up by the Jackets, but they say the runner was down. Quez Jackson still running with it. Line judge already has his arm extended and has blown the whistle and saying the runner was down. Nonetheless, no gain on the play, and McCray is writhing on his side as well.
It is 3rd down.
Greg McCray looks to be in a lot of pain. That would be a huge loss for UCF. We talked about him and Otis Anderson, the kind of the 1-2 punch they form in that backfield. He had a little bit of a down year last year because of injuries. I don't think he was down. That's a quick recovery by Tech.
Oh,
too.
yeah.
That's going to be Tech football.
Yeah, you know what? Curry wrapped him up from behind, brought him down, but his knee was never down. He was lying on top of Curry when that ball crawled out of his cradle. And now they're going to review it, I would presume.
And this officiating crew just cost Georgia Tech a touchdown.
Wow. If it's a fumble, and according to what we saw in the replay, should be overturned and Georgia Tech should recover, yes, they'll get the football, but they blew the whistle thinking that the runner was down, and Quez Jackson would have been off to the races instead.
We're really going to feel that the runner's elbow was down prior to the ball coming loose. It is 3rd down.
Wow, and they're not even going to review it. You see a lot of Georgia Tech players and coaches pointing up at the video board. And Jeff Collins having his own conversation with the officiating crew. They're showing it from multiple angles. I don't know why they'd at least try to review it.
Yeah, I think they need to take another look at this. It's close enough that it merits review.
Well, we've hit timeout. We'll see if they change their mind. Instead, a 3rd and 9 right now for UCF. Just outside the Georgia Tech 35. 14-10 in the 3rd quarter from Bobby Dodd. It's 28-14 UCF on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. Why don't they just
Is that
review
one
it?
of those that can't be reviewed?
That can be reviewed.
That
Yeah,
can be reviewed.
It was an instant
Just
recovery.
because the way they dismissed it, it almost made it sound like, well,
Every powerful drive is presented by Georgia Power, the official energy sponsor of your Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. They will not review the previous play in which Greg McCray was hauled down by David Curry. The ball popped out of his hands at the very end of it. Referee said his elbow was down, and thus the ball was down as well. Thought it was close enough where it might warrant a review. None coming, though. Get out of the timeout. UCF has a 3rd and 9 from the 35.
And I have two problems with that, because they should always err on the side of assuming it's a live ball so that you don't have a situation where a fumble that's returned for a touchdown gets wiped out. I just can't believe they're not going to take a look at that. But the defense has to bow up here, put the ball down and play.
Anderson comes in as the standing tail alongside Gabriel. 2-by-2 receivers. Hunched over, takes the snap. Looks left now, looks right, fires over the middle and fires a strike at the 25, a first down. But a flag was thrown on the far sideline before the snap. And the initial signal is false start against UCF. So wipe out the catch by Marlon Williams.
Prior to this offense, number 72. 5-yard penalty. It is 3rd down.
I'm not sure who 72 is, because there's no one on the field, number 72. I think they're talking about Samuel Jackson, number 73, the left tackle. But it looked to me like that snap was a little slow, and the left side of the line got a quick start.
So now Georgia Tech really needs to stop UCF. It's 3rd and 14. Nose of the ball outside the Georgia Tech 40 on this opening drive of the 3rd quarter. Anderson's the tail. UCF has converted 7 of 9 on 3rd down. They need to reach the 26. Gabriel folded over, takes the shotgun snap. Bides his time, dumps it out right flat to Anderson. 35, 30, no flag. Looked like there was a hold downfield. He stopped a yard shy of the first down at the 32.
That's unbelievable, because there was a UCF receiver who had a Tech defender in a bear hug.
4th down and 1 yard to go.
We might have illegal contact here.
Line judge has his hat off. So 4th down and 2 for UCF.
Oh, it's about the spot, it looks like. That's unreal. UCF's a good enough team to win this game on their own merits. They don't need this much help from the officials.
Yeah. And after they spot the ball more accurately, they take out a wide receiver, put in a tight end, and Jake Hescock, their Wisconsin transfer. Officially 4th and 3 for UCF at the Georgia Tech 29. UCF is 1 of 1 on 4th down. Anderson the setback, heavy left. Gabriel now relaxes in his stance and makes the adjustment with some assistance from the UCF sideline. And Josh Heupel wants timeout with the play clock at 0. He got the timeout called in time.
UCF.
And what really has Georgia Tech's dander up is they felt that hold was right in front of their sideline, so they had an up-close view of it. And reasonable minds can disagree on the merits of a hold. And as the old saying goes, you can call a hold on every single offensive play, but that one was a little borderline. And as a result, UCF was able to gain 11 yards out of the backfield with it.
You know, that was unbelievable, because and I missed the numbers. I didn't see who it was who was the guilty party or the victim on this, but one of the Tech defenders was squaring up the runner to make a tackle, and he was grabbed from behind and just kind of in a bear hug from behind. He didn't have a chance to make a play because of it. And it wasn't just that it was a hold that significantly impacted that play.
Well, it's a tough call, but it's a tough job.
Yeah, you got to bounce back from it.
Make your wallet buzzworthy with a Georgia Tech Visa debit card from Georgia United Credit Union. Visit gucu.org/GoJackets, insured by NCUA. 28-14 Knights over your Jackets. Opening drive of the second half. 4th and 3 UCF. They need to reach the Georgia Tech 26. Ball right hash, it's a 4th and 3. Anderson, UCF's all-purpose yards leader a year ago. Flanked at the right hip of Gabriel, who splits 2 receivers each way. Curry prowling in the middle of the box. Gabriel, quick plant, hit as he throws it. It is incomplete! Over the middle, threw it low. And off Edmonton, it was David Curry who wrapped up Dylan Gabriel low and forced that throw to come out of his hands awkwardly.
Great pressure from Curry, defeating the low block there by the running back, Otis Anderson. Goes over the top of Anderson, gets in there on the legs of Gabriel, and just knocks him off enough for an errant pass, and that is Yellow Jacket football.
And that is what you want your sixth-year senior to do. Come through with a big play that influences it positively for the Jackets. They'll take over on downs when we return. 12:43 to go third quarter. UCF 28, Tech 14. We're back after this on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. I'll take that.
Yeah, a little cosmic justice there. Made a check right before the snap of that. You could see him doing a little clap to a couple of the linebackers.
And it is UCF football.
Oh, that's just so frustrating. After a big fourth down stand, just a bad mesh. The ball comes out. Nothing UCF did except fall on it there. That's all in the Jackets for just a bad handoff. Low snap, and then it looked like a little bit of miscommunication between Jemias Griffin and Jeff Sims. Both thought the other was taking it. And now the Knights will get a takeaway.
Third turnover caused by the Jackets today. You got to put that ball down here as UCF fails to convert on fourth down, but actually gains +2 in yardage on the recovered fumble. So they have it now at the Tech 27. Georgia Tech's resolve tested once again defensively, and we'll see what Gabriel and the UCF offense can do to adjust. Twins left, takes, turns, retreats to throw. Pocket collapses, ball over the middle. It's intercepted by Wanye Thomas. I believe Charlie Thomas affected the pass on the cock of the throw by Gabriel, and it hung up for Wanye Thomas, exchanging interceptions and exchanging turnovers, and it's right back to the Jackets.
What a takeaway by the Jackets here. It looked like the tide was turning against them again, and some timely pressure on Dylan Gabriel. That ball pops right up there, and Wanye Thomas could have fair caught that. And I think he was getting a little too excited to take off and run with it. Brings it into his body, but not able to get much of a return on it. But most importantly, the Jackets have the ball and a chance to claw back into this.
Second career interception for the junior from Niceville, Florida. 1st and 10 Tech, center of the field at its own 19. Sims drops 3, lofts it left sideline. It is almost intercepted. Oh, and Amarian Brown was undercut trying to dive for that. Richie Grant, the safety, upended him, and the flag was thrown right after that.
Well, they're going to say pass interference on Amarian Brown?
And the indication is that Amarian pushed off. Wow.
I know he's put on 15 pounds of muscle in the offseason, but I don't know that he's big enough to really affect it that much.
Interference, offense number 2. Half the distance to the goal. It is first down.
I don't think Amarian got tagged for any OPIs last year.
I didn't see much of a push-off there, but I guess he had his hands a little bit on the defender, but I didn't see anything that would warrant offensive pass interference there.
So half the distance, it remains first down. The first down and 19. Shotgun for Sims as Gibbs flanked at his right hip. 2 receivers each way. Georgia Tech spreads it out, working right to left. Sims gathers in the snap, hands off to Sims, bending it left. Gets to the edge, turns the corner, but only to the 10. And in fact, they say his first foot stepped out at the 9, so he actually loses one on the play. On the stretch, -1 in the 2nd and 20.
And that looked like one that Jeff Sims probably should have kept. Decides to give it to Gibbs on the outside zone. Don't know if that was a designed option or not, but it's just the Jackets can't seem to get out of their own way here.
2nd and 20 now. Twins each way for Sims. From the end zone. Pumps, ball knocked loose. And is it picked up by UCF? It's rolling in the end zone now. And UCF says they've fallen on it. They have. Touchdown. Anthony Montalvo, the redshirt junior D tackle. I don't know if that ball was knocked out or if it simply slipped out of Sims's hands as he was trying to scramble away. And that ball bounced around and UCF falls on it for a touchdown. 34-14.
Well, it almost felt like it was just a matter of time before this series of miscues came back to bite the Jackets, and it does in a big way there. They may be taking a look at this to see if that was a fumble or an incomplete pass.
Of a fumble recovered by the defense for a touchdown is under further review.
The only saving grace is if Sims was trying to pump, and I think he would have only pumped to set up a run, that ball moving forward, and it slipped out there, could it be interpreted as an attempt of a forward pass, in which case it would be incomplete and Georgia Tech would get a huge break.
I think that's what they're taking a look at here, although the way the breaks have gone against the Jackets today, I don't really think they can expect a bailout. Yeah, it kind of looked like his arm was moving forward, but sort of stopped right around his helmet. He's starting his throwing motion, and then looks like the defensive end got his hand in there, knocked it loose. That was Randy Charlton again. He's been a big player for the Knights today, coming away with a couple of sort of assists on turnovers there, forcing that ball out.
Sean, I'd love to be wrong, but it's hard to find something definitive to overturn that and interpret it as his arm going forward.
Yeah, I don't see it. I think that's going to stand. He's definitely trying. Well, no, looking at that again, it looked like he kind of caught his elbow as it was coming forward, but I'm with you, Andy. I think it'd be difficult to overturn this, but I'd be very happy to be wrong.
It's right as he was about to extend the ball forward that Charlton hit his elbow.
It's right kind of at that inflection point where he goes from sort of pumping it, cocking it back to starting to move it forward, and Charlton hits his elbow right there and the ball pops out, but Sims didn't really have much follow-through on it, so it's hard to say whether or not it was just a pump or if they're actually going to say this is an incomplete pass. I think this probably stands.
Heads it off, and let's get the word.
After further review, the quarterback's arm was coming forward prior to the ball coming loose. This is an incomplete pass. The ball be placed at the previous spot. Will be 3rd down and 19 from the 9-yard line.
Well, partner, we thought Georgia Tech was on the wrong end of some breaks in that first half.
Man.
They got a mammoth one there to deny the fumble recovery in the end zone by the Knights. Flip it back to 28-14 UCF. It is 3rd down and 20, but a generous interpretation, one the Georgia Tech fans will not apologize for.
No.
A big overturning of the call on the field.
Well, now both fan bases have something to complain about, but I'm happy to be wrong with that, and I can certainly see where they got that, but I'll take it. Let's stop right there.
So instead, it's 3rd and 20 from the 9. Both teams have already had turnovers in this third quarter. Georgia Tech on an interception by Wanye Thomas. UCF on a fumble of a mesh. 11:47 to play third quarter. It's 28-14 UCF. They still haven't flipped the scoreboard back. You'd think that's the first thing that they would do.
I mean, if we were at UGA, they'd have shut off the scoreboard already.
You're darn right about that. Every powerful drive is presented by Georgia Power, the official energy sponsor of your Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Showing a commercial break. Glad you stuck with us here on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. Let's pause 10 seconds for station ID. This is Georgia Tech football. No surprise that pocket would collapse. UCF led the nation in TFLs last year. 4 receivers for Sims. Uncorks a swing pass right to Dante Smith past the 15. Sutter stepping towards the original line of scrimmage, but he gets stopped at the 18. Get a little bit out from the shadows of their own end zone, but still 3rd and 10 plus, and the punting unit comes on.
Yeah, and obviously Tech would have loved to have picked up the first down there, but I think this is a good play call. maybe not a surprising one, make a safe pass out to the running back, just get Presley Harvin out of his own end zone and give him a chance to flip the field for Tech.
See if Presley could nuke this. Anderson between the hashes at his own 30. Long snap sent back to Presley. No rush. Gets this away. Tumbling towards the 40. Hops at the 35, the 30. Keep on bouncing ball. Past the 20. Past the 15. And it finally rolls to a stop along the numbers at the 12. I am in absolute awe at the size of that punt. Presley Harvin, with 10:59 to go, forces a long field from UCF.
What a bomb from Presley Harvin. That's up there with some of the best punts I've ever seen.
His previous high was 62, and that one goes for 70, so I'd say that's a new career high for Presley. Subject of a gushing article from Andy Staples in The Athletic, and of course we've written about him as well on Inside the Chart on RamblinWreck.com. Not too many college punters finished second in the state track and field meet in the shot put as a senior like Presley did in Alcalá, South Carolina. So back to work go the UCF Knights. Gabriel tried to shake off the interception. He was 13th in the nation in pass efficiency a year ago. Only tossed 7 total interceptions. All of those picks, by the way, were in UCF losses. A back alongside him in Thompson. He takes the handoff, hunts for room, gets to the 15, winding between the hashes at the 20, and up to the 25. A strong run of 13 by the third-string back, Bentavious Thompson.
And Bentavious Thompson's not your average third-string back. He had 8 touchdowns last year and 604 rush yards.
Once again, lines up alongside Gabriel, and more motion before the snap. Another false start indicated against the Knights.
Well, let's not forget this is UCF's first game of the season.
5-yard penalty. First down.
They're getting some of those first game jitters to go along with, trying to push that tempo. It's tough for the offense to get lined up in time, too, when you're trying to go that fast.
Boundary receiver Jacob Harris penalized for it. 1st and 15 now at the 20 of UCF. Williams and Robinson receivers left. Gabriel 5 yards deep behind his center, Matthew Lee. And again, extends the handoff to Thompson, squeezes through a crease behind left guard, but only picks up a couple as he was wrapped up by Curry. David Curry, 8th in the ACC last year in tackles per game, had that huge QB hurry to force the 4th down stop against Gabriel earlier this quarter. They bring a twist. Gabriel throws the slant over the middle, incomplete. Wanted to find Jalen Robinson. Zamari Walton hit the turf trying to cut in front, but that ball sailed well in front of both.
Yeah, they got a little tied up there as Robinson was trying to make his break, and that ball flutters harmlessly to the turf.
Line to reach is a 35. It's 3rd and 13 with 10:04 to go in the third quarter. Jackets down 28-14, a money down time here at Bobby Dodd. Gabriel gazes toward his sideline, empties out the backfield. He splits Anderson in the slot right, and 3 receivers left. Curry coiled, doesn't go on the blitz. Gabriel on the swing pass, it's yanked in by Anderson at the 25, but he's hauled down from behind by Demetrius Knight at the 29. A gain of 7 and well shy of the sticks.
And I think UCF is going to have to punt here. As they've been eager to go for it on 4th down. I don't think that Josh Heupel's going to risk it at this point with a 2-touchdown lead. Great job by the Jackets. Brought some pressure and a nice tackle by Demetrius Knight to prevent the runner from picking up the first down.
Yeah, tracking with Ildus Anderson out of the backfield.
Which is no small feat.
Osteen at his own 15. Oh, and a whistle and a flag. Did somebody flinch from Georgia
Tech?
Tech?
Got offsides on Tech here.
Could go from a 4th and 6 to a 4th and 1.
Offside. Defense number 37. Entering the neutral zone, causing the offense to false start. 5-yard penalty remains 4th down.
That's Kaya Wright, the freshman from Miami. The punting unit does remain on, however. UCF not trying to risk it, as Georgia Tech quickly tries to
might
get
need
some
a timeout here.
Yeah. And Jeff Collins does call for timeout. You could even see Osteen, the punter, clapping. He wanted that snap as Georgia Tech had 3 players late sprinting off the field. Didn't want a second consecutive penalty to turn a 4th and 6 into a fresh set of downs for UCF. So Jeff Collins has to burn one, his first of the half, with 9:29 to play in the third quarter. Might give Josh Heupel some time to reconsider punting on 4th and 1, but inside their own territory at the 34. We'll find out. 28-14, UCF on top.
Now, I think Josh Heupel's pretty content to let his defense play this, and I don't think you want to risk giving Tech a spark at this point that might allow them to get something going and get back into this game. Tech was trying to substitute. They were bringing some bigger bodies in case UCF was going to go for the fake. But they just was way too much confusion on that substitution, and you can't afford to have that, especially coming off of a penalty.
Marquez Hazard jogs back, cinches up the receiver's gloves. The transfer from Miami at his own 25, hosting with 3 protectors in front. Puts the ball down and spirals this away. It's a good one. Hazard signals a fair catch and reels it in nicely on the left hash at the 24. Tech back to work, down 28-14. It's been a roller coaster of momentum offensively for Georgia Tech today.
It has been, and after that disastrous series, really the back and forth from both teams prior to that last UCF drive, Tech's got to feel relatively good about where they stand at this point in the game. Have a chance to pull this within 1 score.
Hazard and Brown split left. And on the counter, it's Gibbs running left past the 25 and lunges ahead to the 29 for a gain of 5. Make that jet sweep to Amarian Brown and ran behind left tackle from Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah, and you'd like to be able to establish that jet sweep to really make the defense respect it more, but still a good gain on first down.
2nd and 9, Brown slot right. Sims, awkward snap, hands off, bouncing left Gibbs to the 30, 35, lowers his shoulder. Oh, he didn't want to tiptoe out of bounds. He gave a lick to the defensive back coming up, and he gets the first down out to the 38. Zamari Maxwell. The business end of that hit from Jahmyr Gibbs.
Exact same play, and Jahmyr Gibbs says, I'm not just speed and quickness, I'll bring some pads too, and nice hit there on Zamari Maxwell.
He's now the pistol back behind Sims on 1st and 10 from the Tech 38. 2 receivers right, 1 wide left, and it's Gibbs, takes the handoff, hitting the backfield, slips loose though, running left to the 35, and now finally brought down to the 36. That still is -2.
Yeah, Randy Charlton came completely unblocked, timed that snap up perfectly. I thought he might have maybe gotten a little bit of a head start on the snap, in fact, but he came right through. I don't know if he was a design read key or what, but he blew that up before it got started. He's having a heck of a game.
He really is.
We got a UCF defender down in the secondary there, too.
Antoine Collier, who came up under his own power, was trying to jog off near the Georgia Tech bench, but only got so far as to the underside of the G and GT in midfield. And now on his back, the senior safety from Miami, Florida, getting looked at with 8:04 to play, 3rd quarter, and Tech down 28-14. We'll say this about Jahmyr Gibbs. He was hit on the mesh almost immediately. Clamped that ball against him. Could have taken an even worse loss. Was able to slip his way free and only make it a loss of 2. But again, a UCF team that led the nation last year in tackles for loss per game. Georgia Tech had experience, though, facing teams that crash the backfield often. They faced 3 of the top 10 teams in the nation last year in TFLs per game: Clemson, Miami, and Pittsburgh. Of course, we'll have to face those 3 again this year.
I was going to say, this seems like a refrain we hear quite often. And, you know, for as much love as the SEC gets, the ACC's got some pretty stout defensive lines and front sevens. So, no, it's a tough lineup for the Jackets to have to face every year.
Yeah, there is a reason why UCF number 13 in the country, and it's not because they treat defense as a suggestion either. Sometimes we treat him as a suggestion, but we'll go up to him anyway. The 3rd member of our broadcast team, Wiley Ballard. Wiley, what you got?
Well, you know, there's so many storylines going on today, and I've got to imagine the new turf is not one of the leading ones. But at the same time, it is intriguing to me hearing Chris May's process. They installed the new Shaw Sports turf in about a 6-week span, and this is one of the biggest differences for his line of work is they now spend just an hour a day as opposed to 3 hours a day trying to get it ready. And I think the biggest takeaway I had from the conversation with him was more that when Shaw Sports was designing the turf, they actually visited Bobby Dodd Stadium in Grant Field summer of 2016 when they hosted United, and they actually based the imitated turf off of what they had at Bobby Dodd.
Wow.
So the bottom line is the grass is pretty good here.
It's top of the line. Griffin now the standing tail alongside Sims, who gathers the snap. A deep drop. Fires left. It's caught at the 45. Marquez Hazard. Army crawling forward to the 46 and a pickup of 10. Marquez Hazard and Jeff Sims have quite a chemistry going through a game and a half.
Yeah, they really do, and Hazard has some really strong hands. He's hauling in some tough passes.
3rd and 2, Sims to throw. Looking, firing left, incomplete. Wanted that crossing pattern to Amarian Brown. It was broken up. Georgia Tech hollering for a pass interference, none coming. It's 4th down and 2, and Georgia Tech going to put the punting unit on.
Just a tough break there. Amarian Brown not quite able to get the separation you'd hope for there. Trying to get him matched up against a linebacker. Jeff Sims had to get rid of that before he wanted to.
I think his initial read was to go to the flat. 7:20 to play, third quarter, 28-14 UCF. Harvin, no rush, booms this away, tailing towards the right side. Anderson fields it at the 10. And they'll say he pulled it in officially at the 11. But I want to know also about this new turf at Bobby Dodd Stadium, and part of what makes it so state-of-the-art is it cools so much faster than traditional turf. That's because the infill is made of coconut husks rather than rubber pellets. Now, my mom is allergic to coconuts, so should she break out in hives if she were on the field? Because my mom, let me tell you, Alice Demetra was one heck of a middle linebacker back in the day. She's from Chicago.
Well, you always tell me she just loves to go to football fields, just roll around on them a little
why
bit. So
not?
it's potentially a hazardous proposition for her, but otherwise, great-looking playing surface.
Hi, Mom. 7:13, third quarter. From the 12, Gabriel deploys two receivers each way, handoff straight ahead, and a burst of speed across the 15 by Anderson. He's cut down by Curry at the 17, a gain of 5. They line up quickly. Three-man front for Georgia Tech. Gabriel once again delivers the handoff to Anderson, who cuts through a crease past the 20, loses the ball at the end of the play. It's fallen upon by the Jackets. No signal that the runner was down on contact. It will be a first down.
Yeah, they're telling him to move the chains here. I think he was down. Yeah.
First down, handoff inside, running left is Anderson, gets past the 25 to the 27. Dylan Gabriel was detonated on by Jordan Dominic on that mesh. Expertly handed it off for a pickup of 4.
Yeah, Jordan Dominic was making perfectly sure that Dylan Gabriel was not going to take off and run that.
Anderson, the featured back. Gabriel, a hard count. Georgia Tech flinches. Doesn't go into the neutral zone. Two receivers left, two right. The spread UCF offense that averaged 43 points a game a year ago. Snap back to Gabriel. Turns and cuts it loose deep down the seam, and it is broken up at the 35. Terrific adjustment deep downfield. The intended target was Ryan O'Keefe, the speedster, but it was broken up by Wanye Thomas and Wesley Walker.
Yeah, good break up there, but that's a bad underthrow by Dylan Gabriel. If he's able to release that, his receiver had a step. And Wesley Walker, great recovery on that.
Wesley Walker, the redshirt freshman from Nashville who had 2 tackles last week, trips right. One receiver up top on 3rd and 6. 28-14 UCF. Gabriel now relaxes in his stance. Yes, the signal's relayed in. The sophomore from Hawaii shifts Thompson to his left hip. A short drop. Wants to throw over the middle. Throws right instead. Has a man wide open. Williams dashing down the right side. 45-50. And finally brought down in Tech territory at the 48. Looks like whoever was covering him slipped, and that left him wide open.
That's exactly what happened there. And good job by Dylan Gabriel to find his open receiver.
So another third down conversion for the Knights. 8 of 12 on third down today. And another jacket down, clutching his hamstring. That's Wesley Walker. Stops play with 5:47 to go, 28-14 UCF.
It's got to be frustrating for this Tech defense because they've done a really good job of coming up with clutch stops, and Tech needs to find a way to capitalize on this. When you're facing a team like UCF that you know is going to eventually find the end zone, you got to capitalize on opportunities when they come, and Tech unfortunately just hasn't been able to get a lot going on these last 2 offensive drives, and now UCF finding a little bit of momentum as they're trying to stretch this lead.
That last pass tops 300 yards passing for Dylan Gabriel, 19 of 39, 304. And if you're a secondary facing UCF, it's hard not to feel like you're under siege at every waking second.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, I'm just glad when I was playing defense in high school, I never had to face a team like this where you have to sprint back to the line only to sprint 40 yards downfield again and sprint back to the line. And, you know, it's like running suicides out there. These guys are certainly getting their conditioning in for the day.
Walker gets helped up to his feet. They'll have to come out. Again, the unavailable list grows this week. No Antonius Clayton, still anxiously awaiting his Georgia Tech debut. He was also unavailable versus FSU. Also no Curtis Ryans, unavailable. ACC Defensive Lineman of the Week for his 2-sack, 2 forced fumble performance against the Noles. And no Trey Swilling for his 2nd straight game. Going to love to have Trey Swilling out there He's led the team in PBUs each of the last 2 seasons. Thompson, the standing tail. Pair of receivers split left for Gabriel. 1st and 10 at the Tech 48. Curry creeps up and now backpedals. Gabriel scans, turns, and hands off Thompson. A jump cut to his right, but he is blasted by Curry at the 46, a pickup of 2.
Yeah, great job by David Curry there of getting off the block, meeting the runner in the hole. And then Mike Lockhart comes over the top and cleans him up.
Ooh, a 1-2 punch right there. That's a Malorton and Old style right there. 2nd and 8 from the 46. Again, twins each way for Gabriel. Hands out like he's praying, waiting on the snap. He's got a new center this year in Matthew Lee. With Anderson planted alongside him and now wants an adjustment. Anderson 12 carries, 49 yards. The snap and Gabriel retreats under a rush, lets it loose down the right sideline, and it is caught by O'Keefe, but he is well out of bounds. Lunging across the chalk around the 10-yard line, he got underneath it, but that ball couldn't tuck inside the sideline for Gabriel. 3rd down, another big 3rd down that Georgia Tech needs to come through on.
Yeah, it's all about the team pressure there, dialed up by Andrew Thacker. Basically brings the house and dares Dylan Gabriel to step back and throw that up over the top. And this time, Gabriel's a little bit off the mark and leads his receiver just about a yard out of bounds.
Trips left for Gabriel as the Knights move left to right. 3rd and 6 from the 46 of the Jackets. Gabriel back to throw, dumps it right. It's caught by Anderson, 45, a stutter step. He's brought down at the 43, and that is shy of the 1st down. Going to be a 4th down and 5. UCF to go for it again. Need to reach the 38 of the Jackets. They line up quickly. 3 receivers span left on the wide side. 1 receiver, the 6'5 Harris on the right. Gabriel wary of a blitz off the edge. Charlie Thomas was trying to be coiled off the left tackle. Gabriel rolls left, wants to dump away, throws right, and it's incomplete. Pressured off the edge, and Gabriel ran out of time and options on that left sideline, and Georgia Tech once again turns UCF over on downs inside Jacket territory.
Just incredible resilience by this defense. They keep coming up big when they're needed the most. And this time we had 3 Tech defenders tracking down Gabriel. Just a great job of getting pressure on him, not letting him set his feet and deliver a catchable throw.
Got good pressure on the design rollout. Now Georgia Tech will see if they can seize on that momentum offensively. And kind of stuck in second gear here in the second half, but good starting field position as Sims works from the pistol with Smith holstered behind him. Like what I did there, pistol, holster.
Yeah, that was good.
Sims with a stack right, 1 receiver left. Takes, pivots, meshes, Smith slices through, 50, 45, cut down inside UCF territory, and he didn't go down on first contact, lunges forward to the 40 for a 1st down.
I love what I'm seeing out of Dante Smith. He refuses to go down. He's making the most of his touches. It's a crowded backfield, but he's showing he needs to be a part of this offensive game plan.
From the 40 of UCF, left hash, 1st down and 10 out of the pistol. It's Smith again, cuts up the middle, 35, breaks left and down to the 34. That's 6 more for the man called 2K Tay, the redshirt sophomore from Spring Hill, Tennessee. 3:31 and counting, 3rd quarter. Eric Mitchell, the linebacker, on the stop of Smith, who comes out. Jameer Gibbs takes his place. Tech trailing 28-14. Brown, the slot right, Camp beyond him. A staggered stance for Sims. 4-man rush, low snap. Fakes the mesh, keeps it himself, running left and gets to the 32. Gain of 3, right decision as they crashed inside, and Sims was able to bust it off left tackle.
Yeah, a nice little job of creating there. There's a lot of traffic in that area, but he's able to dance around, pick up an extra yard or 2, and set up 3rd and short.
Hazard Brown camped the receivers right. 3rd and 2 from the UCF 32. Gibbs hands on knees beside Sims. Hard count, nobody flinches for UCF. 1 safety playing high. Sims the snap, handoff, a hole up the middle for Gibbs. Cuts it left, he's at the 30, pushing the low down to the 28, and that's a 1st down. Well, the ability to stop and turn on a dime, had that burst up the middle and then bounced to the left. It's a 1st down for Jameer Gibbs.
Yeah, and it looked like he might have had a little more space, but Richie Grant came in, tried to yank that ball loose, and then Very smartly, Jahmyr Gibbs made the rest of that run just about hanging on to that football.
Griffin now joins Gibbs as the split back surrounding Sims. 3 receivers, 2 right. Sims to throw. Blitz is picked up. Fires over the middle. It is tipped once, twice. Incomplete. Another ball that was batted at the line and then tipped a second time by Eric Gilliard, the linebacker. He was looking over the middle just inside the left hash for Marquez Ezzard.
Yeah, there's a little switch concept to the near side of the field there with Ezzard coming on a skinny post. And he had room to run. That was probably a touchdown if Sims is able to get that to him. And on the other side, Jahmyr Gibbs was wide open on that wheel route to the back of the end zone.
Griffin now the lone back. Coco comes in as the tight end. 2 wide to the right, 1 left on 2nd and 10 from the UCF 28. Sims turns, fakes the handoff, slips out of a tackle, bouncing right. He's at the 30, 25, and he crashes up to the 27 or so. Only going to pick up about 2. Tried to stretch it out right, but he was closed off by Grant and company. It's a 3rd and long for Georgia Tech.
Yeah, but to state the very obvious, a gain of 2 is a lot better than a loss of 2. And for a second there, it looked like Jeff Sims was going to get to that mesh, crashed on him, and he pulls it out and is able to get around and pick something up to keep this from being a 3rd and very long.
Gibbs split wide left along with Carter. 2 receivers right. The play clock down at 13. Georgia Tech going 5 receivers. And an empty backfield for Sims, the freshman. 14 of 27 today. He motions Gibbs alongside him in the backfield now. Here's the snap on 3rd and 8. Pocket holds. Guns over the middle, too high. It's off the hands of Gibbs. Incomplete. Trying to reach back behind him on the right hash of the 20. Incomplete, and it's 4th and 9.
Yeah, and you got to go for it here. About a minute left in the 3rd quarter. 4th and 9. Tech's shown it can convert in these sort of situations. But they just seem a little out of rhythm on these last couple drives, and I wonder if you try to find a guy like Marquez Ezzard across the middle of the field. I don't see him on the field right now, though. I would think he's a guy you want to have out there right now.
Now the receivers are Camp to the right, Brown and Carter to the left. 10 seconds on the play clock. Shotgun pro set for Sims. Extra rusher for UCF. Sims gathers, scrambles. He spun around, stays on his feet. Tries to turn upfield to the 25, but he's not going to get there. He was kind of staggering forward. A flag, however, was thrown late on the play, right at the tackle spot.
And
Could
Sims
this
lost
be a
his
face
helmet.
mask because he lost his helmet? You can hear Josh Heupel through the referee microphone. No way. We appreciate Josh Heupel keeping his distaste for the call potentially clean. Going to be a 4th down personal foul that extends the drive for Tech. Referees are having a long conversation about it.
I don't really know what there is to talk about. It's either a face mask or it's
The
not.
runner did not reach the line to gain. After the play, dead ball, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, defense number 0. The series ended. The ball will belong to UCF. Half the distance to the goal. 1st down.
So UCF does take over on downs. It's not a face mask. That's the crucial difference, because with it happening after the series ended, unnecessary roughness, dead ball penalty, Georgia Tech unable to extend the drive.
Oh, that's frustrating. That's frustrating. And that does explain what the delay was, as they were debating whether or not the drive had ended at that point. And in fact, it was a dead ball foul, so UCF will take over. But, it looked like Jeff Sims had a receiver that he maybe could have gone to if he would have had his eyes downfield, but just stumbled a little bit as he was trying to take off on that scramble. Think he could have picked it up on the ground, and the defense is going to be asked to stand tall once again.
After the penalty, 1st and 10, UCF at the 12. With a back and an offset, the give goes to Anderson, hunting for room. He's strung out to his right and thrown down for a loss back at the 9.
Charlie Thomas again shooting through there and not giving the back anywhere to go.
And this was after Caleb Oliver went down in the 1st quarter. Charlie adapting well to the nickel spot. Stack left, 2 receivers right, 2nd and 13. Gabriel evacuates the pocket, rolling left, throwing on the run. It is juggled and dropped, and a huge hit along the UCF sideline. It's 3rd down and long. What a hit.
It looked like it was going to be an easy completion, and one of the DBs for Tech came and just cleaned up that receiver.
And another false start penalty. Wide receiver jumped early before the snap on the far side.
A lot of malfunctions from UCF on this possession.
That was Jalen Robinson who took that shot on the last play.
Full start. Offense, number 1. Half the distance to the goal.
Well, after taking that hit, I'd keep running if I were him too.
I think that was Keenan Johnson
It
who
was
got in
Keenan
there, the
Johnson.
redshirt freshman. Yeah, he came in there and just blasted him near the sideline and clearly got in his head.
3rd and 13 for UCF. They back it up now to the 4. 28-14 UCF, 36 seconds to go in the third quarter. Gabriel, feet inside the goal end zone. One back, one offset. Takes, hands off. Anderson shoots up the middle. He's at the 15, and that's all he gets. Shy of the first down line to gain. A pickup of 12 to the 17. And another jacket down, and that is Charlie Thomas now.
And you hate to see that at any time, but especially a guy who's having a game like this. And as you mentioned, with Caleb Oliver out of the game, and the Jackets are already pretty thin in that secondary just due to injuries coming into this game. Some new young guys are going to have to step up and answer the bell.
And Caleb Oliver, we haven't seen him since the first quarter. And now Charlie Thomas, who's played a tremendous game. The junior from Thomasville, Georgia, sack on Gabriel, couple of TFLs, but being tended to now. A couple of yards behind where the tackle was made. 20 seconds to go in the third quarter. It's been a scoreless stalemate of a third between the Jackets and Knights. 28-14 UCF on top. Georgia Tech can ill afford more losses on the defensive end. They're already playing shorthanded. That's part of what made last weekend's performance versus USF more impressive, is they played that game essentially without 3.5 guys that you figured would be full-time starters. The half being Tariq Carpenter,
Right,
because he didn't return for the second half after laying that vicious hit on Tamari and Terry.
And you just think about who Tech is missing right now, and you go along that defensive line. TK Chimedza's out, Antoine Owens is out, Antonius Clayton's out, Curtis Ryans is out today. That's just along that's coming into this game, and then you lose a guy like Trey Swilling in the secondary, before the ball even kicks off, and just continues to get thinner and thinner out there. But these guys are playing with a lot of heart, a lot of resilience. I'm just really proud of the way this coaching staff has instilled that next man up mentality, because they really haven't dropped off much at all when these young guys have had to come in and play significant minutes.
Thomas finally helped up to his feet after he got examined from a lying position to prone position on the grass.
Looks like Caleb Oliver's out there helping him off too, so that's a good sign.
He does have his helmet on. As the punting unit strides on for UCF. Yeah, Georgia Tech down so many players and facing an offense as daunting as UCF. They've really competed in this second half. Osteen to punt from his own 3 in front of this 4th and 5. 3 protectors in front of him. Ezard waits at his 35.
They're going to be content to take this to quarter.
Yep, all zeros on the clock. So that does it for the third quarter. Georgia Tech still down 14, 28-14 to UCF. Held the Knights scoreless in that third quarter. Couple of turnovers on downs and an interception to keep the Knights and that high-powered offense off the board. But they're still chasing 14 points. Coming up, we'll get a quarter recap from Dan Kortz. We're back after this on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. Same personnel with Brown and Carter split left. Camp hunched down, split right along the numbers. Sims from the pistol. Hands off. Griffin runs right. 50, 45. Bounces off a tackle. Loses the football at the 41. Looks like Georgia Tech falls on it. They do at the 42. Gain of 8 by Jemias Griffin. Whether he was down on contact or not, Georgia Tech was on the spot to recover it. And a UCF lineman is down.
Yeah, it's Cam Good.
For injured player.
He was running back to the line, just kind of went down.
Timeout on the field.
He was grabbing at his leg. Nice takeoff there by Jemias Griffin. Get going. Need to see a little bit more ball security, but man, did he come shot out of a cannon.
Yeah, Georgia Tech has put the ball on the ground a little more than their taste. Different meaning to put the ball down than what they like within the program. But they do have it in front of a 2nd and 7 with 13:53 to play in our fourth quarter from Bobby Dodd. UCF 28, Georgia Tech 14. We're back after this in the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
If we got time on the other side of this, I can do a quick thing on Jordan Williams.
Sure.
I think we'll have plenty of time. We're going to have a nice little tidy 5.5-hour football game here.
Which will still be shorter than what we experienced yesterday
That's
last
true.
week.
Yeah, well,
last week,
this might
everything.
be Georgia Tech's longest game without lightning.
Miller, you just doomed us to multiple overtimes.
Hey, if we go to
No,
OT,
hey, I figure with overtimes and the 2.5 hours you guys spend on postgame, we could be here till
Hey, now.
midnight.
Hey.
Not me, dude. I try to get out of here. Come on now. Come on. Spacious interior, innovative technology, and proven capability. Ford SUVs are built for victory. Score a great offer today at your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Same score was at halftime. UCF 28, Tech 14, 13:53 to go. As Georgia Tech looks to break through. They scored a touchdown in their last drive of the second quarter. Last drive turned it over on downs as they were threatening just outside the UCF red zone. Getting into UCF territory has not been an issue by and large, but it's about completing those drives like they did on the very first drive of the game when Jahmyr Gibbs ran the opening kickoff 79 yards to the UCF 21. 3 plays later, Sims plunged in for the score. Georgia Tech has found rhythm offensively to be elusive in this second half. Have you noticed anything UCF is doing differently, Sean, to account for that?
Not really. I mean, I can't point to any one thing. I think they've been doing a pretty good job of crashing the middle with the linebackers, both in the run game and in pass rush, trying to get hands in those passing lanes, which I think has got Jeff Sims a little rattled. But I like what Dave Patino did earlier in this drive, trying to go to that boot and getting him out in space.
We'll get to Wiley Ballard in just a moment. Georgia Tech works left to right. 2nd and 7 from the UCF 42 right hash. 2 receivers left, 1 wide right. Griffin hunches down as the lone setback beside Sims. Snap to Sims, pressure off the edge, it's picked up. Sims has to step up, throws it deep on the fade right side, but it's overthrown and out of bounds. Trying to find Marquez Ezra, but that ball sailed as he tried to throw on the run. 3rd and 7.
Yeah, the pass was off the mark, but great presence there by Jeff Sims to see the rush coming, step up, use his blocker, and buy enough time to get that pass off.
And Jemias Griffin did a good job to pick up that block on the blitz off the edge. He comes out, Gibbs comes in as the pistol back. 3rd and 7 from the Knights 42. Snap, handoff. Gibbs has room, 40, 35, drags the tackler with him, and he's got the first down to the 34.
That's Randy Charlton down and kind of slumping his shoulder after that play, too. He doesn't want to come out, but he got the business end of Jahmyr Gibbs there.
1st and 10 now at the 33, slot left. Mesh, handoff, running right, Gibbs, 25-20, he's at the 15, 10, 5, touchdown, Jackets, Jahmyr Gibbs. 33 yards and a house call for the freshman, 28-20, point after pending.
Woo! He took that ball, got off that right tackle, and then it was just a foot race, and man, can he really fly. Jahmyr Gibbs, you don't get the number 21 at Georgia Tech if the coaches don't think you're special, and clearly they think an awful lot of this young freshman out of Dalton because, man, does he look good.
A bolt of lightning off right tackle for Jahmyr Gibbs, his second touchdown of the night. Extra point is up, extra point is away, and the extra point is good by Stewart. Jahmyr Gibbs a receiving touchdown, a rushing touchdown, and a 79-yard kick return. Not a bad day of work for the true freshman in his Georgia Tech debut, and it is a new game here at Bobby Dodd. 13-12 to go. Number 13 UCF leads 28-21. We're back after this in the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. Five plays, 56 yards, last 33 covered by Jahmyr Gibbs, who sprinted off right tackle and left the Knights in his rear view mirror for the touchdown. An ultimate drive presented by our Atlanta area BMW centers. BMW is the official luxury vehicle of Georgia Tech Athletics. Visit BMWATL.com today to schedule a test drive. And it's a one-possession game again. UCF 28, Georgia Tech 21. Let's kick it over to our sideline reporter, Wiley Ballard. Wiley. We'll get to Wiley momentarily. Well, what I like there, Jack Coco sealed the block that gave that right side free and clear space for Jahmyr Gibbs, and the just elation and the celebration that surrounded and engulfed Jack Coco, the walk-on, coming back to the sideline. That was something to see.
Yeah, he absolutely cleared out the last UCF defender who had a chance to make that play. Jack DeFore also came around and had a great log block to the outside of that on the pull around. And watching the replay, one of the things that I love was Jeff Sims, as soon as he saw Gibbs catch that corner, just threw his hands up in the air, said touchdown, because he knew that the Knights had no chance of making that play.
Jack Coco got a big bear hug from Coach Tashard Choice as well. You do the unsung things to let others get the glory.
Absolutely.
Doesn't go unrecognized down on that sideline. So 28-21, Georgia Tech hanging tough with the number 13 team in the nation. UCF 3 losses a year ago. All were on the road by a combined 7 points. Kent, the left-footed kickoff specialist, drops his arm. Boots this away from left to right toward Anderson. Has some side spin on it. Anderson runs underneath it. Left side numbers at the 5. He called fair catch. Very nonchalant gesture. Whistle was delayed, but finally is chirped. Even hit his palm up saying, hey, I signaled there. Don't let me be.
Well, everyone's getting used to the electronic whistles, too. And these AAC officials, this is their first game back.
That is true. So on the touchback, UCF takes over at the 25. Gibbs, by the way, according to Al Seraldo Jr., first jacket with a rushing and receiving touchdown in the same game since J.J. Green, October 14, 2017.
I would have guessed Clinton Lynch.
I know, surprising. Gabriel exclusively from the gun. Anderson planted alongside him. 2 receivers each way. As the left-hander cocks and throws toward the left side, it is caught by Williams, and he drags a tackler with him up to the 35. First down. Avery Shoel jumped on his back, but he took a ride.
And a good job by Shoel not letting go, because that play could have gone for a lot more if he'd been able to break that tackle.
Williams, who signed with UCF over Georgia Tech. On 1st and 10, Gabriel launches it deep right side as a man breaking free, but too far in front of Williams, incomplete. Got a step on Shoel, but that ball a few yards too far in front of him. And another Georgia Tech player down in the offensive backfield. That appears to be Quez Jackson.
It is indeed having trouble getting up.
Hope it's nothing more than cramps here. As the play count continues to tick upward for both teams. That was UCF 72nd. Georgia Tech has run 69. On an overcast and very pleasant mid-September afternoon into evening here for the home opener. Temperatures struggled because of that cloud cover to break past 70.
I know for a fact I never had a September game that felt this nice.
Yeah.
But then again, we are playing this in the aftermath of a hurricane storm system. So, you know, there's always that.
And it is 2020.
Well, there's that too.
Nothing is off the table. Well, they tend to Quez Jackson, who tied a career high with 9 tackles, also intercepted a pass last weekend versus Florida State. While they do that, let's now send it to Wiley Ballard. Wiley?
We've talked so often this year about the relationship between Jeff Sims and his receivers. Another key relationship on the Georgia Tech offense is that between right guard Ryan Johnson and right tackle Jordan Williams. We all know Williams came in, highly recruited, preseason freshman All-American according to 247 Sports. Well, Brent Key really talked about how much Ryan Johnson has brought him along. Keep in mind, Johnson new to Georgia Tech as well as a transfer, but in fact it was late in preseason practice when Williams was running with the 2s and the 3s, and he found himself calling out the pass protections. And when he ran over to the sideline, he told Brent Key, I got to go apologize to Ryan Johnson. Coach Key said, why? He said, I had no idea how difficult it was trying to tell somebody the pass protection on every play. I got to stop asking him to do that for me.
Sean, can you relate? Do you
we didn't throw the ball a lot when I was here.
In general terms.
No, absolutely,
Yeah.
because you know you're relying on people to relay information to you. You got to be able to pick out the defense, and you know when you're a freshman or a young player who's thrust into significant game action early on, there's a lot of discretionary judgment calls that you have to make. Is this linebacker in the box? Is he in or out? You know, is he what do you want to call him as? Who's the mic? And when you have to make those calls, when you're a young guy who's maybe doesn't command the respect of the team because you haven't been around that long, there's a lot of pressure that comes with having to say definitively, okay, this is what this dude's doing, this is what we should do.
Wiley, thank you. As they help off Quez Jackson, does seem to be favoring his leg. Demetrius Knight takes his spot now. It's 2nd and 10, UCF at its own 35. Twins each way for Gabriel. Georgia Tech sends a rush from the backside. Gabriel launches it right sideline. Williams over the shoulder, makes the grab at the 30 of the Jackets, and cut down from behind by Tariq Carpenter, close to the 20-yard line. They'll say he was out at the 25.
Beautiful pitch and catch there. Great ball by Dylan Gabriel. Laid it right up, and Marlon Williams ran right underneath it.
Yeah, he was able to run underneath that one. 1st and 10 now from the Tech 25. Snap and a quick out route. It's caught by Davis, but another penalty flag thrown and a false start indicated against UCF. Must have been the 4th or 5th that a wide receiver has been in motion early.
That's Jalen Robinson again.
Not set prior to the snap. 5-yard penalty, first down.
I said you wondered if this being UCF season opener and all of the minefields teams have had to navigate through preseason camp, if their timing and rhythm would be thrown off, and I think it's manifested most in those. 4 wide for Gabriel. Georgia Tech walks linebackers into the gaps. They now relax. 1st and 15, UCF at the Tech 30. Here's the snap. Gabriel hands off. Cutting left, it's Anderson, breaks one tackle. He's at the 20, 15, a 10, stiff arm, and down to the 5. Anderson, who is 2nd in UCF history in career yards per carry. Lines up once again as the standing tail, takes the handoff, runs right, winding his way toward the goal line. He's down to the 1.
And Tech was not ready for that snap. They need to hurry up and get up to the line here.
They now bring an offset in front of Anderson. Takes the handoff straight ahead, tries to push the load. Does he get across? Yes, touchdown. A very quick strike by UCF after Georgia Tech had closed to within a touchdown. And with 11:40 to play, another big play downfield, setting UCF up to press the tempo and mash the gas. And they turn it into 6 points. 34-21. Andrew Obarski now for the extra point. 6 plays, 75 yards, and $132 for UCF. And for Anderson, his first touchdown of the day. Extra point is up, and it's blasted good.
With 11:40 to go in the fourth quarter, the score is now
Sometimes those big pass completions can be really deflating, even more so when you know that your offense is going to hustle downfield, line up quickly, and really try to catch you back-footed. And UCF did that very expertly against the Jackets on that drive. So Georgia Tech back down 2 scores, 35-21. They trail UCF with 11:40 to play. Timeout on the field. We'll take one as well on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. Well, a mark of a team that has resided in the top 25 for pretty much the last 4 years is you can respond to that momentum starting to gather with your opponent. And UCF showed that on that last drive. 6 plays, 75 yards. The big connection was a deep downfield shot to Marlon Williams to set themselves up just outside the Georgia Tech red zone. And they capitalized a few plays later with the Otis Anderson 1-yard rushing score. 35-21 UCF over Tech with 11:40 remaining in the fourth quarter. Every powerful drive is presented by Georgia Power, the official energy sponsor of your Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets.
And Andy, I apologize. Sorry, we could just pack up and go home.
I am going to just stomp disgustedly out of this booth. No, go ahead.
No, I think you said it really well right before we went to break. That was a deflating play for the Jackets because they've been playing so hard, especially here in the second half. The defense has done such a good job of just holding up to this relentless assault by UCF. And then they drop in that big play, and all of a sudden you're just trying to peel yourself up off the turf to get lined up, back to the line of scrimmage, and set up where you're supposed to go. It's just really emotionally and physically difficult to get yourself up for those plays and come up with another stand. But the offense needs to respond here, or else this game is creeping dangerously close to UCF being able to ice it.
UCF team that did lose to Pittsburgh last year on the road, 35-34. As Obarski approaches the tee and swings through this, skying towards the end zone. Gibbs watches it sail to the R in Georgia Tech and through the back line for a touchback. Georgia Tech passed 400 yards of offense, 403. UCF 537. Recall last year they averaged 540 per game, which was second behind LSU.
I don't think there's any need for it yet, but I wouldn't be at all surprised to see if Dave Patino tries to find a way to take a deep shot on this drive, to do something to spark this offense. I mean, a long drive works too. You want to get your defense some rest, and even if it doesn't take a lot of time off the clock, if you can string together some plays, that's great.
Gibbs the setback. He now flexes out. 2 wide right, 3 wide left. Sims to throw. Looking, dumping left, caught. Jalen Camp, left side of the 30, 35. And he steps out of bounds right at the 35. That's 10 and a first down.
Yeah, great patience there. Sits in the pocket. I think he initially wanted to look Amarian Brown's way on the go right up the seam.
Yeah, like you said.
Yeah, but instead he sees that it's covered, checks down to Jalen Camp, and picks up a first down.
Camp's second reception of the game. 11-11 and counting, fourth quarter. Tech down 35-21. Not trying to press the tempo too much here. Very methodical as they get to the line of scrimmage. 2 wide right, 1 left. Awkward snap. And the handoff goes to Gibbs, bouncing left to the 35. Digs that shoulder in and absorbs a hit up to the 39, gain of 4. Jahmyr Gibbs, who broke it off right tackle for the 33-yard touchdown on Tech's last drive. And no Jordan Mason, and he is so good in the fourth quarter. And rotating between Gibbs, Smith, and Griffin today. Gibbs comes out, Griffin comes in, hunched over at the right hip of Sims. Stack receivers right, one receiver Carter left. 2nd down and 5. Pivots, hands off on a big haul up the middle. Griffin past midfield, spun around and twists forward to the 44 of UCF. That's a gain of 16 and a first down.
And I wonder if that stack was designed to get UCF to tip their hand there. You get a couple of defenders out there, it opens up the box, and Jahmias Griffin hits him for a big gain.
Longest run of the game for Jahmias, the redshirt freshman. Once again, the standing tail. Sims drops 3, throws out right, it's juggled, incomplete.
Trying to go to Billy Ward, the true freshman tight end who's filling in for the 2 Dillons out there with Jack Coco today.
Well covered by Eric Mitchell, the linebacker, 2nd and 10. And Dylan Devaney, Dylan Leonard, both unavailable. Devaney had 2 catches for 15 yards against FSU. Clock stopped after the incompletion, 10:04 fourth quarter, 35-21 UCF. Brown the slot left, Camp split right. A pistol this time with Griffin behind Sims. Pressure off the edge, hand off to Griffin, and he's cut down from behind. Oh, a timeout was called by UCF, so wipe out the play.
UCF takes their 2nd charge timeout of the half.
I would have been more than content to take that no gain and make it a 3rd and 10. Instead, Georgia Tech gets to play on the house. 10:04 remaining, fourth quarter. We'll see what Georgia Tech can dial up instead. Down 35-21. We'll take a break on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
This team has a lot of fight. This is a fun team to watch. There's a lot of potential. They're building towards something, and they've got some special players. We've gotten to see Jahmyr Gibbs today. We've gotten to see Jeff Sims over the last couple of weeks. Jahmias Griffin's coming into his own. The receivers have shown the kind of talent they have, and this defense plays with as much guts and grit as any I've ever seen. Let's not ruin the season for them. Let's do our part. Let's make a small sacrifice and try to keep this thing going, because these guys have worked so hard to get to this point, a point we didn't even know that we were ever going to get to. And they've sacrificed a lot personally to not only get ready to play this game, but to do it under circumstances that require themselves to be incredibly disciplined in every aspect of their lives.
As excited as we are for today, as excited we are for the game after, understand that college football is still in a very fragile state of existence week to week. Out of the timeout, Tech with a 2nd and 10 at the UCF 44. Dante Smith, the featured back. Gibbs motions into the backfield. The take, the turn, and on the play fake, it's Sims running left, but he is cut down before he could turn upfield. Loses one at the 45. And on that zone read, UCF was not fooled.
Well, that was good scouting there by UCF, because they saw exactly what Tech was trying to set up. That was designed to be a pass to Jahmyr Gibbs in the flat. They showed the play fake to him. He gets out there, and Jeff Sims acts like he's running it and dumps it off to Gibbs. But UCF had it well covered, and Gibbs had no choice but to try to take off and pick something up on the ground. 3rd down and 11. Tech needs to reach the UCF 34. Gibbs split out wide left along with Brown. 2 receivers right. Sims, blitz, steps up, throws over the middle, incomplete. Adonicus Sanders got tripped up from behind, but there's no penalty flag. And Jeff Sims takes the headset off. He has his palms turned up, saying, if not that, what will get you a flag? Andy, I'm speechless. There's a defender all over the receiver. I don't know what to tell you. We've seen a couple of plays, a couple of examples of it. If that's not holding, I don't know what is, and if that's not pass interference, I don't know what is.
Well, Georgia Tech backed against the wall, 9:21 to go, down 14. They're going to go for it on 4th and 11. They spread out the field, 3 wide right, 1 left. Sims with a sidecar and Smith. UCF rushes 4. Sims scrambles away, runs left, he might have it to the 40, racing towards the edge. He is hit and shy of the first down marker at about the 37. Needed to reach the 34. He broke for it off left tackle, but UCF made the adjustment downfield, and they'll take over on downs.
That's frustrating. It was a good decision. Take off and run for it. He had daylight. Probably should have tried to cut it back. Just got a little too close to the sideline. Didn't have anywhere to go. Just ran out of real estate there. Oh, that's frustrating.
Now UCF takes over. 9:13 to play. Still a lot of time. See if Georgia Tech can come up with a crucial stand here. Down 35-21. Kenan Johnson comes in as an extra defensive back. He'll get organized. Good to see Charlie Thomas back on the field. Jordan Dominic as well, as both of those guys were down at various points in the second half. And I think they had to set the chains because the chain gang was right in the middle of that fracas at the end of the play. And did one of the chains get snapped in half?
Yeah, it
the
appears
markers
so.
got snapped in half.
We don't see this often, but they brought in the replacement chains.
You know, it's always good, Sean, when you have 2 chains.
Oh.
9:13. Well, we appreciate you listening here in the fourth quarter on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College as they stretch those chains out tight. I always want to have some standby equipment, as the Hall of Fame engineer Miller Pope can attest. That makes Georgia Tech on 4th down today 1 of 3. UCF is 1 of 3. Out come the Knights. Spread field, single back. Gabriel, as Georgia Tech brings a blitz, it's picked up, and he heaves it into the UCF sideline, incomplete, and a flag thrown as Gabriel hits the deck late.
Yep, that's going to be roughing. And that's a frustration penalty is what that is. I mean, there was...
Personal foul, roughing the passer, defense number 42. 15-yard penalty, automatic, first down.
That's Jordan Dominic, the guilty party. He comes out. Chico Bennett takes his spot. And it moves the ball up into Tech territory at the 48.
Oh, and, well, I have one other complaint about the officials here. That was an awfully weak call. It looked like he pushed the offensive lineman in.
I think Jeff Collins is gesturing at the video board saying precisely that. 2 receivers bunched tight right for Gabriel. Crow hopping and dumping right. It's caught by his tight end Hescock. Turns upfield to the 45. Tackled by a pair of Jackets following a gain of 3. Now Sims, one of those Jackets who converge on the stop. Nose of the ball at the 44. It's a pickup of 4. Quick snap on 2nd and 6. To give to Thompson. Working right 40, 35. Flag is thrown from behind the play. It's enough for the first down as that flag was thrown from away in the offensive backfield, and the initial call is a hold on UCF.
Oh, about time.
Holding, offense number 55. 10-yard penalty, second down.
Sean, I didn't know centers could get called for holding. That's not what you've told me these last 4
No.
years.
It's actually, there's a weird exemption for centers who play football for Georgia Tech, but apparently that doesn't extend to UCF players. But no, that's a very fortunate bailout here for the Jackets because they need to come up with a stop one way or another.
Matthew Lee, the redshirt freshman from Oviedo, Florida, who's taken over for a 4-year starter in Jordan Johnson.
Big shoes to fill there.
Makes it 2nd and 16. UCF back at their own 46. 2-by-2 receivers. Georgia Tech pressures off the edge. Gabriel fires over the middle and puts it on the money at the 40 of the Jackets. Shy of the first down by a couple of yards. The catch was by Marlon Williams.
Dylan Gabriel really just doesn't miss very often.
Everybody bunched in tight now. 3rd down and 2. The take, the turn. Thompson hesitates, runs up the middle, and has the first down to the 35. Nice patience as he evaluated the hole and then dashed upfield for the first down.
And Tariq Carpenter is writhing in pain down there after that play. But yeah, you said it. Good patience there. Kind of stutters behind the line, waits for something to open, and then hits the seam as soon as it opens to pick up the first down. Another injury in that secondary.
Yeah, a number of Jackets have been down, and in various states of pain throughout this game. 35-21 UCF with 8:05 to play. And Tariq Carpenter, the senior from Ludwig, Georgia, who was second in the nation among DBs last year in yards allowed per catch in coverage. Very advanced, nuanced stat kept by Pro Football Focus, but gives you some insight into just how good Tariq is at strong safety in coverage, especially facing pass-heavy offenses like UCF, but now he intended to and finally helped up into a seated position. Tariq at one time was committed to UCF. Did not play in the second half after a huge hit that he laid onto Tamarian Terry of Florida State in the waning seconds of the first half last Saturday. And we've seen Tariq sometimes hit others so hard that he's shaken up himself. He is not afraid. He's not afraid to stick his nose in.
No, not afraid to throw his body around at all. And he's really worked hard on his craft and become just an excellent safety, who I think has an NFL future ahead of him. But hate to see him shaken up, and hopefully he's able to bounce right back and get back in this game because his defense needs him.
That brings Avery Shoel back onto the field. He recovered the fumble on the Dylan Gabriel run earlier in this game. Dangerous spot here and a delicate one for Georgia Tech, clinging to a chance at a comeback down by 2 scores, 35-21 with 7:56 and ticking. Now 1st and 10, UCF at the Georgia Tech 35.
They're going to do something they rarely do, which is huddle as they're milking this clock down. Gabriel staring up that play clock and the game clock as it ticks inside of 7:40 left to go in this game.
He broke Tua Tagovailoa's career passing yards record in Hawaii high school football. Tua was a high school teammate of Mikey Minahan for the Jackets. Georgia Tech plugs the gaps, give up the middle to Thompson, breaks through, but only to the 31. Ankle tackled by Quez Jackson at the 32. And had it not for him been locking onto the legs of Thompson, he could have still been running.
Big tackle there.
3-yard game, 2-by-2 receivers. Thompson takes the carry again, but he is plugged up. A gain of just 1 to the 31. It's going to be 3rd and 6.
And good job by Quez Jackson of following up that play. A couple Jacket defenders got him down, but he made sure he didn't extend that ball any further.
Thompson jogs off. The number 1 back, Otis Anderson, comes in. UCF returned 3 of its top 4 rushers from a season ago. They have a lot of experience. Marlon Williams, a team best 8 catches for 123. He split as the slot left. 1 receiver in the 6'5", Harris to the boundary. 3rd down and 5, UCF. Tight end slides in motion. Gabriel a hard count, now eases up. Play clock is down to 1, gets the snap off. Play action. Fires left side on the back shoulder, and it is caught by Williams. Hangs onto it with his shoulder pad.
What a grab. Just excellent coverage there by Wesley Walker, but Marlon Williams just makes a fantastic catch.
And a 1st and goal, the stretch left to Anderson, but he is walled up and thrown out of bounds for a loss on the play. He gets to the 6. That's a loss of, maybe the 7 rather, a loss of 1.
Marlon Williams out there still flexing, pointing to his nameplate on his jersey. That was, I'm still in shock. That was a great grab.
Back shoulder, and I mean, he had his vision very much impaired.
Yeah, I don't know how he could have seen that ball, let alone come down with it.
Former McGill-Tulane High School Yellow Jacket, by the way, in Mobile, Alabama. He's the slot right now for Gabriel, 2nd and goal from the 7. Thompson is set back. A receiver left in Jalen Robinson, 5'9". 35-21 Knights. The snap, play action on the back shoulder, the throw and the catch in the end zone. Touchdown, and it's Williams again. That was just a drop in the bucket. No other way to put it by Dylan Gabriel. And Williams has his number called, and he responds once again for the touchdown to make it 41-21.
Yeah, beautiful throw, nice catch, but Wesley Walker needs to find a way to get his head around, especially on a flat route like that. It's going towards that far pylon. And you have to know you're going to get a ball that's going to hang up there a little bit. Might have had a chance to make a play, but he was busy trying to catch up to Marlon Williams.
Now you hope that's not the last gasp for the Yellow Jackets, but it is looking grim with 5:30 to play in the 4th quarter. Extra point on the way from Obarski, and he booms it through. 42-21 UCF. That makes 595 yards of offense for UCF, and for Gabriel, 406 through the air and 4 touchdowns. He was the most prolific freshman passer in America last year, and showing that he might be one of the most prolific passers in the country this year.
He's been very impressive, and you really get a sense for how UCF must practice, and that's probably a weird thing to say at this point in the game, but the receiver and quarterback are on the same page on so many of these routes, and a lot of them are similar routes. They're not running a super complex route tree. They're not doing a whole bunch of different things, but on the routes they run, they know where each other is going to be, and they're already in a rhythm. You know, at times there have been moments where it looked like UCF was shaking off a little bit of rust, but by and large, this is an offense that looks like when they're clicking, they already look like they're in midseason form.
Gibbs back to return for Tech. With this reconfigured ACC schedule, maybe one silver lining is that Georgia Tech is going to face another team next week in Syracuse that plays at a very fast tempo as well, so shouldn't necessarily befuddle them as this kickoff sails into the end zone for a touchback.
This is absolutely good practice for Syracuse, and they're 2 of the fastest teams in the country in terms of pace of play. But this game, the Jackets are not ready to quit on it. It's a tall climb. There's a long way to dig yourself out of here, but this game's not quite over yet.
Tech made it 28-21 early in the fourth quarter on the Jahmyr Gibbs touchdown, but since then 2 drives, 2 touchdowns for UCF. And Sims floods out 5 wide on first down. Now motions Gibbs alongside him. Snap, short retreat. Charlton dumps off underneath. It's intercepted. Charlton came on the pressure. He threw off his back foot, and it was picked off right in the middle of the line by UCF and Stephon Zayas. That's one where you just have to eat the sack and live to fight another down.
Well, that's they're trying to set up a screen pass there, and you got to be really careful throwing back into that, especially when the defensive line's not fooled. Just a great rush there by Randy Charlton, who I think is unquestionably UCF's defensive player of the game. And you might be able to make an argument for Richie Grant, who's played really well too, but that's just a freshman mistake there. Jeff Sims has got to either eat that sack or find somewhere else to go with that, because that pretty much puts the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, second interception of the game, also lost the fumble. He's a freshman. You got to take the bad with the good sometimes, and we've seen enough good over these first 2 games from Jeff Sims. But back comes UCF on 1st and 10 from the Tech 20. Gabriel puts it in the belly of his back Thompson, bounces up the middle to the 17 in a gain of 3.
Bentavious Thompson has been, he's had to play a bigger role in today's game because of the loss of Greg McCray, but he's really been a workhorse for him here in the second half, especially on these last 2 drives where he's kind of carried the load a little bit more than Otis Anderson, who I don't know if they're holding him out to make sure he stays healthy or what the situation is there, but I'm impressed with what I've seen from Thompson. He's been a reliable cog in this offense.
UCF, by the way, has the 4th most returning rush yards in the nation entering this 2020 season. They've got a lot of durable veterans in that backfield. Thompson stays in as the back. A flip into the left flat, caught by Hescock, left side of the 10, and upended at the 6 by Shoel. It's 11 yards and the 1st and goal for UCF. So 1st and goal for UCF. Quick snap. Handoff Thompson, stutter stepping right, and tries to burrow it through, but only manages 1.
And you have to know UCF's, if they smell blood in the water, they're going to keep going after this, especially against a Power 5 opponent. They're going to try to score as many points as they can, especially in a season where you have fewer Power 5 teams playing.
For now.
But they think that they deserve to be a part of the playoff conversation, and they know that winning the AAC alone is probably not going to be enough, so they have to have as many good comparison points as they can. So I think they will not hesitate to try to put up a couple more points, if at all possible, so they can claim a real national championship.
That's right. 2nd and goal from the 4. Josias Creedle, Columbus, Georgia native, the lone receiver, split left. Handoff to Thompson, tries to weave his way up the middle, gets to the 2, and finds a crease into the end zone for the touchdown. Well, it looked like he was clogged up the middle, but somehow slid to his right, found some daylight, and broke through for the score.
Yeah, great second effort there, fighting through. Like you said, good initial surge by the Jackets defensive front, but just not quite able to get him to the turf, and he's able to wrestle away and fight his way into the end zone.
So 48-21 UCF, and they respond with 20 unanswered points after the score by Gibbs made it 28-21. All in rapid succession as the extra points up and good. Georgia Tech team that has been playing shorthanded on defense without Trey Swilling, without Antonius Clayton, without Curtis Ryans today, and with several players going down for different stretches throughout the course of this ball game. Tried to patch it together, but just, I think, running out of gas, and that tank out empty right now for the Georgia Tech defense.
That's exactly right. I mean, this is as high octane an offense as you're going to find anywhere in the country, and when you come in shorthanded, you wind up on the wrong end of a couple of questionable calls, and you have to continue to rally over and over again. It's hard to sustain that level of intensity. This defense, I think, fought as hard as they could, played really well, especially in that third quarter, really the second and third quarters, but eventually that levee bursts, and UCF is able to just keep that pressure up, keep stressing this defense. And when you have limited guys, you're eventually going to get tired, and it's too bad the offense wasn't able to get in gear and really help their defense out.
And Tech has also committed 4 turnovers.
Right, and that's a big part of it.
When you're playing a team that averaged 43 a game last year, you have to prize every possession. Gibbs waiting on the return, and he'll be a spectator once again as this one soars toward the back line and out of bounds.
And obviously it's an advantage to have a kickoff specialist who can consistently put it out the back of the end zone. But I think particularly in this sort of situation, it's late in the game. At this point, it would be unrealistic to expect Tech to come back. But
I think after watching Jahmyr Gibbs run 79 yards on the opening kickoff, Obarski for UCF said, might need to put a little more oomph into it.
Exactly. You don't want to give Tech a chance to have that explosion play that sparks them again.
Dante Smith, the featured back alongside Sims on 1st and 10. He rolls right, gets a block from Smith, now turns the corner at the 25 and steers himself out of bounds at the 30 for a gain of 5.
Good smart play, nothing fancy there, just on the rollout, keeps going, takes off and runs. It's a responsible decision. Go out, continue to execute the offense regardless of the situation here.
Billy Ward enters the tight end. He lines up as an offset behind left tackle Jack Quinney. 2nd and 5, Sims feels for the laces, surveys, runs left to the 30, tries to shake out of an ankle tackle, but only gains 1 to the 31. That was Landon Woodson coming from the backside of the play. It's 3rd down, but 2:47 to go in the 4th quarter, and Tech down 49-21. Sims scans downfield, shuffles away left. Still looking, throws over the middle, and a diving catch at the 46. That's a 1st down. And it was Malachi Carter making P.J. Harris, beg your pardon, number 18 for the Jackets. Tough catch.
Great job by Sims there to sidestep the rush, and he didn't really even have his feet set. He was kind of in a hop when he threw that. Put a laser there. That's a beautiful pass and catch.
2nd reception for P.J. Harris tonight. 1st and 10 with 2:15 to go. Sims takes the snap chest high. Pressure from the backside, tosses out of the backfield to Smith at the 50, spins off a man, still working with it past the 45, lunges ahead but had it stripped in midair. It's loose on the turf and picked up by UCF. The extra effort sometimes can work to your disadvantage, and that ball was punched loose on the dive from Dante Smith. It's a 5th turnover for Georgia Tech.
Yeah, I love the fight from Dante Smith here. Spins out of it, keeps his balance, is able to fight ahead for some extra yards. He's trying to get his team the 1st down. Turnovers are going to kill you in any game, and we've seen that today. You just can't afford to have that. It almost spelled Tech's doom last week, and this is a problem that's going to have to be corrected if Tech wants to continue to progress over the course of the season, because they've shown so many good things over the course of this game, but they keep getting in their own way, and turnovers have been the primary culprit.
They were able to survive the 2 turnovers against Florida State, but 5 turnovers way too tall an ask. And now Gabriel comes out. His backup comes in as the handoff comes left past the 50 to the 46 of the Jackets. David Curry with the tackle. I believe that is Connie Richardson, the true freshman.
And why not? If you got a chance to get a freshman some reps out there, or is it Parker Navarro down there?
Yeah, Parker Navarro.
The true freshman. You got a chance to get him in a game situation, get him some live reps. I can't articulate just how important these are in someone's progression. Just getting out there on the field, feeling what it's like to be out on a game field, it's different than practice, and this is a good time for UCF to get Navarro those reps.
On 2nd and 2, he puts it in the belly of Richardson, surges up the middle past the 40, is pushing tacklers over and gets down to the 34.
And Tech's just trying to strip that ball away. They're less concerned about bringing the ball carrier down, just trying to get their offense another shot at it. But I think at this point in the game, I don't know if UCF has any designs on taking a knee, but I think they'll be more than content to run this clock out. May just be looking at one more play.
Less than a minute to go, 52 seconds and counting, 49-21 UCF. Knights have ripped off 21 unanswered in the fourth quarter after Tech closed to within a score. Next up for Georgia Tech, back into the ACC and back on the road to Syracuse next Saturday noon. Look forward to bringing you that action on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. Should be the final play of the game. Navarro takes the shotgun snap and hands off. Bursting right is Richardson to the 25, and finally gang tackled across the 20 to the 17. Might have been tackled out of bounds. If so, it'll stop the clock, and it does with 24 seconds left.
You can't fault the guy for playing hard and limited reps there, especially somebody who's likely to be part of a position battle next year. There's a lot of experience at the top of this depth chart for running back for UCF. Anderson, McCray, both seniors. Now, granted, everybody gets an extra year of eligibility this year, but I'll be curious to see if either of those guys comes back.
With 1 second left, they get the snap off in time, and the carry goes between the tackles to the 10, and that's going to do it. Well, a rough end to what had been a pretty game effort by Georgia Tech through 3+ quarters, but too many mistakes and too many uncapitalized upon opportunities on offense. And tonight in the home opener at Bobby Dodd Stadium, Georgia Tech falls by a final score of 49-21. Coming up, it's our post-game drive presented by your Atlanta area BMW centers. I think the teams out of pure instinct are walking towards the opposing teams for handshakes and the like, but I think for social distancing reasons they're not allowing them to. I don't think because any heated words are being exchanged, but these teams are so ingrained in them to go over and shake hands and be sportsmanlike, but now getting redirected towards their locker room. Got to keep everybody safe and socially distanced in whatever area you can. 49-21 UCF over your Yellow Jackets. Coming up as our post-game drive. We'll preview it after this in the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. Well, Georgia Tech knew when you face UCF, you have to prepare for a track meet, and you can't lose a turn. 5 turnovers did not help the cause for Georgia Tech today, and UCF poured it on late after Tech closed to a touchdown at 28-21. 3 series, 3 consecutive touchdowns for UCF to put any thought of a comeback out of reach for the Jackets. The final score today from Bobby Dodd Stadium, Knights 49, Jackets 21. Georgia Tech 471 yards of offense, which did surpass its 438 against Florida State. But again, turnovers on downs, conventional turnovers, especially some that happened inside UCF territory, giving up 660 yards of offense. UCF did turn it over twice, but far more efficient in capitalizing on their opportunities than Georgia Tech. And that's how you end up on the business end of the final score, Sean.
Well, that's exactly right. And Tech did a lot of good things today. The score won't reflect it, but there's a lot of positives you can take away from today. But some of the things that were problems last week continue to be problems this week. And really going back to last year, some of the things that were problems have continued to be issues. And one of them is scoring in the red zone. The other is not turning the ball over. And I think today Tech really struggled to not only avoid interceptions when things got a little bit crowded down there in the red zone, but also the fumbles were a big problem today. You got to avoid that, especially if you want to stay competitive with a team that you know is going to push tempo, is going to try to get 100 plays off, and has as potent an offense as UCF does. The defense held in there tough for a long time, but you can't expect them to continue to just kind of hold them in place while the offense tries to figure things out. You got to get things rolling, and unfortunately for the Jackets, they just couldn't get it together quickly enough.
We'll go inside the Georgia Tech locker room for our Governor's Office of Highway Safety locker room report later on our post-game drive presented by your Atlanta area BMW Centers. Also break down the stats and much more. We did see the debut of Jahmyr Gibbs, and he announced his presence with a 79-yard kick return on the opening play of the game. Jahmyr did finish with a 66 rushing yards and a touchdown, also a team-best 4 catches for 60 receiving yards and a touchdown. So a lot to like for Jahmyr Gibbs. No J.P. Mason today, but a capable substitute and a guy who brings in very lofty credentials to the Flats in Jahmyr Gibbs. But alas, Georgia Tech falls 49-21 to UCF. We'll continue our post-game drive presented by your Atlanta area BMW Centers in a moment on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. Jahmyr Gibbs' touchdown.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Jemias Griffin brings a similar aspect to Mason, that he's a big, strong running back, maybe a little bit more speed, can take things to the outside. But Gibbs, he can just impact the game in so many ways. Out as a slot, you can line him up and just use him as a speed back. He is an electrifying player, and we're going to have a lot of good memories of him to look forward to in the flats.
66 rushing yards, 60 receiving yards, 126 total yards, 2 touchdowns for Jahmyr Gibbs, and today's Earthlink high-speed play of the game. Georgia Tech just not enough firepower. 49-21, they fall to UCF today here at Bobby Dodd Stadium. Could not quite bless that new Bobby Dodd Stadium turf with the win over the 13th-ranked Knights, who have been a handful for a lot of teams over the last several years, and they proved every bit of that against Georgia Tech today. We'll take another timeout. We'll go inside the locker room and visit with our players and coaches on the Georgia Tech Locker Room Report. We'll be back after this on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
That's
Welcome back to our post-game drive. Let's go upstairs to Wiley Ballard. Wiley.
Locker room. We're joined by junior linebacker Quez Jackson from Fort Valley, Georgia. Quez, another 9-tackle game, third time in your career you've reached that plateau. How fast was UCF playing? I know that's something you were prepared for, but how difficult was it to go up against an offense that played at such lightning speed?
It's very difficult because, of course, they got, a lot of experienced guys on their side. So they were pretty much familiar with, their scheme or whatever they were going to do. So, yeah, man, they were really fast and everybody was pretty much intact with each other, like we expected, though.
Now, this was a game that was a one-score game early in the fourth quarter. A large part of that was because you guys were able to slow them down offensively. Didn't allow a score in the third quarter. Where were you finding success as a unit there in the second half?
We were just playing together, communicating, max communication, because we know, they like to spread you out, but they're also a pretty good run team, too. So we were trying to find the balance between, what they're going to do and just exploit it. And I felt like we did good in the run game. And, we kind of let up on the passing a little bit, but it was just probably like communication at first,
As far as your career goes, you started 5 games to close out last season, now a junior and upperclassman, second year in Coach Thacker's system. I know David Curry gets a lot of attention for his ability to lead on the defense. Are you starting to see yourself in that type of role, even going into next year?
Oh, yes, sir. I pretty much always seen myself, at that type of role because, David's a great guy. And ever since I was a freshman, he kind of helped me with the process. Because, when you get into college, it's not about talent. It's about, the knowledge of the game, what's all going around, what's the defense doing. if you got it in here, you can be a pretty good college football player. So I say David did a pretty good job and kind of guided me in that way. But I think we pretty much us two kind of like we've been a linebacker group the longest, so we pretty much take control in that room.
And before we let you go, Charlie Thomas making a position change this year, going to the nickel. He had a big game. What can you say about his performance with 2 sacks?
Man, Charlie balled out, man. You can tell he feeling a little bit more comfortable, playing, where he naturally plays, and he's just a natural playmaker, man. And he kind of takes, stress out of the defense, due to his abilities, to make plays. So, man, Charlie had a great game. We're proud of him, but unfortunately, we took that L. So now it's time to get back in the lab and get prepared for Syracuse next week.
So, Quez, we know you guys will get to work starting first thing tomorrow. Thanks for your time. Yeah, no, that's the drill, right? Sunday practice.
Yes, sir.
All right, that's Quez Jackson. We'll go back to Andy and Sean.
All right, thank you very much, Sean. Did you ever think that in March we'd be doing our post-game press conferences on Zoom?
No, I didn't. I don't know that I knew what Zoom was back in March.
I don't think anybody did. Here we are. Well done, Wiley. Well done, our Hall of Fame engineer, Miller Pope. And we'll go back down inside the locker room to visit with more of our guests in just a moment. It's the post-game drive presented by your Atlanta area BMW centers. And it continues after this on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Well, he gives us good advice every day, so I just take that and mix it with my game, and we just play.
As far as you personally getting a chance to play this game, I know you were hoping to play last week, but now making your collegiate debut, are you excited that you've reached the point in your career where you're now at the college level?
Oh yeah. I've worked very hard to be here. I'm blessed to be here, and it was just fun experience. Finally getting to play.
And then finally, going into next week, what's something you learned today about yourself and your teammates that you guys want to work on moving forward?
We just have to work on ball security, really. We had too many turnovers today. And this team is a very hard-fighting team. I love them to death. What's going on? Yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, we have a good team. We'll just pick it up next week.
Yeah. Well, Jameer, thanks for your time. Congratulations on finally making that collegiate debut. And I think it's safe to say you ignited many in the fan base and the stands today. And best of luck next week.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Andy, Sean?
Yeah, Jameer Gibbs, as Tashard Choice told us on GT60, very soft-spoken, low-key guy in stark contrast with his running ability. And as he put it so succinctly and matter-of-factly, just get ready for next week, and Georgia Tech will certainly do that. That's our Governor's Office of Highway Safety Locker Room Report with Jameer Gibbs, presented by the Governor's Office of Highway Safety. Drive sober or get pulled over. We'll take another timeout, be joined shortly by head coach Jeff Collins. Again, our final UCF 49, Georgia Tech 21, and we're back after this in the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. Well, the good, Georgia Tech gained 471 yards of offense, almost evenly divided as well, Sean. 244 through the air, 227 on the ground. The bad news, they allowed 660 from UCF. They threw for 417, rushed for 243. Georgia Tech falls 49-21 to number 13 UCF. Jeff Sims, 18 of 36, 244 yards, threw one touchdown to Jameer Gibbs, also was intercepted twice and lost a fumble. Again, Jeff Sims, hard to forget sometimes with some of the things that he did last weekend in Tallahassee, that he's still a young freshman, and even Dave Patnode said in preseason, We'll make some plays in practice that'll have your jaw on the floor, and he'll make some plays in practice that'll have you scratching your head. It was a bit of a mixed bag for Jeff following his ACC Rookie of the Week performance against a very good UCF defense, by the way, that was 5th in the nation in third down defense. Georgia Tech did convert 7 of 15 on third downs, UCF 10 of 16. Georgia Tech had 2 sacks, 7 total TFLs. Offensively, Sims, like we noted, 18 of 36. His leading pass catcher was Jahmyr Gibbs, 4 for 60 in the touchdown. Marquez Ezard had 3 for 33. P.J. Harris, 2 for 38. Jemias Griffin out of the backfield, 2 catches, 38 yards. Jalen Camp had a pair of grabs for 27. 2 catches out of the backfield for Dante Smith. A little surprising that Amarian Brown, Jalen Camp, Sean, only wound up with 1 catch apiece. Those are 2 guys that we figured would factor heavily into the passing game. For Amarian, bit of a quiet start to the season. Of course, he's attracting so much more attention now. It's going to be sooner rather than later, I still suspect, that we're going to see Amarian Brown over the top, hauling a bomb in from Jeff Sims. But another quiet night for Amarian, still growing into the season, if you will.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think he's going to benefit from the emergence of a number of these other receivers for Tech. And last year, so often, he was the only legitimate threat that Tech had in the passing game. You know, occasionally Malachi Carter or Donica Sanders would make an appearance, but for the most part, it was the Amarian Brown show last year. With guys like Malachi Carter stepping up, I thought P.J. Harris had a tremendous game today. Jalen Camp really started to assert himself. As these guys really become bigger targets and people can key in less and less on Amarian Brown, that's going to open up opportunities for him. And, you know, Jeff Sims has been concentrating a lot of his passes on that short to intermediate range. They've designed a lot of plays to go there. I think they're going to have a moment when they're ready to go deep, and I suspect Amarian's going to be on the receiving end when they do.
Defensively, we heard from Quez Jackson on our Governor's Office of Highway Safety locker room report. Quez with a team best 9 tackles, 8 tackles from David Curry, 4 of them were solos. Avery Shoel saw the field quite extensively at safety. He finished with 7 tackles, which is a career high. Charlie Thomas, 6 tackles, had 2 sacks and 3 TFLs. And remember, he took a lot of the snaps after Caleb Oliver went down in the first quarter. He looked really, really good. And Charlie Thomas was quite the menace in the backfield for Dylan Gabriel and the UCF offense. Those are some of the standouts defensively. The interception was from Wanye Thomas. Georgia Tech forced 2 turnovers, but they did commit 5 in this 49-21 loss to UCF. We'll take another timeout on our post-game drive presented by our Atlanta area BMW Centers right now on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Jeff is finishing up his post game.
Gotcha.
So they told us it'd be a couple more minutes.
We'll be visiting with Jeff Collins momentarily. Before that, let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves. This is Georgia Tech football. The 108th home opener at Bobby Dodd Stadium at historic Grand Field. A home opener that looked and felt like few others in the gloried history of this stadium, with attendance at 20% capacity, social distancing measures in effect, marching band not even allowed on the field, but they certainly created a lively atmosphere. And 11,000 fans in all, Sean. They had plenty of moments to cheer for in spite of the final score, especially when it got to 28-21 early in the fourth quarter. I think you temper your expectations on atmosphere and electricity and energy. But there were times you had no doubt you were at a Georgia Tech home game, and in such a topsy-turvy year, that has to make you feel good about the home games that we still have on the schedule, that Georgia Tech can still create an atmosphere and a home field advantage for their players.
Absolutely, and really the reward you get for all the hard work you put in over the course of the week as a player is the ability to come out here and perform in front of the home crowd on Saturdays. It's great to see they're still getting that, albeit in a reduced capacity, but I'm excited to see the energy the fans brought today, and hopefully there'll be more of that as we move forward this season.
The brand new synthetic turf laid out courtesy of Shaw Sports Turf, top of the line. Two-toned, two-colored paint job in the end zones. You got the silhouette of the 4 national championship trophies on either side of the goalposts here. Brand new signage, brand new paint around the concourses, and some of the signage that rings Bobby Dodd Stadium. Looks great. Looks as good as it ever has. And now that nightfall has come to Midtown Atlanta and you see the skyline all lit up, it is still one of those sights that just stirs something in you that you get very seldomly at other places in college football. I know it was a rough night for Georgia Tech, but it is good to be back at home because there was a long stretch there in the summer where a night like tonight was not guaranteed.
Absolutely, and this is a special place. There's no two ways about it. This is a great place to be. We only get so many days out of the year that we get to spend together in Bobby Dodd Stadium. I think we'd all love to be able to have more of us together for this, but it's just a great environment to be in. Obviously things are different this year, but this is as good as Bobby Dodd Stadium has ever looked, and there's a lot more excitement that's going to be coming to the Flats this year and moving forward.
Georgia Tech would have liked to toast it with a win. However, they can move on to next Saturday when they take on Syracuse. Final score today, UCF 49, Georgia Tech 21. Georgia Tech 1-1 on the year. And now let's go upstairs to Wiley Ballard.
What's going on? We're joined by head coach Jeff Collins following Georgia Tech's loss to UCF. And, Coach, I want to start with this. The score may not reflect it, but with 13 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, that was a one-score game.
Yep.
What did you learn about your team today?
Yeah, I mean, they're fighters. Under unprecedented circumstances, they just continued to battle. We had to be very innovative throughout the week, offensively, schematically, not being able to go much 12 personnel or any 12 personnel, having to switch to a 3-down front just out of necessity, and our guys just picked it up. Our coaching staff was creative. They were innovative. Our guys battled. There were just a couple of instances in the second quarter. We let go of the rope, had some turnovers, didn't capitalize some things, and all of a sudden they explode for points. We come back in the third quarter after halftime. Again, it was a battle. You talked about getting it within 7 points, even in the fourth quarter. But then some turnovers and some explosive plays, some things within our control, some things outside of our control. And, they continue to battle. But once those things happen against a really good football team, somebody's got to find a way to get the stop or prevent the turnover or rally the guys to not let the score get away from us like it did.
In our conversations with Jahmyr Gibbs and Jeff Sims, it's pretty clear that they don't find freshman mistake a very compelling term. But from your position as a head coach, do you chalk up some of those turnovers to that inexperience at all?
No, I don't want to make any excuses. We talk about protecting the football at all times. Tashard Choice, Dave Patnode, Kerry Dixon, Chris Reelahan, Brinky, they do a great job making sure our guys understand the importance. So it doesn't matter what grade they're in or how much experience they played. We have to protect the football. And on the other side of the ball, defensively, sudden change happens. We've got to get stops. Our guys battled. they fought, but a turnover, then it gets into an explosive play. Somebody's got to step up, and I know our guys are. They're hurting in the locker room because they know the work they put in. They know they let some things get away from them. But I'm so proud to coach that group of guys. So proud to get to work every single day with the coaches that I'm blessed to coach with. So I know we'll come back tomorrow and we'll get those things corrected and get ready to play ACC opponent on the road in 7 days. And I think I've got an unbelievable group of men with high character that want to play at a high level, want to coach at a high level, and just excited to get back to work. Getting to work with them. We played a great team. Hats off to UCF, 12th ranked team in the country. There's a reason they've been 35-4 over the last 3 years. But we've just got to learn how to capitalize on other teams' mistakes, not have our own. And then when we do have our own, somebody's got to find a way to step up and make a play and not let one mistake lead to a 21-point run.
I think all Tech fans remember the celebration that ensued when Jahmyr Gibbs opted to play for you at Georgia Tech. How excited were you not only to have him on the field today in front of the home fans, but to have him deliver such a performance that really excites, I think, everyone who's partial to the white and gold who watched it today?
Sure. Love Jahmyr, glad he's on the team. Love a lot of the guys that are playing as young guys in this program. But there's not a player in this organization that I do not love with all of my heart. From the kid that's, returning the kickoff returns to the guy that's a walk-on that has been here 3 years and just goes to work every single day. There's not a single player that does not have unbelievable value to this organization. I know to the outside world, there's a lot of guys that are going to get more shine either by their position or whatever the case may be. But we have some unbelievable young men in this organization that come to work every single day in the midst of a global pandemic, give over themselves for the betterment of others, and just really proud of all of their efforts, all the things that they do within the program, all the things that they do when they leave our doors on a daily basis, follow the protocols, do all the right things, then not to mention go to school at one of the top 4 academic schools in the country and then still repeat it and come back, practice, prepare, do all the things that we ask them to do, all the hard work, and they do it with an unbelievable attitude, a great mentality, and I don't want to single out any single one person. I love every one of our players, and I'm lucky and blessed to coach them.
Well, let's talk about the group as a whole. Has it been easier basically following the protocols and getting more motivated now that there are actually games being played? I mean, have you noticed sort of an uptick in the way the guys say, hey, we've made it, we're playing games, and now we got to take it even more seriously?
Well, I think the only piece of that is there's bigger consequences as far as missing games. But I'll be honest with you, the guys have been amazing. What they've been asked to do on a daily basis, the protocols they're being asked to follow when they're out on the practice field, when they're in the meeting rooms, when in the weight room, then when they go back to their dorms, when they're on campus. There's so many things that we're asking them to do, and they're intelligent men of character that are upholding all of those standards at a very high level. And we just preach that to them every single day. Again, amazing coaching staff that stays on our guys for the health and safety and well-being of everybody in the organization, including our families. And I'm just proud of them. I'm hurting for them because I know there's some things that they wish they could have back. Some things that were either forced or unforced errors that we wish we could fix, and we'll go back to work tomorrow and get those things remedied.
Well, Coach, thanks for your time. Good luck tomorrow. Good luck all this week, and we look forward to watching you again on Saturday.
Absolutely. Thanks, bud.
That's head coach Jeff Collins. Andy, Sean.
All right, thank you very much, Wally. Top job, top-notch job. I know I wanted to say top-notch job there on the interviews here on the Zoom.
quarter today and a number of yards that's going to skew all the defensive stats, but this is a better defense than we saw last year, and they've done this without key contributors on both sides of the ball. You know, Jack Coco was the guy who came in today, and under most normal depth charts, he probably would have been the fourth guy in that tight end rotation. Because of the above-the-line philosophy, he was ready to go, came up with a catch for 8 yards, and had a critical block that sprung Jahmyr Gibbs for a touchdown. He stepped up in a big way. We're continuing to see guys rise to the occasion. You know, we see the emergence of someone like Jeff Sims last week, Jahmyr Gibbs this week, guys who are really going to be outstanding players. And let's not forget, no one on this team is losing a year of eligibility. These guys can all come back. So if you want to talk about where Jeff Collins has this team in terms of molding it to be the team that he wants it, they are way ahead of schedule this year. Today is a disappointing result, but don't have your heads down because there are a lot of very bright days to come.
Yeah, 275 yards at halftime for Georgia Tech, and like you noted, they averaged for the game last year 286. So offense in the right direction, have to stop getting in their own way with turnovers, 5 of them, all costly, almost all of which UCF converted into points. And again, when you're facing a high-powered offense like UCF that averaged 43 a game last year, you can ill afford those turnovers, ill afford empty possessions, and momentum changers. And UCF, being that team that is currently ranked number 13, we're able to take advantage of it. Once again, our thanks to head coach Jeff Collins, along with Quez Jackson, Jahmyr Gibbs, for joining us on the post-game drive presented by Atlanta Area BMW Centers. That'll wrap up our portion from the broadcast booth. And it is always great to open the door to the Al Seraldo radio booth for another year. Look forward to visiting with you from here throughout the 2020 season. And we are very spoiled, Sean, because we get one of the best vistas from a radio booth in all of college football, and we get to call it our home office. I know you'd rather be calling wins from here than losses, but you're not in control of that. But certainly is a privilege to be able to do this in spite of some trying circumstances throughout this season. Good to be back with you in the El Seraldo radio booth, partner.
It's great to be back.
All right, and on that, we will come back to Dan Courts to wrap up our post-game drive presented by your Atlanta Area BMW Centers after this in the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.